Welcome, everybody, to episode 11 of the JARcast movie podcast. This week on the show, we're looking at a new titan at the box office, and an old monster might be creeping back. A berserker wins and John Wick loses. Scarlet speaks, Geralt returns, and more right here on the JARcast. So what's going on, everybody? How are you guys doing this evening? I haven't really had a chance to look at the chat prior to this, so sorry about that. Getting a lot of things. As you can notice, I know we do have a guest tonight, as some of you may or may not know. This is my first guest I've ever had on the show, so I've had a lot of things I've just been figuring out and making sure we're working right, and it seems as if everything is working right, so I am happy for that. But we're gonna do things just slightly different today. I was looking at an error. Never mind, no errors. All good. Okay. We're gonna do things just slightly different today because instead of encoding overloaded, what does that mean? Okay, let's stop that. Sorry. Anyway. One more time, we're going to do things a little bit different today because my guest today, which I will introduce in a moment, many of you know him already, will be here in a little bit. He's running a little bit behind us, but that's okay because I have a segment I can do that wouldn't really include him anyway in advance. Last week, as I said, I'm going to be doing a review of the show of the, what is that show? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm going to be doing that each week, so instead of doing it at the end, I'll just do it at the beginning, and by the time I'm done with that, he should be arriving right around that time, I think. Pretty sure. And in the meantime, we'll take a look and see how everybody's doing here. Let's see. I see Caden Christensen is here. What's up, Caden? Short and Sweet is here. Greg's here. That might be it. We got a little bit of late start tonight. Like I said, I was just getting some things together and getting things ready and wanted to make sure everything worked right for you guys. Caden said, I'm here and I can't wait. We're happy that you're here and we can't wait to get started either. That's fine. Oh, yeah, I was running late. Caden told me it was okay. It's cool. Oh, 1 second. Be right back. So yeah, this week's show shouldn't be too different from the other weeks. I do only have eight, what are these things? Stories that we're going to be going over. But the only difference is going to be is after we go through the story, instead of just me commenting on it, I will be commenting on it with our guest. Greg, hello everyone. Good seeing you also. Here, anybody seen any good movies this week? I think, Greg, weren't you the one who said you saw Doors? You saw it before I did, I think. I saw it the other day. I did a review of it. I think you commented on it. I don't remember. Yeah, I can't talk. I thought that movie, I liked it. I hated the end. The end of that movie sucked. But I liked the rest. I mean, I didn't love it, but I liked where the rest of the movie went. I thought it was interesting. But the end just was, that was, what were they? It seemed like that was tacked on. Like it was, like somebody made him go back and do that. It didn't even seem like the quality of it, nothing. It was all like just an afterthought, it seemed like. That's what I thought. But I enjoyed the rest of it. I mean, it wasn't mind-blowing, but it was entertaining. I like the middle one especially, the middle story. Why does Jacob make us wait 30 minutes after the stream starts? That's just my countdown thing. I've always done that. I don't really know why. I think, honestly, that's for me more than you guys. Because once I hit live, I know, okay, buddy, you got 30 minutes from this point, and that's it. I'm a procrastinator at heart, man. And I will put this shit off. But I know at that point, hey, you got to be ready in 30 minutes. If you're not, you're screwed. I got to let the tension build, man. You got to build the tension up. I always advertise it starting at 9 o'clock, though, which is usually when I start. But I guess technically I go live at 8:30 usually, but I do not go live until 9 or 9:12 like tonight. Mentioned he's running late. That's great news about your summer job. You got a summer job, Caden? That's cool. I must have skipped that. Cool, man. Happy to hear you got a summer job. Meet some people. Get out there and talk to some people and have fun with it. Greg said board games are lost art. They certainly are, sir. Nobody plays those anymore. I think a lot of younger people nowadays don't even know what the hell a board game is. What? I've lost. I'm missing some information here. Some of the things you guys are talking about. I feel very lost. Terrific's here. What's up, Terrific? All right, we got a few people coming in. We're going to get started here in just a minute. For those of you that are coming in right now who just came in, I do have a guest this evening. He will be here. He's going to be here in just a little bit. I'm going to do things just one segment out of order tonight to accommodate that. As I said last week, I've been doing, hey, what's up, Hell Knight? I started doing the review for the Falcon and the Winter Soldier because it's only 6 episodes. I could commit to that. And I'm going to do that each week, and I'm going to do episode 2 here in just a minute. Instead of doing it at the end, I'm going to do it in the beginning, and by the time I'm done with it, I think my guest shall have arrived. Hell Knight, he's good. That's good to hear. It sounds like everybody's good. Everybody's having a good week. Anybody psyched about seeing Godzilla versus Kong? By my time, I don't know. I'll have to look online. But it's probably going to release actually here in the next couple hours. Actually, while we're on here, it will most likely drop. I don't know. It depends on if they're on Eastern time or Pacific. They're not on my time. Nobody's ever on Central time. Hell Knight said, I just finished watching all the Fast and Furious movies. Wow, that was exhausting. That is. But they get better as it goes along, I thought. Like the first Fast and the Furious, I thought it was alright. It was really, I was into that. I was into a street racing culture when I was younger, but not that street racing culture. It was kind of try hard, I thought, but it was okay. The stuff about the cars in the movie was totally unbelievable, and I'm a gearhead, so I can say it, or I used to be at least. I can say that. But it is that the stuff they do in that movie and how they talk about cars, a lot of the stuff they say doesn't even make sense. But no, like the second one, the second one's probably my least favorite. I didn't really care for the second one. It's okay. The third one was actually better than I thought it was going to be. I liked it more than the second one. It was just kind of, at least they changed it up a bit. And then I think it was the fourth one when they started to change up a bit. And I was like, okay, that's, they're kind of going like a heist kind of, not heist, but like it's less about cars now and street racing culture and more about like these criminals on the run. But then it was part 5, Fast 5. That's when they really committed. And they said, okay, this is all batshit crazy. Let's just commit. And I loved part 5. Part 5 was awesome. And then from then on, they're just batshit crazy. And I'm cool with it. I'm waiting for them to go to space. If they don't go to space in Fast 9, which I doubt they are, they better by F10 or Fast Furious 10. Yeah, that's what they should call it, Furious 10. I don't know what they're going to call it, but whatever part 10 is, they better be in fucking space. There's nowhere else left to go. Final Frontier. Greg said it was better first episode. Better than the first episode? You talk about the Falcon and the Winter Soldier? It was definitely different. I think both of them had their merits. But I see what you're saying. I think a lot of people are probably going to be in that same camp as you on that. Caden said, I thought about seeing it. Trying Being in mountain time, nobody ever remembers that. You're right, man. I don't either. I don't know. Mountain and Central are kind of we're the middle kids. You know, we're right here in the middle. Nobody. It's always Pacific or Eastern, and then in between, figure your shit out, man. New York time, L.A. time. That's all. That's all that matters in the country. Frank is here. What's up, Frank? How you doing? Our guest will be joining us here in just a little bit. I have a segment I'm going to do, and then our guest will be here. All right, we're going to get started probably about the next minute or so. Oh yeah, baby, let's go. I got Caden said I got my VR headset set up and I love it. Crazy that this will be the future of gaming. It will be. I think it will definitely be a part of the future of not just gaming but a lot of stuff. But they got to make that shit more. They're on the right track with the Oculus Quest, even though it's not as powerful as like a PC headset. If they could get the power of the PC headsets with the flexibility and ease and the ease of use of like something like the Quest, I think, and price, keep it in a reasonable price. I think that's when VR will take off. Because the Quest is doing great, but man, there's so many other games. I mean, I know you can hook up that System Link thing in the side of it, but there's so many games on like the PC headsets that are just amazing that you technically can't get on the Quest. Not easily, at least. Not as user friendly and easy as just like clicking on it. But if they make it as easy as the Quest, but with the power of the PC VR, then yeah, that's when VR is going to take off. Thought about saying episode 2 should have been episode 1, said Greg. I don't know. I mean, we'll get into that. I think you're right. I think episode 1 had a place. Episode 1 was hard. I think if you like binge the show, then I think if you like binge what? That's my guest. Hang on. Cool. I think if you like binge watch the show and like you saw episode 1 and immediately after you saw episode 2, I don't think it'd be too bad. I think watching episode 1 and then having to wait a week, it's kind of like not much really happened there. But I think if you watch it as like one big long thing, I think episode 1 would be a lot more you'd understand why it was there. It was a lot more character building there, that's for sure. And then episode 2 wasn't as much about the character building. All right. What time is it? Getting a couple of things set up so when our friend gets here, we can just slide right in. I like to slide it right in. Okay. All right, we are about to get started here. I'm going to jump into this Winter Soldier review. Get that out of the way, and then our good friend should be here. What am I doing? There we go. That's what I want. Totally lost my train of thought there. Yeah, sorry it was taking a little bit longer today, guys. I don't want to get too far into it. All right, well let's jump into this Winter Soldier thing because we'll get that out of the way, and then guests should be here and we should be all good. That's it. Make sure I got everything all good here. Oh, okay. I was afraid you guys couldn't hear me for a minute there. Okay. That's a thing. Why is that there? Pull that down. Can't move that? All right. Anywho. Alrighty. Let me do a little intro to this thing, and then I'll probably end up putting it at the end of the show. I guess after that we'll go. Okay. Hang on. I'll be right back, and then we will get started. Okay. All right. Chat's good. Everything's good. Okay, cool. Here we go. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Episode 2. So just like I did last week, this week I'm going to try this new thing where I usually don't do TV shows, but I'm going to do this one TV show because it's only going to be about 6 episodes. So this is Episode 2 of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I watched it the other day, and after seeing the first one, that was, a little bit slower paced, but I appreciated that. It gave us an opportunity to get to know the characters. We got to know Sam and Bucky and just kind of where they are in the world after the whole, after Endgame and all that. Now, with this one, we finally got them together. They came together as the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So we see a lot more of Sam and Bucky together. We kind of get the story arc is starting up. We don't have the full picture yet, but it's getting there. This one was much more action-packed than the first one. The first one was a very, I don't want to say a slow burn, but it just had a lot more slower moments. It was very much about character building. This one is a lot less about character building and more about world and story building. We learn a little bit about, I guess, what is going to be the villain or the villains. It's actually a group of people, but I feel as if there is a head villain that I think that's who we saw in the first episode. I'm not really sure. The people with the mask and everything. So, I don't know. We'll find out. Of course, there's going to be a main bad. There always is in these Marvel properties. It's never just like a full group. It's going to be one main bad that's in charge of the group. I kind of get an idea, though, that there's more going on with at least this part of this group of people we saw. They are like they're stronger, they're faster, and all that, but I feel like there's something else going with them because we get some time with them away from everyone else, and I did appreciate that because while we don't know a whole lot about them, it gave us a little bit more insight on them. They just weren't the bad guys because they're bad. They're bad guys doing bad things. It wasn't like that. There was a little bit more to them, so I'm thinking they're going to probably play into that a little bit more. I don't know. Who knows? They might just shit the bed next episode on it. But right now, I do like the direction they're going with that. We have an extended action scene in this episode that just goes on and on and on, but it is all a really good time. We finally get to see Bucky and Sam together fighting and or investigating, doing what they're going to do, doing their Falcon and Winter Soldier thing. So those of you that thought that the first episode was slow and didn't have enough action, you'll be pleasantly surprised here that it's not the same way this time around. You're going to get a lot more action, a lot more story, like the beginnings of the story arc building. There's not really a lot of like spoilery stuff that happened in this episode. There's nothing I would really consider spoilers, except for maybe the thing that happens at the very end. There's a thing, it's not really a spoiler because I think from the trailers we all knew this character was going to show up. They go to see a character. Since it's the only real spoilery thing in the whole thing, I'm not going to say who it is, but if you've followed this show or the development of the show in the slightest, seen the trailers, you'll know who it is. But they say the setup for going to see this character, it seemed like it was kind of out of nowhere. I understand why they're going to go talk to this person, but it's kind of like, I don't know, because we don't get there. The episode ends when they say, we're going to go talk to this person. And I was like, why? I mean, I get why they say why, but I feel like there are other people that are probably more qualified. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm remembering some stuff because it does harken back to some stuff from the Winter Soldier, the movie Captain America Winter Soldier. So maybe I need to go back and rewatch that. From what I remember about it, while yes, this person, I guess, might be able to shed a little bit of light on things, I feel like there's other people, given their connections, they could probably go talk to that could give them a bit more insight or at least help more. But hey, you know what? They're bringing in known characters to the universe, so that's good. This particular character, I don't really know how everybody, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a beloved character, at least not in the cinematic universe. I don't know about the comic book universe. So bringing this character back is kind of like, okay, that's sure, great. All right. Is this character going to end up being a main character on the show? I mean, I don't see how. When you see who the character is, you'll know what I'm talking about. I mean, they could, but I don't think that this character is being set up to be the main bad guy of the show, which is what we initially thought. So I don't really know how this character, beyond just being an exposition dump, because I'm afraid that's what's going to happen next episode. They're going to go see this character, they're going to spew a bunch of stuff out, give us some exposition, and that's it. And if that's the case, okay, it is what it is. But I'm wondering if they're going to do something more with the character, because the character was one of the more interesting characters in the MCU as far as villains go. Not the most, but he had a lot of potential to be interesting. His reasoning behind doing what this character was doing was very interesting and compelling. So I'd like to see how they're going to expand upon that here in the show. Like I said, beyond that, though, not a whole lot happens in the show. We get a bit more of new Captain America, or like weird-looking face Captain America, and we get more of his backstory, so we understand he's just not some douchebag who's being Captain America. He's actually a soldier. He is decorated. He's doing he wants to do good. He wants to do Captain America proud. He doesn't just want to be a figurehead, even though we kind of get the idea that might be just what he is just kind of a mouthpiece for the government, just somebody to put out there and say, look, America, we have Captain America. He's still here. This guy actually wants to do some good, but there's some confrontation between him and Sam and Bucky and another character that comes into that, and I thought that was interesting. It wasn't really original, but that's fine. It was interesting. I am curious as to where they're going to go with it. What is this character going to be? Is he going to end up being a bad guy? Is he going to, because he doesn't seem like he's a douche. He seems like he's a nice guy. I mean, he seems like he's just trying to do the right thing, and he wants to do good. I'm wondering, is he going to get slighted or wronged, or something bad's going to happen where he's going to end up being a villain? That could be interesting if they go that route. I don't know. Or is he just going to be that side guy, the other Captain America? I don't see him staying that, though. I don't see this guy being maybe in this season, whether we don't know if we're getting another season or not, but I don't see this character being Captain America for really long in the MCU, in this universe. It doesn't work, because that's his whole shtick, is that he is playing Captain America. Nobody as far as us, the viewers and the main characters in the show, we don't want him to be. But I like the fact that they didn't just make him a generic douche, even though at times he kind of comes across that way. There's a few things he does that he's really smug sometimes, but then when you see him like in his own time, like he's not. He seems like a really nice guy, a pretty good guy. He wants to do well. And I don't know if that's like, oh, he gets in front of people, he puts his game face on and becomes that. I don't know. We'll find out more about it. There was one thing about the show. I mean, I did enjoy this episode. It didn't blow me away by any means, but I like where the show is going. It's enjoyable. It's not amazing, but we'll have to see where the other 4 episodes after this go. But there's one thing in this episode in particular that I did notice, and I couldn't help but say that's not quite right. The characters in the MCU are all very like, they're all like super strong. They all have like superpowers or something that makes them super. Even Iron Man, who's a regular guy, he's got a suit that makes him super. Bucky, he's a super soldier. You got Captain America, who's, fucking Captain America. Everybody, they do these things that they do. They can do them for a reason. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Where was I? Captain America. Oh, yeah. But all these characters, they do these superhuman feats and these things that are just kind of out there because they have something special about them. This guy who's playing Captain America, who like is the new Captain America, he doesn't. There's not anything that we know of, at least, that makes him like a super soldier or anything like that. He doesn't have a superpower. All he does is have Captain America's shield. That's it. He's not like a superhero. He's talented, and he has like all these medals of honor and Purple Heart and all that stuff and lots of medals, but he's not a superhero. So, but some of the things he does, regular people couldn't do. I mean, there's like one thing. It is cool. It's a neat little scene, but I immediately was like, "That? How did he do that?" There's a part where a character, they're fighting on top of a truck in one of the big scenes. And like I said, it's cool, but like one of the characters falls off the back of the truck, and he like, right before they hit the ground, he throws his shield like way down, and it like catches the person, and they go sliding down the street. I'm like, nobody. That's not even like it's a heightened kind of like. Nobody could fucking do that. That is like fucking impossible. I mean, Captain America could because he's a super soldier. He's got the super serum and all that stuff, and these other characters, yeah, they could do that. This guy can't. He does stuff like that in this movie or show that don't quite add up. I would have rather see him kind of jump in because there's a part where he and another character that's with him are fighting more or less alongside Bucky and Sam, and they're fighting against some super-powered individuals, and they're kind of all like holding their own. But Sam has he's not a superhero either, but he has, the jetpack with the wings and all that stuff. He has all the tech, kind of like Iron Man. And Bucky, he's got the arm, and he's a super soldier. It makes sense. But this guy comes up, all he's got is a fucking shield, and he's all of a sudden like whooping everybody's ass, holding his own with them. And I'm like, that doesn't quite make sense. I mean, if they were fighting regular people, maybe, but they're fighting super enhanced beings. I wouldn't have minded him holding his own, but I wish maybe he had gotten his ass kicked a little bit more to show, hey, you know what? Yeah, you're talented and you're holding your own against these guys, but you're not Captain America. You're still a regular guy. Because he was fighting like Captain America. I mean, he was definitely living up to the suit he was wearing because he was fighting like he was Captain America, like he was doing the hard hits and taking the hits and all that. And I mean, he's not Captain America unless he is a super soldier and we don't know it. I guess maybe we'll find that out later on. But if it doesn't come out that he is some type of super soldier, I don't get why he was able to hold his own and all that. That did not make any sense to me. Regardless of how talented he is, given the situation, he should have gotten his ass kicked a little bit. And that you may be watching this and saying, well, that's kind of nitpicky of you. But believe me, when you watch it, it's like, it's just a little, I mean, it's cool. It's enjoyable. It's fun. I'm watching it happen and I'm like, oh, well, that's neat. But cool or not and well choreographed and all that, it didn't make any sense to me. But you know what? That's really the only negative I could pull out of the thing. I mean, that and why they're going to go see this guy, or the reasoning for going to see this guy. That's the only stuff that I really pull out and say, hey, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Everything else here, I did enjoy. I had a good time with it. I'd recommend checking this one out so far. We're only 2 episodes in. Much like WandaVision, which honestly I haven't seen yet, but from what I heard, the first couple of episodes, not a lot really happened. More has happened here from what I understand than with that show, and I did appreciate the character building they had last week, and this week they had the more, world building, story building, action-packed scene. I appreciate that. And I'm wondering what's next week. Is next week going to be another character builder, or is it going to be just more and more action? Is it just going to be action from here on out? Some people might say, oh, that's great. But you know what? After a while, that will wear thin. 6 hours of nonstop action, we're going to need story. So I'm wondering where they're going with this story. Admittedly, the story, the characters here, I enjoy. The story so far isn't anything, that's just nothing special. I mean, it's is what it is. Once again, I don't know everything that's going on. At this point, I reserve my, I'm not going to judge it as of yet because who knows what it's going to be. Maybe next week the new revelations will happen and they'll blow our minds. But as of right now, I don't know. We don't know where it stands. But as it is right now, yeah, I give it a chance. It's only 45 minutes an episode, including the extremely long credits. You're only really looking at probably about 35 to 38 minutes worth of show. So it's definitely worth checking out. Check that out. And yeah, that's my review of episode 2 of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. All right, guys, hang on just a second. Okay. So yeah, that was the Winter Soldier, or what the fuck is the name of this show? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Any of you guys seen it? Let's see. I see stuff popping up in the chat here. Our guest just informed me he will be here in just a few minutes. So we'll look at the chat here real quick. He'll get dialed in here, and then we will get the rest of the show, the bulk of the show, started. Now that I think about it, I probably should have just, like, you know, postponed the show, made it a little bit later. But whatever. Let's see here. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Anyway, what are you guys saying over here? What are you guys saying? Nothing. Nobody. Oh, you guys are talking about the movie Nobody. I'm watching that this weekend. Well, I went too far back. Bud applies to everyone. I think so, Graham. I mean, Frank. Frank Graham. Greg said, I only watched 2, maybe 3 of the Fast and Furious movies. I was not impressed. It depends on which ones you watch. Like, some of them aren't the early ones aren't that great. The later ones, they're dumb as hell, but they're dumb fun. They're a good time. They can be. I mean, I think they are. That doesn't, I mean, you might not. Gaten said, I'm a gearhead and I love cars, so I was very disappointed. Yeah, that side of it, you just got to kind of like let go. Especially in the later ones, they just get really out there crazy. But even in the early ones, they try to talk. In the later ones, they're at least so far out there that they just don't give a shit. But the early ones, they talk like they know what they're talking about, but they don't. Greg said, I still love WandaVision. I haven't seen WandaVision yet, Greg. I'm going to have to watch that at some point. Catchier tunes. I heard that. I heard they, like this song they got going on with, it's, whoever the bad guy. I know everything that happens in WandaVision. It's already been spoiled for me, but yeah, it seems more unique. I'll give it that. I've never called a woman Bud, but I think, I don't think I've ever called anyone Bud, says Greg. Unless a guy's name is Bud. Yeah, there you go. Having a dirty mind is not a sad thing, Caden. It can make life very funny. That it can. Uh-oh. Alrighty, it seems our guest is trying to dial in. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna take it. What screen? I'm going to put it on this screen here for just a second, and give me just a second to get him in here, and then I will do introductions and all that sexy stuff, and then we'll get started. Just 1 sec. Give me a second, guys.
Jacob, I'm doing very well. First of all, thank you for inviting me to your stream. I've never been on a live before, and I'm very happy to be here. I started the channel May 31st of last year. It looks like everybody's saying that they can't hear us. Like they're saying that we're gonna have to go through the entire stream without them hearing us, it looks like. Yeah, I'm looking at the I have the video open.
Because, all right, there you go. Can you guys? You guys should be able to hear me now. Say something, Antonio. Let's make sure they can hear you.
Hello everyone, is the audio working?
Somebody let us know. Damn it, Antonio! You screwed me out of my $5.
Caden, that's what I'm here to do. Come on now. I had to break everyone's expectations. I've never been on camera before. This is my first ever stream. Now it looks like the video may be frozen for me, but it's all good. I mean, I see the chat. Let me refresh the video here.
Oh yeah, it should be good.
It wouldn't be Jacob if it wasn't a ID 10T error over here.
Yeah, but I think we're doing good over on my end. But okay. Well, let me do a little quick introduction. I'm going to try and make it as real as possible since I already did this. Since I couldn't hear it, that means it's going to be silent when I recut it. So let me throw this in here real quick. I'm not going to take it off. We're just going to take it from right here, just like this. Take that off of there.
Looks like I'm back.
Whoa, what was that? Never mind. Weird shit happening on the live stream. This is why we do it live, people, so you guys can see this shit show go down. Here, all right, here we go. So without any further ado, I present to you Antonio Sanders from the Antonio Sanders Movie Reviews YouTube channel. What is up, Antonio? How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing very well. Fresh off a long day, working in the ER here. It was very stressful. I'm surprised I'm in such good spirits, probably because I've never been on a live before. And, it's really kept me in a very good mood the entire day.
Awesome.
Even in stressful situations, just knowing that I was going to come home and be able to talk to everyone and, not troll the chat like I do every video. I'll be in that regard tomorrow. I'll be in trolling form for the game live. So
that's all
be
good,
ready
man.
for that.
We love you trolling the chat. It wouldn't be the chat without you there. And thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. This is your first time being on camera, I think, online at least. And this is your first live stream. It's my first guest on my podcast. So I really appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for tonight. Looking forward to getting your opinion on some of these interesting news stories I got. And it'll be nice to have somebody else to actually be able to talk to and bounce some idea or to bounce this stuff off of.
Likewise, my friend. It's definitely been a very, very lonely quarantine, I guess would be the right way to put it. I feel like I'm still in quarantine, technically. I just have lost all of my friends in the last year somehow in this stay-at-home madness.
I think that's everybody.
I had to go out. You have to be seen, to really, maintain your reputation. Otherwise, you just become a recluse, staying home, watching YouTube, scrolling nonstop.
Oh, for sure. I don't know if I ever get lonely, though. I got too many kids, so my house is always a madhouse. But yeah, I hear everybody else is just kind of sitting at home. Those four walls are getting smaller and smaller on them. But hopefully tonight we can at least virtually open up those walls for you here on the show and talk about some good stuff. But we're going to talk more about you here in just a little bit. I'm going to jump into our first story. We got a few interesting stories to talk about tonight. Want to get your opinion on them. And the first one, we'll just jump right in. The first one that we're going to talk about is Godzilla vs. Kong is stomping the shit out of the competition. According to the news, Warner Brothers' legendary Godzilla vs. Kong is crushing the China box office with a $70.5 million opening weekend, March 26th through 28th, according to figures from theatrical consultancy Artisan Gateway, because it's not actually out here. It actually comes out tonight at midnight, I think, here in the States. The China box office contributed to an international total of $122 million from 38 markets, representing the biggest opening for a Hollywood movie globally in the pandemic era. The film opens in North America in cinemas and on HBO Max on March 31st and will open in Japan, the home of Godzilla, in May. That's odd. The MonsterVerse mashup took $20.9 million on its opening day in China, Friday, March 26th, according to Mayon figures, slightly ahead of the previous film in the franchise, Godzilla King of the Monsters. That's interesting, which grossed $20.7 million on its opening day in May 2019. No other release this year or this week has come close to Godzilla vs. Kong in China last weekend. I find this really interesting because I think it's crazy. That is like by far the most money any fucking movie has made this year, like anywhere, not just in China, but anywhere. I mean, I know everybody doesn't like follow the how much money the movies are making and stuff. I watch that stuff. I find it interesting and weird like that. But nothing, even Tenet, that was the one that everybody said was going to save the movie theaters. It didn't come anywhere near this. That's $122 million, and it hasn't even opened here in its home. Well, not Godzilla's, but this movie's home country, the U.S. That's insane, man. What about Antonio? Do you think you'll? I mean, where do you stand on Godzilla versus Kong or the whole monster verse? Do you think you're going to be going to see this? You're going to watch it at home, or could you not give a damn?
Personally, Godzilla actually brings me a lot of nostalgia. You know, like I can take it back to when my dad is personally a big fan of both King Kong and Godzilla. The thing of it is that I grew up watching Godzilla and Godzuki, the cartoon. Remember that from Cartoon Network?
Yeah.
It was a cartoon version of Godzilla that used to play in like the early '90s, and that sort of, I think it was to attract newer audiences. You know, because before that it was like those robotic Godzilla, like, oh, the people are attacking the city, and they would be in like Japan, and it's black and white, and they had realized as time went on that wasn't really going to appeal, you know, like you did with, like, okay, take the whole what is it, the Bears, how they made the Bears into the scary movie now, like sort of like the Freddy's thing.
Oh yeah, Five Nights at
like
Freddy's.
Yeah, they have those that animatronic scary movie that was like about the band.
Willy's Wonderland. Oh no, you're talking about well, it's Willy's Wonderland, but there's also the Banana Splits. That was an actual show back in the day. Yeah,
Banana Splits. Okay, so they took something that was actually a child happy, you know, show. It wasn't a cartoon. It was just that live thing, right? Like
yeah.
Movie live. And they actually totally transformed the genre into a scary movie. I feel like what they did with that was that they not only brought newer audiences to the actual you know, the entire Banana Splits idea, but they, you know, scared the crap out of a lot of kids and probably forced them to you know what I mean, like, because parents didn't know what to expect when they saw that. Really, I mean, think about if you just remembered it from when, you know, it was a nice show back in whenever, and you saw it like, oh, the Banana Splits, let me show my, you know, my kids something that I saw when I was a kid, and you go in there and you see what it's like, and it's like, oh, okay,
this is not what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they were trying to retain the same audience by making that into a scary movie, but I hope they don't go further with that. Like, I could see Barney becoming horror.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome, dude.
Teletubby.
The Teletubby, yes.
Sun in the sky with the baby face. I mean, how cringe was that?
Oh yeah, that's you know, Teletubbies was before my time, so I didn't or no, not before, it was after my time, so I didn't really and it was after my time and a little bit, I guess, before my kids' time, so that was perfect. I didn't really have to deal with the Teletubbies, but I'm very well aware of them, and those things are probably more terrifying than any of those movies, including Godzilla or Kong. So I'm with you there. I mean, this thing though, coming out, I mean, this is like I don't have the numbers in front of me. Like as far as like China, because China is the second biggest. I think America's the first, and China's the second biggest market in the world as far as movies go. It hadn't always been that way, but in the past like 10 years, they've become the second biggest market because a whole bunch of motherfuckers live over there. But but even because I mean, let's be depending on who you are, most people will at least agree whether how it started or whatever. That's where the pandemic began, was over there. So the fact that that's like ground zero, and that's China, and in the middle of this pandemic, $122 million. That's in a less than a week. That's insane. That is crazy amount. That it clearly shows that people are ready to get the fuck out of the house. They are ready to get out and get to see some movies. This really, I was surprised by this mostly because you keep seeing all these movies that are moving out of the way, and they're like, oh, we're moving Fast 9 out a month. We're moving Black Widow, I talked about last week. All these movies keep shifting because everybody's afraid to take that jump. They're afraid to put their, $200 million movie out there, and it doesn't perform. But I think this just goes to show, man, you put something that you put a product out there that people want, which clearly they want this, people are going to go see it. It'll make money. So I think it's kind of the way I look at this is not just that this is, a product that people want, but speaking to the other stuff, stop making trash that people don't want. Stop making a bunch of shit that nobody wants to see. Make stuff that people want to see, regardless if you are into Godzilla or Kong. Clearly there's an audience for it. People want to see it. Put out good stuff that people want to see, and they'll go see it. That being said, I haven't seen the movie, so I have no idea. I was going to watch it tonight or tomorrow afternoon, so it might be total trash. I don't know. But you know what? It's trash that people wanted to see, and I'm happy to see that it is doing well. I hope it's good, because I'm going to waste 2 hours of my life watching it if it's not.
I definitely think it's worth a watch. I may order it myself, actually. As far as, just studios being afraid to put their movies out there, I can understand that. I mean, you just have to look at the different revenue streams that exist, and, it's just about, like, what you can make in the box office. I don't know if they didn't just look at just regular ticket sales pre-COVID, did they? There were other ways of, like, taking in income. Wasn't box office like everything combined as far as sales from the theaters?
The box office is legit only movie ticket sales. That is only movie ticket sales.
Okay. And in that regard, then what I was going to say is that you just have to take a look at the revenue that they have brought in, look at old data versus what they used to bring in from the movie theaters, because not everybody is going to have time to sit up and watch a movie at home. Like when I went to the movies, that was one thing I knew I was going to come out of there with, was an actual sense of having seen the movie, like itself.
Can't
when
pause
I'm at home, when I'm at home, I have to watch something like 2 and 3 different times and rewind parts, just different things. And I really, especially if I haven't seen it, like watching something the first time at home, like it's like you have ADD at home. Like, people are calling your name, the dogs are bothering you, and there's just like, okay, I didn't really get the gist of what that was about.
For sure.
And then also, I'm looking at Wikipedia, honestly, before I even watch a movie at home. In the theater, I would see a preview of something I liked, and it would just be, you would be totally surprised, and you would have like this great conversation walking out of the theater. That would be like, that's something I really miss about going to the movies, would be that initial like effect after I remember I saw The Strangers in 2008, and my date, she actually wanted to walk out of the theater, but I was like so entranced within the movie that I hadn't seen anything that scary in years. And then, to be honest, I don't compare anything really to that till Sinister was probably the last scary movie that I feel like was actually scary for real. The first one.
Yeah, Sinister was good.
Yeah, and I just, I'm sure that there's been other great movies. I have seen great movies being at home, but the theater just really provided something for me. Like, it was like I had tunnel vision with a movie I really wanted to see in the theaters. And I've seen things in IMAX, I've paid extra. I've gone to drive-ins, that's something that I would really like. I live next door to the drive-in, actually.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, I can't see how COVID would have, sorry to even mention that. I can't see how that would have stopped that from taking place. So I'd like to do that this spring, at least go back to the drive-in, if not a theater.
Oh, for sure. I love drive-in. There's only one drive-in, and it's a ways away from here, but and it's a bit of a haul to get there, and it's not the greatest drive-in, but beyond that, there's no like drive-in around where I live. So Yeah, but that'd be you would have thought that drive-ins would have thrived during all this, but whatever. But I mean, with this though, I mean, I just think that this really does go far to show. I am happy that the movie's doing well. I'm interested to see what it's going to do over here. I don't think it's going to bring in as much here because when it comes to here, it's on HBO Max as well. So, I mean, HBO Max, a lot of people are going to choose to watch this movie at home. That's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not going to theater to see it. I'm going to watch it here tomorrow evening or this evening. So, I mean, I do wonder how they're going to like. I guess the value proposition for them is they're bringing this big movie to their streaming platform because you don't have to pay. It's not like Disney Plus. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's just on there. So, like, I guess they're hoping that it will bring in subscribers, and that's how they're going to, I don't know how they're going to gauge how successful the movie is, though. Because, I mean, the way we've always done it is this right here, $122 million, which, if this was a year and a half ago and Godzilla vs. Kong came out and it made $122 million, we'd be like, it's all right. That's okay. We would expect for like $400 million opening weekend, or maybe not that much, but a whole lot more money than that. But I mean, 122 is extremely respectable right now. I mean, like nothing else is coming anywhere close to it since we went into this lockdown. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm interested. I just hope it's not like the last one I watched, the King of the Monsters. It looked so cool in the trailer, and then when I finally watched it, I was kind of disappointed. I didn't hate it, but I was disappointed by it. I'm hoping this one, is better than that, and I hope it comes over here and does some gangbusters too, and maybe that'll be what gets people out there to say, oh, yeah, okay, this is, we can go out and do things. Let's go out and let's go to theaters and stuff like that, because I don't want theaters to go away. I like watching movies at home, admittedly, but I'd hate if the option for me to go to theaters wasn't there anymore, because there is
the idea of it.
Yeah, like you said, it's an experience. Do I want to see? I do like, especially watching as many movies as I do, having the option to watch them at home. But sometimes, I mean, that's an experience. No matter how big of a TV you got and surrounded, it's not the same. That experience of going to the theaters, getting your drink and your big ass nasty buttery popcorn and Twizzlers or whatever, and sitting in this theater.
Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, it's just not the same. So I am hoping, and this does give me hope that theaters aren't going to go away anytime soon. But from that, we have one more monster that we're going to talk about this evening. This is one that I bet you probably know a bit more about this particular monster property than I do, if I had to guess. Could be wrong, but we're going to find out. I'm talking about, actually, this story involves one of my favorite directors ever. I love this guy. He does great work, but he's talking about this particular popular property that I'm interested in hearing more about, and I'm talking about The Creature from the Black Lagoon, and that director will be Robert Rodriguez. Apparently, it's not just him, it's another guy, this Greg Nicotero. The Walking Dead producer-director Greg Nicotero thinks that he and Robert Rodriguez could make a pretty great remake of The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Speaking to comicbook.com, Nicotero, I'm going to trip over that name every time, talked about remakes and reimaginings because he's currently one of the folks behind Creepshow, the remake that airs on Shudder. And with his experience and absolute love of the original, the filmmaker believes that he and Robert Rodriguez could team up for a great creature film. I mean, I love Robert Rodriguez, so anything he makes, I'm going to watch. According to Nicotero, he says, and I do like some of the stuff he says here. Let me go through this real quick. I think for any creature monster kid, Creature from the Black Lagoon is the quintessential monster movie, Nicotero said. I think Robert Rodriguez and I always talk about like, hey man, maybe we should co-direct a Creature from the Black Lagoon movie, because he and I have identical taste. We love Jaws, we love The Thing, we love Escape from New York, and Blade Runner. We toy with the idea, like, this is written really weird. We toy with the idea of like, wouldn't it be cool if we remade Creature from the Black Lagoon? And I know they've been trying to do it forever, but for me, that's the quintessential, I think I said quintessential Universal monster movie. All of these remakes and retellings and stuff, and the one thing that they need to have is they need to have respect and passion for the genre. I couldn't agree more with that. It's not just taking a title and putting your own spin on it, because if anybody can put whatever spin on that they want, because everyone's going to have a different approach. But you have to have respect for the original material he added. I feel like that, for me, is one of the things that really drives me, because I have respect for the storytelling that was done on the original Creepshow and everything that George did, talking about George A. Romero, everything that Stephen King has done. So to have the ability to approach a project like that with respect, I feel, is the key ingredient in the success of rebooting anything. I don't know how you feel about it, and I don't know how much the Creature from the Black Lagoon means to you. Me, myself, I don't have like I'm aware of the Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's not like I have like this huge fondness of it. I think that it is something that's one of the creatures, besides, what was it, Monster Squad in the 80s, that we haven't seen since the originals. I think Robert Rodriguez could probably put a really neat spin on it. This guy is talking a really good game. He's saying all the right things. I do think that when it comes to remaking something, rebooting, anything like that, you do have to have that respect and love and care for it. You don't need to be there just for a paycheck. If not, you're going to fuck it up. So I like everything he's saying, but I mean, saying and doing are two different things. Now, as it stands right now, this movie is not in production or anything, but they are in talks. They're talking to news outlets about it and stuff like that. So this seems like something Robert Rodriguez would do. It seems like kind of just like that out there movie, and I'm sure he's working on something right now, but there's nothing like huge that he's working on that we know of right now. So what do you think about seeing Robert Rodriguez or not, just a Creature from the Black Lagoon remake, and how's the Creature from the Black Lagoon relate to you?
To be completely honest with you, Jacob, I really can't speak to the Creature from the Black Lagoon. I would be interested in seeing the movie. I am familiar with the title. I would put that definitely in the category of just, great horror movies like, Don't Look Now and Suspiria and things of that nature. But as far as Robert Rodriguez, I do like him. He was behind, Grindhouse and Machete.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Sin City.
he worked with Quentin Tarantino a lot. So I really did like those movies. So in that regard, and then we know Nicotero from Day of the Dead, right? So
I think he's in Day of the Dead. I know he works on The Walking Dead too, but he may have been on part of Day of the Dead as well.
The way I think about it, those two in a mashup could be like, in regards to any movie monster, would be a good collaboration. But I do agree with what that person said about the respect in terms of the remakes, because that's one thing that I feel like a lot of these newer directors are lacking. Like, it's okay to put your own spin on something, but it's like, you can't, you just can't take something and change it up to your own liking, and to me, trademark infringement. I mean, it's like, you can't pour Pepsi in a Coke bottle and then serve it as Coke. Like, that's not, I mean, even if Pepsi may be okay with that, because personally I don't like Pepsi, they have a product that they stand by. I mean, that's why Stephen King doesn't get involved in a lot of stuff that people remake. I mean, for one thing, a book is always subjective. I mean, people don't know how to interpret. I mean, everybody interprets a book differently. So I know he always stands, and every time he hears about one of his remakes, he probably just sits back like, okay, let me see what they do. I'm not going to involve myself in any regard to your movie, because that would lend a bias towards me liking you as a director more so than the other dozen people that have done remakes of my movies. And it's like, why should I get with you? And then the few people that he has gotten involved with, it's usually not on his big movies. Like, I mean, like, he's been there for like his smaller movies that not many people have seen. Like, he's been involved with
a lot of the TV movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to mention, like Storm of the Century and things, Rose Red, things like that people really haven't seen. But there are people that have read those books and haven't seen the movies. And sure, that's the same thing. Like, when you think a book is better than a movie, it's usually because you appreciate the original content. So,
sure.
I mean, there are just a lot of things that I don't honestly want to see remade at all. And I'm like, like Candyman, for instance. I'm glad they put Tony Todd in it, but if they hadn't, then I probably wouldn't even have seen it. I was like, okay, personally, Transformers, when they remade that, I was really upset. I am a big fan of G1 Transformers, the cartoon from 1987 and 1993.
Yeah. And
the 1986 movie was very near and dear to my heart, the cartoon movie. And then when they just, they remade it, and then they used Bumblebee, and it just really made me
He
mad.
became a
Bumblebee was a
Camaro.
very minuscule character in the sense of the thing. He was like a pet to the Transformers. Like, they should have had so many more people that would have made that into a $122 million, in his first couple of days.
Sure.
I'm sure it did shatter the records that it, did.
Oh yeah, it did well.
Just because of that, everybody has such high expectations. I like the movie itself, but I'm saying that there are always going to be those hardcore fans, especially when you make a remake of something that you have to. I mean, like, take The Shining, okay, and then take Doctor Sleep. Doctor Sleep was a great movie, but that brought out the fans of The Shining.
Sure.
And it's like Doctor Sleep had such a great movie with those powers being stolen and everything. Like, they didn't really have anything to do with The Shining, so they should have just didn't. Maybe they shouldn't have correlated them.
That movie was a catch-22 for them. There's no way they could have followed up The Shining and people weren't going to give them shit. I mean, it wasn't a remake, but it was almost like it was a remake because it had been so long and it was dealing with that same world. So I see what you're saying. Like, they were
to avoid stepping into great. It's like the quote is avoid stepping in a great man's shoes, because you end up. You know what I mean? Don't, like, if you're the president's son, okay? Everybody's going to be looking at you like, oh, are you going to become the president tomorrow? That may not even be your aspiration.
Yeah.
But because, like these remakes, like, especially if something's just pivotal, the upper echelon of that genre, and then people decide that, oh, I'm going to just see if I can repackage this, and even, they don't even have, how could you possibly think that you're going to even reach the, that movie may have been one of the ones that inspired you to, like me. That's why I haven't done Basic Instinct or Fatal Attraction. Those movies are like what led me to do this genre, basically. It's
Sure.
like if I were to just make some, goofy, effortless video on Basic Instinct, that would be me, like, turning in my thesis paper. And, at the end of my, like my thesis, I'm just not going to care about that. I've had like a 3.5 all the way up to I'm finally about to turn in my thesis, and I just decided to make that video 4 minutes long. Here you go, guys. It would just be like, I want to save that to where I can actually respect it and do well with it, So
Sure.
That's how I feel about remakes and things.
I think the remake in Hollywood now, it's almost like it's becoming a bad word. It is. It kind of has. I think typically there is a negative connotation attached to the word remake or even reboot, because they just remake everything. It's like you hear a lot of people say there's no original ideas in Hollywood anymore. That's why. I think there are original ideas, but I think there's a whole lot of people looking back wanting to remake things. My question is, it sounds like this guy wants to remake it for the right reason, because I do think that, like, I always wanted to see, and they've done it now, but before they had done it, I always wanted to see a remake. I don't want to see a remake of a lot of stuff. I wanted to see a remake of Planet of the Apes before we got the Tim Burton and so on. I wanted to see that because this is one of my favorite movies, and I was like, this movie could actually benefit from being remade in modern day. It didn't. Right. If you've seen the Tim Burton one, it did not. It wasn't until years later that we got the good ones. But either way, I wanted that. But I wanted it because I thought, hey, there's a reason, not just to make money, this movie could benefit from it. And I think a lot of remakes, like all these Texas Chainsaw Massacre remakes and even the Transformers, I could see that because, I don't know, like a live action one, if they could have done that back then. Now, where they went with it, that's a different story, but I get that. But some movies, I feel like more movies are remade for the wrong reason than anything, and that's why, not for a passion and a love for the property, but for the wrong damn reasons, and that's why a lot of these remakes end up failing, or not even financially. A lot of these remakes make a lot of money. I mean, they make a lot of money.
That's what I was just getting on. It's just clickbait. Like, thinking since of us being YouTubers, it's just a clickbait title. And then it's packaged up in a winning name already, okay? People
Exactly.
are going to be on already just by hearing one of their favorite movies are being remade. And
Sure.
they may not even have any expectations for it. Just the fact that the premise is the same, that may be enough just to draw them out to it. Just that someone even likes the movie that they like. A lot of movies I don't think anyone else has even seen, and then I'll put it on, sneakily, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's my favorite movie too," and it's like, so.
I mean, I don't know, man. I like what this guy's saying, and I think Robert Rodriguez makes it. I'll be behind it. I mean, I even watched that the movie on Netflix not long ago, We Can Be Heroes. It's pretty much Shark Girl and Lava Boy 2. If I watch that of his, I'll watch anything. So I'm down with him. I think that the guy, he's a really creative director, and I don't feel like Robert Rodriguez makes a movie. If they come out and say, yes, the Nicotero and Robert Rodriguez are making Creature from the Black Lagoon, I'll feel pretty comfortable with it because I don't feel like Robert Rodriguez ever gets involved with a movie that he's not passionate about. And not saying he doesn't always make a hit, but I think that you can tell he's passionate about the movies he makes. So while I don't have like a particular nostalgia or fondness of the Creature from the Black Lagoon, it's been so long since the damn thing's been around. If it's done right and it's done with the right love and care and they preserve the spirit of the original, then I'd be down with seeing a Creature from the Black Lagoon remake. I mean, it worked for like Invisible Man. They came out with that one and I was like, oh, that's going to be terrible. That was actually pretty good. And there's something else here recently, I can't remember. They've remade a couple of these things, and I feel like they've gotten the right people with the right mindsets to make them, and they've actually turned out well. But you never know. It's like a crapshoot, man, with these remakes, because there's so many of them that are remade, rebooted, retooled, and you're just like, why are you doing this? Well, the answer is money. I don't know if the Creature from the Black Lagoon, well, yeah, it's name recognition. I think everybody's heard the name, but I don't think it's one of those names that most people are going to hear and they're going to be like, fuck yeah, I got to go see that right now. I think people are just going to be like, oh, yeah, that's a fish guy, I think. Yeah. Monster Squad? Yeah. I mean, it's not... Name recognition will help, but I don't think it's going to sell it. Now, Creep Show that Nicotero's in, I have not seen the Creep Show that's on Shudder. I've seen the movies from back in the day. I love those. But I hear the Creep Show is really good, and he's claiming that that's why he got involved with Creep Show, and that's why it's been well, because he had a care and a love for that property, and he went into it that way. And that's how he's wanting to go into this. So if that be the case, I mean, these might be the right guys for it. And I wish them all the luck, and I hope so. I'll be keeping my... ear to the ground to see if maybe in the next year or two we're going to get a Creature from the Black Lagoon reboot. Who knows? We'll see.
If they do that, they might as well do Swamp Thing. I mean, come on. I'm all about that.
Well, they did. The
Toxic
oh,
Avenger.
Shit, yeah. Now, if Toxic Avenger is remade, it would have to be remade by Troma, though. Because you can't make like a big budget Toxic Avenger that loses it'll lose its appeal. That's one of the great things about the Toxic Avengers. It's so low budget, it's so janky that's what makes it work. But no, I am interested to see where they go with this, and I hope if it happens, I hope these guys are the ones involved, and if they are, then I'll be interested to see what they got. All right, so we're going to take a quick break and take a look at the chat and see what you guys are saying and what's going on. I got some super chats. Thank you, Frank and Greg, both of you. In honor of Antonio's first live stream, we got a $5 super chat, and Frank said, good on you, Greg. I'll join you in that Antonio's premiere. Look at you, Antonio. You driving revenue to the channel.
Thank you, my brothers. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
One and all.
Very appreciate that.
Hayden, Greg, Frank, everyone, I appreciate you all. I feel like, I know all you guys. It may as well be one of you sitting here. So, it would have been just as good. It's a pleasure to do this on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I thank Jacob for doing this, to be honest with you. I mean, it's like, it feels like, real engagement. So I can get on my Facebook and not even have as much fun with 1,600 friends, to be honest with you. It's just like, I'm good on, it's just like, I mean, I don't know. It's just talking to different people, and you don't even know who's going to enter. And I didn't even really get a chance to post anything on my own page because I had just got out of work and wanted to scramble to get my background set up, and I knew Jacob was starting at 10. I didn't want him to be late, and
I'm always late.
Thank you all.
It's all good though.
You're good. Always late but worth the wait. All right.
Oh yeah, somebody said that recently. But
I used to have a keychain with a turtle on it that said that, and it just broke off one day. I was so upset. I used to say that to my boss like 3 times a week. All right.
I should have said that to my bosses. I probably would have gotten fired because I was always late to work too.
Took my points like a champ. That's for sure.
So let's see here. We got I lost my place. I don't. This is you guys are saying a lot in this chat. I don't have time to go back and read it all, but I appreciate everything you guys are saying. But let me skip down here and see some of the more recent stuff.
Thanks, Caden. None of it's scripted either, which my videos are usually scripted, and Jacob's talking to me on the fly here. So I'm like, let me see what I know about Robert Rodriguez as to talk a somewhat on a intelligent but not so intelligent level, on a dumb smart level about the movies that Jacob and I are collaborating about. I definitely am familiar with most of his movies, so that's why I'm here. So. I'm looking forward to his next question. What's my favorite ice cream? That would be Moose Tracks. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's Robert Rodriguez, though. And I probably know a bit more about him than a lot of people because he is one of my favorite directors. Back in the day, I wanted to make movies. I wrote scripts and stuff like that. Never got into it, but I did. I made a short, never released it. But he inspired me because he made his first movie he made when he was 21. It was called El Mariachi, and he made it for like $7,000. And I mean, if you look at it now, yeah, it's rough, but it looks like a legit movie from 1992. I think is when it came out. It doesn't look like, compared to other movies that came out that cost millions of dollars, it looks like that. The guy's known for just cutting corners. He wrote a book called Rebel Without a Crew, where he comes in and like studios will be like, we'll give you all this money to make this movie. He's like, I don't need that much. And he'll come in and just make just as good a movie on the cheap. I mean, he's made some people give him a hard time about his Spy Kids movies, but I mean, they're kids movies. I think they're fun. I mean, the kids like them, and that's their audience, so they're working. But, he also made Sin City. A lot of people, that kind of got him more into the consciousness of most people right there with Sin City. But he has, like you said... And
that was like a Max Payne sort of situation, right? Like Sin City. I get those, like, one of them was like black... I mean, I remember black and white with like specks of color.
Yeah, it was black and white. He developed this thing where it was shot in... It was shot in color, but it was made in black and white. It looked like the graphic novel was in black and white. So it was real striking pictures and stuff.
Right. Nothing to do with Max Payne, though, right?
No, but I mean, Max Payne...
See, that's what I mean. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. Nothing to do with Max Payne, but I did know the black and white with the red. All right, I got half credit on that one.
Well, Max Payne had a lot of the artwork for Max Payne looks like that. It has that kind of black and white, very contrasting blacks and whites, and then like a little bit of color. And Sin City does do that a lot. It has a lot of the very little color, like some reds or maybe some yellows here or there, just in like eye color, things like that. Most of it's black and white. It's supposed to look like the graphic novel, and it does. If you look at the graphic novel, some of the shots in that movie are straight up out of it. It's a gorgeous movie. I love that fucking movie. I even like the second one. A lot of people give the second one some shit. I think that movie's beautiful to look at.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. Aesthetically pleasing movies are definitely ones that I like to watch myself. Like, whether it be I put movies on just to go to bed. Movies that I like that I don't really necessarily have to watch. I know what's gonna happen, and I don't really go to sleep in a dark room. Like, I have movies playing. That's from growing up. I feel like that's how I've seen so many movies, to be honest with you. It's just from waking up, watching the same thing. I remember I would hear my TV shut off and the VCR would start rewinding again after the movie would turn off.
Oh man, VCRs were hard. Oh Lord, man, I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore.
I think that if they brought a movie out on VHS only, that would be it, like a banger, and it was only released on VHS. So many people would run out and...
They've released some movies on VHS. There's been like a few of these niche movies and stuff that they did just like that are kind of retro movies. They have released some movies recently. Not all, I don't think they're only on VHS, but they have released VHS copies of them. I've heard about them. I don't have them. I have a VCR around here somewhere, but I don't ever use it. I do not miss rewinding tapes. I know it kind of it gives you that nostalgia when you put the tape in, but beyond that, I'm like I'll watch my digital version or my Blu-ray or something.
Did you ever make any of your employees put that "Be kind, please rewind" sticker on just like every case? Like, there's 100 cases over there. You'd be like, Billy, go and sticker the cases.
Yeah, they had to put them in all of them. They come in every time we had to do that we get the movies on.
You guys charged a fee if you didn't rewind.
Oh yeah. Because we'd have to sit over there and fucking rewind them things. We had those little rewinders, and we'd have to sit there. and
The
rewind the damn
rental
movie.
itself was only a fraction of what you guys were raking in dough with. Like there were late fees, just
Oh, I had
new car was like $10, just all kind of just goofy fees though.
there were people. I had people like try and physically fight me over late fees. It was like I had a guy who like the one that got the I guess quote unquote scariest is he came around the counter and he started coming at me. I picked up a stapler and a tape dispenser. I was like, "You come over here, I'm hitting you," and I was like, "Don't do it, man."
Was it over? Just asking by chance.
It's a,
Showgirls.
oh hell, I don't remember. I don't remember the movie. I just remember it was only like $4 too. It was like a $4 late fee. I was like, dude, it was late because we did, believe it or not. Now whether they all researched them properly or not, I don't know. There were ways to tell if the movie was actually late. I can't remember exactly how it was. It had something to do with the number on there, and there were ways to tell if the movie was there. Even if a movie didn't get checked in properly, if it was within the store, there were ways to be able to tell if it was actually late or not. I can't remember what it was. Hell, I worked there fucking 20 years ago, but
right.
but then we did have ways.
I feel like we sort of brought them back. It's crazy how that documentary just came out because. Like this channel, all of us, like these lives, we were talking about Blockbuster like months ago, and now all of a sudden that documentary comes back out, and they're probably doing major numbers now because of that. Just suddenly, it's
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they
out.
finally closed the last one down here recently.
They closed it down?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I've heard it finally closed during the pandemic.
The documentary came out. Wow, that like hurt my feelings.
Like it was just recently
Pizza
I heard
Hut
about it.
left my city too. The only one we had that hurt my feelings too.
We still got a Pizza Hut right down the street. Nobody ever goes there, but there's one there.
On their way out.
Greg said the remake of the Swamp Thing was amazing. Yeah, they just had a show. Is that the one you're talking about, Greg? You had mentioned Swamp Thing, Antonio. There was a show that just came out that I heard was awesome, but it got canceled after one season. I think it got canceled before the season ended. They may have released all the episodes, but I haven't seen it, but it just came out like a year or two ago. But there's a new Swamp Thing show that's supposed to be really fucking cool, and Wolfman's got nards. See, Greg knows what's up with the Monster Squad. Somebody said that picture looked like their dad. I hope they weren't talking about the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Wow.
I learned Basic Instinct 2 also has Sharon Stone, I believe, says Greg. I haven't seen Basic Instinct 2. Yeah, that came out like years later, I think. It came out like around 2000 or something like that.
Man, I must have really missed that one. I haven't seen it. I knew it existed, but I just didn't know Sharon Stone was, and it wasn't. It didn't really, it wasn't really something that I was interested in watching. I guess.
Vaguely remember it. The Thing 1988 was a remake. Says great. The Thing 1988. You mean 1982? There's a thing. The Thing in 1982.
Keith David and Kurt Russell.
Yeah,
that was a great movie.
That is
what was the name of the Space Exploration Lab or something they were in, or
no, it was just a research lab or something up in the Antarctic. That is my number one.
I mean, the name, they had a name to them, didn't they? They were all wearing like the same T-shirt or something.
Oh hell, I can't remember.
I have the movie actually. I have a bunch of movies. I need to start. I mean, that was one thing I was gonna say about like TVs in regard to what you said earlier. I just only watch things on my my computer now. So going to the theater was like actually. I don't really watch TV. You know what I mean? I watch movies and such on my desktop. So I just feel like I don't really get the adequate experience that I used to of actually like watching a movie.
I do too. Especially now, I watch a lot of movies on my desktop because I get like the screeners I get, they're all through like Vimeo and stuff like that. And I don't want to go through. Sometimes I'll hook up my computer to the TV and watch them, but I end up watching a lot of movies on my computer. So you're right. Like going to the theater now would be an even bigger thing because I'd be going from like this little screen. I mean, to like just So
you'd be ready to review the movie like that day. You know, you wouldn't have to sit up and watch it 85 times and then review it. It's like, oh, I remember the entire movie, and
Oh, here's your shit right here. Greg said Showgirls was classic, Saved by the Bell at its finest. I guarantee
Indeed.
Antonio knows all about some Showgirls.
Saved by the Bell actually is one of my favorite shows, and in that regard, Jesse was very good in Showgirls, I must say.
It's a good pool scene.
I like
that movie. I
like
remember.
Striptease too, actually. Demi Moore.
Demi Moore.
Striptease.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
probably never do those movies, probably because they're just corny. They're not really. They have no plot really. They're just kind of like goofy.
They got
What
plots.
is it?
TNA.
Rain. Well, yeah, that is a plot. That's all. I mean,
It's a great
but
plot.
it's
I watch a lot of movies with that plot, Antonio. I can't review them though
when
because
people
they're.
recommend movies to me now, that's what I ask them. I'm like, oh, is there any, and they're like, oh, nope. I'm like, well, sorry. They're like, oh, you're some mannish guy. I'm like, no, that's just the genre of my channel. I can't really, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, not that I even put those parts in there. It's just that it has to be some element of like love and romance in order. It doesn't have to be that per se. But I'm just saying that I really would, appreciate movies that had love and romance. You know, someone will just be like, "Oh, you should do Weekend at Bernie's." I'll be like, "Oh, let me shoot that over to my bro Jacob." You know, yeah, but thank you.
Weekend
like,
at
where do you
Bernie's.
even
Holy
get
shit!
that?
I
Like,
forgot
they'll
about
comment
that.
something like that on like, just like say Basic Instinct, for instance. I'll get a comment that'll be like, "Oh, are you gonna do RoboCop after this?"
Yeah, that fits right
Sure,
into
let
your
me
genre.
get right on that right away.
All right, so let's jump into this next one. These next two, they are actually related. Okay, let me put my game face on. So, coming off of all that monster goodness, we're going to jump into some comic book goodness from there. That is all the rage nowadays. And this is actually the last story. We have no idea if it's coming. This one we know is coming. And actually, there was some breaking news about it today as well. And I'm talking about Black Adam. The Black Adam movie coming out with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. We got a little bit of information about that one, and it's in the shape of its villain, or not the villain. I'm not sure if he's a villain or not, but he's a character. Pierce Brosnan, sorry, the former James Bond actor, will play the part of Dr. Fate via The Hollywood Reporter, a character known to be an analog to Marvel's Doctor Strange. And to be fair, DC's version came first, but he's lesser known at this point, which is actually the case you find with a lot of characters in the Marvel DC thing. DC, I found, has actually released their doppelganger character before Marvel. Marvel, in a lot of cases, took the bait with DC. But anyway, Fate will be a member of the Justice Society of America, which already includes Aldous Hodge as Hawkman, Noah Centineo as Atom Smasher, and Quintessa Swindell as Cyclone. In the comics, Fate is Kent Nelson, the son of an archaeologist who was taught sorcery skills and given the magical Helmet of Fate. Black Adam will be directed by I'm going to butcher this name, Jume Call It Sarah. Yeah, that person. Stars Dwayne Johnson as the titular anti-hero and also co-stars Sarah Shai and Marwan Kenzari. The film was originally set for December 21st, December 2021, but Dwayne Johnson, who was starring as the titular character, shared on his Instagram Sunday that the DC superhero film will release on July 29th, 2022, so it's been pushed back a little bit too. It says that the synopsis of the film is a disruptive and unstoppable force. Oh, this isn't a synopsis. This is his tweet or Instagram message, whatever. A disruptive and unstoppable force of a message from the man in black himself. Johnson captioned the post that showed Times Square featuring a Black Adam visual teaser. The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change, he said. The short spot with the release date was also aired during Sunday NCAA game. Production on the film is slated to begin in April in Atlanta. Oh, that's not far from here. I don't know a lot about Black Adam or this Dr. Fate beyond they were characters in the Injustice game that I played. I'm aware of them. I know Black Adam has ties to Shazam, and I didn't really know much about Shazam, except Shazam was originally named Captain Marvel before Marvel's Captain Marvel. That shit gets really confusing if you go back and look at it. But I didn't know really much about that character either until the movie in 2019 came out. But apparently these two, that and Shazam, are connected somehow. And this Dr. Fate character, I don't really know anything about these characters, and that kind of makes it even more exciting for me, honestly. I'm more excited to see this Black Adam movie with all these characters and stuff that I know fuck all nothing about than like the next Spider-Man, because I've seen everything there is to see about Spider-Man or Batman or all that. This is a fresh, to me at least, to moviegoers, fresh character, and I'm kind of excited to see this. He is an anti-hero, I think, so I don't know exactly what his powers are. I think he has similar powers to Shazam, but I'm interested in seeing this. And Pierce Brosnan, anytime he's going to show up in something, that's a suave ass motherfucker. He wasn't necessarily my favorite Bond, but man, he just really suave ass motherfucker. He wasn't necessarily my favorite Bond, but man, he just really had the, maybe not so much the action part, but just the James Bond suaveness. He had it in spades. So I'm looking forward to seeing him as this character. And I'm just kind of looking forward to this movie. And what we're sitting at, I think it said July 29th, 2022. So just over a year away. And we'll be seeing us. And anytime The Rock is in something, yes, he's cheesy and he's kind of goofy. And some of his movies are kind of like dumb fun. But man, the key word there is fun. That guy is one of the most charismatic human beings I have ever seen in my life. So I'm looking forward to this. How about you, Antonio?
Totally. I definitely agree with what you said about Dwayne Johnson. He's ever since he was a wrestler, like he always sort of was able. I don't remember anything about like his wrestling moves per se, but I do remember his basically marketing. Like, do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Like jabroni and all of those things are what sticks with me now. And now, really, I mean, a lot of kids probably don't even remember, that he was a wrestler to begin with. They're just like, oh, okay, that's that guy from the 6 Fast and the Furious movies that I've watched. You know what I mean? From 1999 all the way until whenever. That's how they know him. They don't know that he was on SmackDown. And what was this move that he used to do?
Oh, man, I didn't follow wrestling, so I don't know.
Neither did I. Everybody that I knew talked about it so much that I feel like I sort of was like a second-hand fan of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just like Family Guy.
Yeah.
Like, I really have never really watched Family Guy.
Really? Family Guy's great.
But, I've watched it, but I feel like I've heard so many people quote it, and there's so many people that I know that are giant fans of Stewie and everything else that I kind of like. If I just saw the characters, I would know who they were, even if I couldn't even tell you their names, you know?
Oh, yeah. Family Guy's hilarious.
I'm definitely excited that there's been a new introduction to the universe itself, because, they're just on a train that's just gaining more and more momentum, to be honest with you.
Well,
I was just going to say there's definitely voids to be filled. With the loss of Chadwick Boseman, you know what I mean? Just who would have even thought that would have happened? And now, who knows about the future of the Black Panther? That was such a lightning rod when it came, and then it was like, it ended on such a sour note with his death, you know what I mean? To me personally, that it almost sort of, it didn't really take the light away from it, but just like the movie itself had given everybody, a spark because it was new and everything. I feel like, and then like the attention it garnered when it came out. At least for me, I really liked that one. And
it was really good. That one, like you said, it just took on this. It was a character, and I know that there's huge comic book fans that are like, it's Black Panther. How do you not know? Well, most people don't.
And I didn't know.
Yeah, most people
Wesley
don't.
Snipes had already tried to bring, where's Hell Knight at? All right, or we got people that like Blade, right? Wesley Snipes really got mad when he wasn't chosen to be the Black Panther, because he had pitched that idea to Sony, whoever he was with at the time. I don't even think that any of the Marvel stuff had come out yet. I think X-Men, that first X-Men, was just in production.
He actually was trying to.
They shelved it.
Yeah, he was wanting to do that before Blade, because he went with Blade.
So that part, the first Blade.
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that he originally pitched Black Panther, and then for whatever reason that didn't materialize, so he went with Blade instead. But I'm with you on the Black Panther thing. What I liked about Black Panther was that it was new, it was fresh, it was a character like I said about this, it was something new. It wasn't Spider-Man again. It wasn't Superman again, Batman. It wasn't these characters that are just bankable, that they know they can make this movie and they're going to make money. It was something fresh and original. That's how I felt like when I went and saw Shazam. I was like, what the hell is this? We got this guy, he's a little kid yelling Shazam and he shoots up in the air. What is this? But it was interesting. I go into these other movies like I keep saying Spider-Man, I keep going back to it, but they've remade the damn thing so many times. Like Spider-Man, I enjoy those movies, but I'm never like just hyped to see him anymore. Like whenever a new Spider-Man comes out, I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it when I watch it. I'll go see it. But I'm never just like before it comes out, I'm like, I gotta see it. I gotta go see it. Because I feel like, it's what is it going to do that I haven't really seen? And this is they have an opportunity here to do something new and fresh. And we don't get that a lot, especially in the comic book genre now. It's being just drugged through the dirt. The comic book movies are coming out in droves like every month. Another thing with this story, I didn't include it here because it just happened this afternoon. Apparently, Dwayne Johnson, I always want to call him The Rock. I know that's not his name anymore.
Call him The Rock. I mean, that's who he is. The people's elbow, right, Greg? No,
yeah.
He said, was it the people's eyebrow or the people's elbow?
He's the people's something. I know that.
He did the eyebrow and
yeah,
the
he
elbow.
always did this thing, but he is apparently championing. I promised I wasn't going to talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League anymore after the movie came out, but there is this thing where they're saying now, instead of release the Snyder Cut, they're saying restore the Snyderverse, because after the Snyder Cut they said, well, that's it, this is a one-off, we're going in a new direction, Zack Snyder's not going to be in DCEU anymore, they're going a whole new direction. But now apparently people liked the Snyder Cut or Zack Snyder's Justice League so much that they're saying, no, we want where he was going with that, bring that back. And Warner Brothers keeps saying, no, we're not doing. But apparently Dwayne Johnson today just announced that he's been going to the executive saying, no, this is what we need to do. I, Dwayne Johnson, one of the most bankable actors in Hollywood and one of the stars of one of your next movies, want my movie to be included in the Snyderverse, and I also want that universe to continue. So, I mean, I don't know how many other actors have the clout to go into an executive's office and say, yeah, you know what, you might want to rethink that there, buddy. But apparently The Rock does, and if anybody could do it, I would think that he could. I mean, name a movie he's been in, not that's bad, but that has done bad. His movies all make money. They're gold. It's...
Honestly, I mean, to the first question, that's bad. I can't think of him actually not acting well in any of the movies he's in, whether he's in some, kiddie movie or he's a serious guy, I liked him in Pain and Gain.
I did too.
He was great in that.
That movie's got a lot of controversy.
It was a serious movie, too, when you really think about what it was about. It was based on a true story.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They really were bodybuilders, and it was just Mark Wahlberg, and it was just he was good in that. I wouldn't mind saying The Rock, and I feel like later on, like he's gonna get the serious roles that he deserves. I mean, you can even see him kind of comical in Fast and Furious in a way.
Sure.
But I feel like a real serious role where he's like a cop, a real cop. You know what I mean? Like some sort of Brooklyn's Finest or Training Day or something type of movie where he's like really just, really getting a serious role beneath him. I can't think of anything. I mean, he's been in some serious movies, I'm sure. He has such a lengthy filmography now. It's kind of like, I bet he's booked up to at least 2022. At least if you looked at his Wikipedia.
He's probably beyond that, I'm sure. There's stuff we don't even know about. This guy ain't got to work another day in his life, and I'm sure he gets roles thrown at him left and right. He is definitely absolutely one of, if he's not the most, he is one of the most bankable actors in Hollywood. If your movie gets The Rock, okay, it's going to be a success. I mean, it might get trash. It could be a shit movie, but it's going to make money just by having his name on it.
But, in that regard, though, a lot of people say, especially with him being as bankable as he is, he's taken on sort of that, like, Tom Cruise persona. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he utilizes his clout in, like a negative way. You know what I mean? Like take that new Mummy, for instance, right? Okay. So he significantly had the Mummy, that girl who played the Mummy, he had her screen time like dramatically reduced because he wanted to have a certain amount.
Yeah.
So I read.
Tom Cruise did, yeah.
And that was, for one thing, I was mad that it wasn't Brendan Fraser. I mean, come on now. And then this guy, here he is, and I like that, the Mummy. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
I wanted to see more screen time with her, and just Tom Cruise just made me mad with that whole thing. I bet you he didn't even want to do it originally, but like, that was just a bad idea to me on the studio's part, like a
So
bad investment. Like they
another
spent too
remake.
much money on Tom Cruise for one thing. Like that was like, I mean, silly. They probably could have got Brendan Fraser and that one guy, her brother, his girl. They didn't even use the same wife or
Oh yeah,
anything. Like the
John
whole,
Hannah. Yeah.
yeah, John Hannah. I really like him. Like, every movie he's in, I think of him as that guy from The Mummy. Like even when he was in something from like 500 AD or something, I'm like, oh, it's the guy from The Mummy, John Hannah. But yeah, I just think that they went down the drain. Then they spent a ton of money on it. They didn't I mean, The Mummy, the original one had three. Then The Rock was in Scorpion King, which I really liked him in that.
That was his first movie.
And
That was his first
that was
movie.
his first movie.
Yeah, the Scorpion King
Yeah,
was his breakout.
I didn't know that. I really liked him in that. Actually, yeah, I can tell that that was his first movie. He didn't nearly have the
But he's
amount
only
of
in
muscle
the
mass.
he's in the end of it. He just popped out as well. No, I guess he was in the beginning in like a flashback, and then it showed him as that half scorpion. That picture, that video of him coming out that you see on all the bad CGI videos on YouTube, because it did look
Then
pretty
he
bad.
had a second one, didn't he?
Oh yeah, well they made a Scorpion King spinoff series that he was in, at least the first one. I don't think he was in the second one, but he was in the first Scorpion King spinoff series too. But yeah, I mean the
Yeah,
guy. But even then, I mean he was known then. I mean, like you asked about the wrestling stuff. I have never followed wrestling. I don't know really a lot about it. It just wasn't my thing. Even back in the '80s when wrestling during its heyday, but I knew who The Rock was.
Macho Man.
Yeah, Macho. Yeah, brother. I knew.
And that was marketing. That's what they had, such gimmicky.
Personas.
What I mean?
Yeah, man.
It was to the point where like I didn't even like to see him get beat up. I'd be like crying, like that's Macho Man. You know what I mean? Like you knew him from the Slim Jim
He
commercial.
snaps into a
and then
Slim Jim.
then he's just taking a beating all of a sudden. You're like, wow, wait, no. And
Yeah,
then the whole thing that it was like, oh, wrestling is theater, and that was heartbreaking too, because you idolized them as like heroes, and now you find out that The Rock really wasn't even. You know what I mean? Wrestling for real. He probably couldn't wait to get out of that, use that as a stepping stone. I mean, he was in entertainment anyway.
Sure.
So.
Well,
that
and
was probably.
that's what, like, even though I didn't follow it, I knew who he was. I knew his, like, can you smell what the Rock? I knew all that, and I mean, I knew his, like, jabroni and all that stuff. That's how big he was. Then he was in
all I know too.
He was in a sector that I just had I did not follow at all, and I knew about him. So coming over here, I mean, the guy. I think if anybody could get this Snyderverse restored or whatever, it's definitely him. But even if he doesn't, this movie apparently, I mean, even if they get it restored, I don't think this movie's going to change much from whatever it is at this point. I don't know how. I do know that this movie is connected to Shazam, so I think that we're probably going to be looking at a similar tone. Maybe I don't know if Black Adam is much of a comedy as Shazam. I have no idea. I don't know anything about it, and like I said, that's what kind of makes me excited about it. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it and think it'll be a good time. Now, after that, on top of that, going from Black Adam, we've also got some news about I guess it's not really a spinoff. Black Adam's kind of spinning off or backdoor spinning off of this movie. A movie that I am looking a little bit more forward to, and I have seen the original, the sequel to Shazam. Shazam 2, which is actually called Fury of the Gods, I think. Yeah, Fury of the Gods. Got a little bit. I'm excited about this. Some people are going to hear this news and be like, what I'm about to say, and they're going to be like, I mean, okay. I'm kind of hyped about this because I really like this actor. But Deadlines reports that Helen Mirren has closed a deal to play the villain Hespera, described as a daughter of Atlas. She'll join fellow franchise newcomer Rachel Zegler as sisters who both may or may not be of ill intent, per the Hollywood Reporter. There doesn't appear to be a clear DC counterpart for Hespera, nor does the character have a foundation in Greek mythology. The closest equivalent in Greek mythology, which Shazam is based a lot around, might be Hesperia, one of the nymphs of evening and golden light of sunsets, and the daughter of Hesperus, who could refer to any manner of character or places, including the wife of Asychus and daughter of the river Ciberon. Sebron, I think.
That sounds heavily Greek.
Yeah,
Anything that has to do with Greek mythology definitely interests me. I'm really into that, so I like that aspect of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Certainly.
I'm looking forward to that. It says for the most part, it seems like director David F. Sandberg and writer Henry Gayden, both returning after a successful 2019 original, will be forging ahead with a relatively new story of their own. It's clear that Shazam, Fury of the Gods, will delve into the divine elements of Shazam, the superhero played by Zachary Levi, that teenager Billy Batson, Asher Angel, transforms into when he speaks the magic word. But we've received very few details about the sequel other than it involving more Shazam family fun, and that it will likely set up the arrival of Dwayne Johnson's Black Adam. But we'll never be upset about more Mirren and on our screens. Me neither, because Helen Mirren, I have always said, as she's an older woman, I'm not sure how old she is. She's on up there. She is on up there. I think she is one of the most attractive older women in film. There's something about that. I think she just has like this elegance. I mean, she's a whole lot older than me. It's not even a sexiness. It's like this. She's a great actor too, by the way. She's a great actor, but
That's attractive in itself.
Yeah, she is. She's just got this great, just like this elegance about herself, and I love anything she's in. She's captivating. I mean, I'm using a word like that. That sounds real pretentious, but I mean, everything she's in, she's even in the Fast and the Furious movies. That just dawned on me. She's the mom of Jason Statham and somebody else. I don't know. But even when she's in a corny, over-the-top, kind of stupid action movie, she is the most elegant, refined part of it. And her playing a villain here, I can't wait to see that. I've never seen her. I guess kind of she was sort of a villain in the Fast and the Furious, but she didn't really have a lot of screen time. But in this movie, I'm thinking she's going to play like a comic book villain, a much bigger villain. I can't wait to see that because she's usually very reserved. So I'm wondering how she's going to do that. I don't think she'll be over the top. I think she's going to be great and real menacing. Really, anything she's in, man. I love like those Red movies she was in. Best part of the fucking movie. She's great. I love this woman. She was really attractive when she was younger, and she retained that attractiveness, but not just her looks. She's just a great actress. So I'm really happy to see that. Gives me hope because I was worried that Shazam was. I enjoyed Shazam. I was worried it was a lightning in a bottle, no pun intended, but kind of like okay, that they just happened to make a fun movie there. They need to leave it alone. But I mean, if she's involved, I don't know if I've ever seen a Helen Mirren movie that wasn't at least entertaining. So if she's involved.
She wouldn't play in one that she didn't think that the script was to her liking. I can at least say that, I bet, because just in her, I mean, it's so late in her career for her to have a bust right now. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like you don't want to leave your legacy on a sour note. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. And
I would.
I don't think
really,
I'm
like Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we'll never see him in anything else, really.
I'm with you there. I think that she's not going to pick a role unless something about it speaks to her and says, "Hey, this is going to be a good role. There's a reason I'm going to be in this, and it's not for a paycheck." I'm sure she's got plenty of money, but so I'm interested in this. I mean, we don't get a lot of information from that, of course. I mean, we know it's coming out. I don't think they say here it's coming out before Black Adam. I know that, so probably. Because I think this movie is actually going to introduce that character, maybe even in a end credit scene or something like that. I don't know, but so it'll be before Black Adam. They said is July 29th, 2022. So before then, we're gonna get Shazam 2. I'm excited for it. I enjoyed Shazam 1, but now that I see that and all this Greek mythology stuff. You mentioned the Greek mythology. I really like Greek mythology. There's just all kinds of really interesting stuff they can do with it.
I've really been immersed in it at different times in my life. Like, you know, I've had to read, of course, like, you know, Oedipus and different things for school. But that took me personally to researching it on my own. Just the idea of, like, you know, Medusa, actually. You know, just different things like that.
Sure.
I can't even really. I mean, I could think of tons of people, but it's like, you know, you go down such a rabbit hole when you really start trying to connect everything. You know what I mean? Like, they're almost certainly, if they even started talking about Greek mythology, they're going to introduce a bunch more characters in that regard, I would assume.
Yeah.
later down the line.
Well, I know that Shazam, the history, I don't know as much about Shazam, but from what I saw in the movie and what I read when the first movie came out, Shazam, a lot of the history of that is kind of sort of, it's based in like the whole gods and stuff like that. It's like that aspect of Greek mythology. So I'm interested to see where they're going to go with it, how they're going to kind of twist that mythology around. And I mean, it says that they're doing an original movie or original story, which I don't know if the first one was original or not, but I mean, they got all the same people coming back from the first movie. Plus, hey, like I said, they had Helen Mirren, so I'm down for that. What did you think of the have you seen the first Shazam? And if you have, what did you think of it?
I honestly can't say that I've seen the first one, Jacob, to be honest. I can't say that I haven't either. I just may have seen it one time. Like I told you, I have to watch something like 8 times here at the computer before it sinks into my mind, before it's downloaded to the standalone drive, if you will. I have to watch it like 2 or 3 times here. But yeah, I mean, it's not something that I wouldn't watch, though. I will tell you that. I am loosely affiliated with those movies because my dad is such a big fan still to this day. So, gotcha. I mean, anything that, if you were to go to his prime or anything like that, you would almost certainly see that movie.
Sure.
You'd probably be tapping me in the leg right now, like I'll say this.
Well, it's definitely worth checking out. I really enjoyed
Kong. He's been talking about King Kong and Godzilla for like a week now. So.
Oh yeah, me too. Me and your dad would get along.
Take his input on it so I can come to the table intelligently next time. Like, oh yes, let me explain to you about exactly Godzilla from 1972. All right.
Oh yeah, well I'm looking forward to that one too. I can't wait for that. I hope it's good because I was kind of disappointed with the last one. But yeah, Shazam. You said if you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out. It's more of a comedy action movie. It's got a lot of comedy in it, and that's what I liked about it. It was very refreshing, like because it's ultimately a little kid who is, it's like Big, the superhero version. There's a little kid who gets turned into an adult, but the adult's got superpowers. So that was fun. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good time, and anybody who's looking forward to Shazam, Black Adam, just some more DC goodness. We don't know what direction the DCEU is going, but we do know that we're getting a Shazam 2 and Black Adam, and so far I like what these two are selling, and I'm looking forward to it.
Indeed, I think they have they're pretty booked for the next few years, I would say, and let's get this party going. Really, I mean, this year is really. I mean, I hope it's not a throwaway. Unfortunately, it's it's about to be the first, and I feel like it's still 2020, the 1st of April. So I just feel like it's a third of the year is here, and
yeah,
I really haven't. It's like it's like, have you gotten footing in the year as of yet? I mean, at all, Well,
it's been a weird year by this. I mean, by this point last year, we were on lockdown. But
exactly.
We would have already gotten the shit movies of January and February out of the way for the year, and we'd be actually right about now starting to like see those not quite blockbusters, but those like little known movies that get shoved out around like March and April. This is when those little known movies from nobody directors come out that like blow us all away before we jump into like the MCUs and the DCUs and the Fast and the Furiouses of the summertime and all that. But we're not getting
you see, and I feel like, with that being said, like those movies that really blow us away, like they would be depending on previews in theaters and stuff like that. When a movie gets put in, like, say, Amazon, it's such a saturated marketplace, and then you take those big movies that are forced to have to go there too, then why would you even, you know what I mean? It's harder to. It's just like an algorithm with YouTube, all right? Someone might have a great video out there, but it's like it's not being pushed to anyone. Sure. If you were driving past a movie theater and you saw the billboard with all the movies ticked on there or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, I've never heard of that. Or remember when they used to look at the newspaper?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And remember you used to call Mr. Movie Phone and have to skip through a bunch of movies because you'd already know.
You mean you used to call this? You used to call and go, thank you for choosing Movie Phone.
Man,
press 1 for the
actor,
I remember I used to call that shit all the time. Even when I couldn't even go to the movies, I'd be like, what's playing? I want to hear it. I just want to hear him talk about the movies I want to see.
Right now.
Oh, I
You
bet they're
know
watching
something
that
I
movie
could
right
do
now.
with the movies? That was the one thing that my mom was just always okay with me doing. Remember when they had movies that would play at midnight, right? The next day, say the movie came out the next day, but they would have a midnight showing.
Yeah.
I'd be like 16. She'd be like, "Oh, you can drive to see that new movie." I'd be like, "Oh, I can do that, but I have to be in the house before 12 any other day. But as long as I'm at the movies, she's all right with them, you know." So,
Well,
I
that
mean,
was
she
back
was
when
she
movie
was a
theaters were safe before
yeah.
before people started coming in and doing the crazy shit they do now. But yeah, but I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I remember back when midnight showings were like 99 cents. Oh my god, that makes me sound old. Like I remember back in my day,
no,
you could get that for a nickel.
too. It's not that. It wasn't that. It's just that the technology has grown so like exponentially. I mean, in 2 years, we might not even remember what we're doing now. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
just
for
like
sure.
when this iPhone stuff and smartphone stuff came out. Like, I mean, think about cameras. Even movies. I mean, I was trying to get a projector, and now it feels like that's out of style and old now. I mean,
Oh yeah, you
instead
got to
of
have
getting
an
a new TV,
OLED or something like that now, not a projector.
yeah. I used to have one of those huge rear definition TVs. Remember those that you can't take it with you. If you buy one of them, that's just gonna stay in the house like a piano.
Yeah, I had
Like
one.
even if you move, that TV is gonna be there with the next occupant.
I
You're
had
not
one.
gonna get that out of there.
I bought one of those. That was my first big TV I ever bought because I was like, hell yeah.
Hey,
I think that was my first HD TV. It was I bought it online somewhere. I don't know. I was so hyped about that. I was probably like 25 years old. I saved up forever for it, and I got this big, huge cattywampus screen TV that was like this deep, and like you had to like find. You couldn't just put it anywhere. Like nowadays, the TVs are this thin. You can just throw them on any wall. This thing, you had to like fucking plan where you're gonna put that shit. The whole room revolved around this big, huge box.
you had to like maneuver your room. That thing must have weighed like 300 pounds, like seriously. And then different when it went out, it never went out completely. Different sections of it would go out. So you just couldn't watch the bottom right. The bottom right part would just be black, and the other three corners or whatever, you could watch those. And it would like someone punched it one spot. Like, why does it do that? I don't know how it's set up, but I had two of them, and they both went out like in different spots.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
oh, okay, I could watch this one. I need to see the score of the game, so I'm going to go and watch that TV because that's where the score is. Down
Back
in
then
that.
you do picture in picture. Remember that?
Yes, yes, picture in picture. It had that little green box that was never big enough. Would be
Yeah, they'd always
down
sell
there.
that shit like, oh, you can watch the game while you watch a movie. Who the fuck is doing that? Nobody's doing that.
Oh,
Nobody's
hey, the
watching.
Michigan game came on at 10 o'clock tonight. We cut into their ratings like very, very deeply.
Oh,
I heard
yeah.
that the Michigan game canceled because not enough people were watching because they are here. So watching us.
Are they here? All right. Well, I'm gonna disagree with you, but I
Oh,
appreciate the
that's
sentiment.
no. There's been an HTML glitch in YouTube's.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
they
Yeah.
have-
I'm gonna
yeah.
come out of this stream and it's gonna say I had 1.5 million views.
Yes, that's why it's ramping up right now. That the comments are not even. No, dude, this is always a pleasure, dude, being in here with everybody. Greg, Caden, Short. Actually. I don't know how fast the chat is for Jacob, but it's just like I'm here any other night. I see that smiley face, Jacob, and Greg, and all the stuff that you guys are putting down like instantly. So be prepared.
I have not had a chance to look at the. Wait, Caden said Jacob stop simping. Who am I simping for? Oh no, Jacob is going.
Oh no, they think you're simping over Helen Mirren.
Oh
She's
yeah,
worthy.
I am.
She's worthy of us simping over her. Though.
I am.
I mean, she is worthy. If she even accepted my money, I would be like flattered. Like even if it was any denomination, like if I had $500 and she accepted it, and that was my last dollar, I'd be like, oh yes, Helen Mirren took my money. She had the money, and she took my last. She must really like me, right? I mean, she did not need that money, but she accepted it.
I would absolutely simp for Helen Mirren. She is the most attractive, elegant, older woman I've ever seen in my life. She could be my cougar any day. She's got to be like 80.
Man.
I mean, she's got to be up there. I mean, if not, she's in her 70s. Got to be. If she's not in her 70s, at least I'm I will be very surprised. But man, she looks so good for that age. Man, she just don't get me started. I'll start to simp again.
Age ain't nothing but a number, Jacob. Come on. Now.
Yeah. That's what I used to tell the women too. So I told my wife. My wife's 11 years younger than me. That's what I told her. it's just a number. Don't worry about it. As long as that number's at least 18.
I've only ever associated that with like older, like opposites. You know what I mean? Like if you're dating someone, you just like them a lot older. You're attracted to older people or whatever. Then you use age as nothing but a number. But like I've never thought of it as going after a young person. Like to tell a young person that would be like creepy as heck. Like,
you're making me sound bad here, man.
No, we're all of age. I'm just thinking that, like, if you had,
I'm pretty
been
sure
that
she
type
called
of
me
person-
first.
I mean, no, that phrase, I've just never used it in that way for, like, to be anything derogatory. I mean, usually when you use it now, you're trying to get an older woman, for me in general, to like a younger man. I'll say something like that.
I got you, yeah. I mean, well, I guess it goes both ways. Let's see, what do you guys talk? You
There's
got
a word, right? When, like, a name, one name can mean two different things.
Sure. Oh, yeah, there, hell, I don't know. It's late, man.
It's an English term, literary.
Looks like they're talking about the poster of Shazam quite a bit in the chat, talking about a raccoon eating a pizza or something. I know that poster's kind of crazy looking. I hadn't looked at it.
Yeah, the raccoon.
That's only actually part of that is the poster, but that's only part of the poster. I could only fit part of it on there. There's more to that poster, more crazy shit on it. Look it up. But let's see. Come on, Greg. We're waiting. Sleepless in Seattle. Greg said, what are we talking about here? Sleepless in Seattle, basically Joe versus the volcano. I love Joe versus volcano. And You've Got Mail, but we get you to pay for it 3 times. I love Joe versus You've Got Mail was I don't remember as much about it. I was centered around AOL.
I remember the movie Tom Hanks and Sleepless in Seattle was, I think, Tom Hanks as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, all of those are Tom
Hanks
and Meg Ryan. But Joe versus the Volcano was such a weird movie, man. I loved that movie. That was a really out there weird movie. But it was funny as hell. But it was a total flop. But absolutely just really kind of like out there and obscure movie. Don't feel bad, my grandma simps over Vin Diesel, said Hell Knight. I think a lot of women simp over Vin Diesel, so right on, grandma.
Hell Knight, I gave you a shout out earlier.
Let's see. Raccoon, right? Yeah, I saw this. You guys talking about a raccoon. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And I was like, oh yeah, it's on that poster. Okay, hang on. Give me 30 seconds. I will be right back.
Everyone hit the like if you haven't. We're on a winning team here, my bro Jacob. As far as Sleepless in Seattle is concerned, that movie, I'd really be interested in watching that movie again. I haven't seen it for a number of years. It's more so romantic in a sense that, I mean, like a sad romantic sort of way. Like, I mean, if we're gonna think about Meg Ryan, you have to throw City of Angels in there with Nicolas Cage. I really enjoyed that movie. That was really sad, actually. Spoiler alert, but when she died on that bike, like, I wasn't expecting that.
The movie had a great score.
Yeah, City of Angels, Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, that's what I remember about the City of Angels. I had the soundtrack because Alanis Morissette was in it too, but it had the actual orchestral score for it. I can't remember who did it. I think it's French, but this is how much of a dork I am.
The score too, so I definitely would like the score because I always think about the score of that's one of my favorite parts about movies. I usually like is the score itself.
Well, that soundtrack was weird because like the first half of the soundtrack was all mostly sound. You got 2 soundtracks for most movies. You got the actual musical soundtrack that's like all the licensed music, the Alanis Morissette's and the whoever's, and then you've got the orchestral soundtrack, which is like the score and all that. That's obviously usually not as popular. That one was weird because it was like half the soundtrack. Well, the one I had, I think I got it through that thing we were talking about the other day, the Columbia House thing.
Yes. Columbia.
But like the first half was like all the pop songs and all that stuff you hear, and the second half was the actual score, and that's the part I ended up listening to. But I'm that weird guy who listens to movie scores, like in the car and stuff, and I start imagining like my life to a movie score, shit like that. Yeah.
Dude, we have that. We're one and the same there. I definitely think about that all the time. Actually, mostly. I really like actually movie scores themselves, like the score where there's not any singing or anything like that, have led me to exploring different types of different types of music. One of those movies is Fatal Attraction, like that Madame Butterfly. That remember that scene where he first went to visit and she turned on. She was like, "Oh, I really like this opera."
Yeah.
And she like shushed him and turned it on. It turned out that I really ended up liking Madame Butterfly. I listen to it all the time, all the parts. I have an elaborate sound system. I have it on blast. My dad doesn't even mind it. I mean, certain people might not like opera, but I don't like opera. I just like that song in particular.
Well, sure.
So
there's something from every genre I like.
I don't know what it was about. It was just like from that movie, like, it's like that the last dance at the school dance, whatever song that is, will usually stick with you. You'll be thinking about that last dance like forever. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Caden said, Jacob, you should make a Discord server, and then during the live streams you can talk to your fans during the stream. I've thought of that, Caden.
I suggested that myself.
Yeah,
actually,
quite a few people have said something about you. Yeah, you've definitely said something about it. I probably will. I'm gonna set I've said this a bunch of times too. I've got one. Here's how old I am, man. I have no idea how it works. I'm gonna get in there though and figure it out. I mean, I say I don't know how it works because I've never tried. I have one. I used it one time for something, and I didn't even set it up. So I don't know. I'd heard of Discord, and up until like about a year or so ago, I never used it, so I didn't know what it was for. So I'll get in there and mess around with it, and maybe I'll set one up, and who knows, maybe the next little bit. I'm currently setting up my Patreon and trying to come up with some tiers on that. I've had a few people request that. I'm trying to work all that kind of like side stuff, all the outriggers to my brand, which is really weird saying, but like my Teespring and my Patreon. Like I've got all these things.
No, you have a brand, man. You really do have a brand, honestly. You have. I mean, I know your genre. You really do, in my opinion.
I've got all these things, but I don't feel like any of them are fleshed out. It's like I signed up for them, made them, and then So I need to like go and spend some time and make these things worth people going to. And I do hope in the next few weeks actually kind of releasing some of that stuff like more grand and make it. I don't want to ask anybody to go to my Patreon and give me money because reasons.
No, it's not like that.
I want there to be some value there. I want people to go there and be like, this is why I want to do it. Here, tier one, you can.
You're there, man. You're the value there.
Well, you get that for free on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you mean in terms of value. Okay,
like value for going to Patreon and going to because you got the tiers and all that. I don't know. I'm looking into all that. I got some ideas.
It's really hard for a guy to have Patreon, isn't it? What guys have Patreon? I mean,
they do. They have them. Definitely some of them. The fair sex YouTubers and Twitch streamers out there probably do a little bit better considering some of the content they put out. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to do that kind of content. Who knows? I mean, there's something for everybody, but
yeah. You're the man, Jacob. Honestly,
I don't know if YouTube would host that stuff.
Yeah, Patreon doesn't seem to care what you put up personally. Take that from my experience of other people posting videos. I'm like, wow, they don't care about that. But I guess when people are paying money, it ends up eliciting some type of no holds barred sort of.
Oh, well,
mentality.
Patreon gets a cut of everything that you put on there. So yeah, they don't mind. They're like, yeah, go ahead, all the TNA you want.
It'll bring more people. Have at it. But YouTube, I don't know. I mean, YouTube will demonetize. I mean, the absolute biggest people. I mean, we should all be scared right now, low key.
Well, yeah, that's
I
why.
mean,
Before I get
you
into this
probably
next
know who
one,
I'm referring to.
but I mean, before I get into these next stories, you say that's why I've gotten. I don't get a lot of copyright. I always want to call them strikes. The bad one. What is it? Copyright, not flag.
Claim.
Yeah, copyright. I don't get a lot of copyright
Claim.
claims, but every now and then I do get them, and I'll dispute them and I'll do them as fair use because I think most of my stuff falls under that. And every now and then something, the company that owns it will say no.
Yeah.
And I had
But
one. The one that hurt me the most was it wasn't. I mean, for me, it was it had a few thousand
yeah, I know what you mean.
views, and I'm like, well, it was like a year and a half after the video came out, and I was like, now you have a problem with it? So I went and disputed it, and they came back and they said no, they didn't let it go. They're still going to hold on to it. But I felt like this is no different than any other video I've ever done. I feel like this is still fair use. So I looked into it, and you can do an appeal. But the thing is, the appeal says if you appeal, they're going to have someone from YouTube, a real person, look at it.
Yeah.
And if they find that the copyright holder is in the right, you get a strike. And I've heard these horror stories about people waking up and not had any strikes, and their channel's just gone.
Yes.
And like
that's
all the,
why I never appeal. I never really appeal because of that, really.
well, yeah, I put
Because
it out
it's
on
like,
Twitter, and I asked everybody, hey, what anybody been through this? Should I appeal? What are the chances, you think? And everybody's like, just don't, man. It's not worth it because, I mean, you get a
you
strike.
can make another video, man.
Yeah, I mean, you might get they say you get 3 strikes within a certain amount of time, but we don't know. You could get 1 strike, and then all of a sudden, you wait. If I woke up and this shit was gone, I don't know. I'd be like, what? I'd cry. I'm not a crier.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And then the thing of it is that I've even tried to like re-upload a video, which is like, now I just submit up. Now they have this new thing now where you might have got that email today where apparently we're able to see if it'll be. I mean, well, I always did that anyway by uploading my videos unlisted first.
Yeah, well, they prompt you to do that, but they've also here in the past few, like maybe 3 weeks to a month, they have a new step when you upload that does that already. I saw that email. I didn't read it, but I saw it, and I was like, they've been doing that, haven't they? Like
Yeah, that's
it
what I
asks
thought
you.
too. I was like, okay.
It does a
I
check.
think I learned
It
hard
does
way.
a check now to say, and it'll tell you before you upload, hey, if there's anything, right off the bat that's flagged in it. Now, I mean, that's not going to keep the copyright holders from coming on and doing a manual.
What I don't like is that it can happen any day. I mean, it can happen in 2 years. You might wake up and have 4 copyrights, on something you made today. You know what I mean? It's just silly, like how they can come later after 700,000 views and be like, oh, yeah, we're just going to just take that. How about
I know
that?
what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like that to me was silly. Like, do that before I get. And then I had already got a claim, okay? Like, early on in posting the video, I got a claim. Luckily, I got the claim removed before it started gaining traction, and then they did that. It's like, wow, okay.
Well, at least now
like,
you can when you're when you're disputing the claim, it sends it into escrow at least. Before it was just as long as they put a claim on there, they're getting any. I don't get a lot of money, but if I did, anything that video is making goes straight to the people.
Would go to them, right? I mean, any money I don't get a lot either, man. I'm just saying, like, I mean, by our standards of what a lot of money actually is, I mean, $1 will make me happy.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
I want every dollar. I feel like I earned that.
Yeah, seriously, like to be, especially off, something that you created. That's what hurts about a copyright claim. It's not even so much about the money. It was just like, wow. I mean, this took me 6 hours, and I had a little 10-second clip of, somebody had "Born in the USA" playing on the radio in a car when they were driving. So you just took the whole 20-minute video away for a 2-second clip. It's just silly.
Yeah, it's
different things like that.
It is.
It's hard to stay inspired when that stuff happens. And for everyone that's out there that, that isn't aspiring YouTube, don't let that stuff bring you down. Because I notice people are like rebellious with that now. Like they try to put music and stuff that they know is like they try not to be monetized or something. I'm like, why even? You know what I mean? Because it's like
with me, I know I could just put pictures. I know YouTubers that have done movie reviewers on YouTube who've done that. They don't use video anymore. They just put stills up. I could do that, but I'm hard-headed. Now, I mean, if I ever, as I grow, if I start, if I start getting tons of these things as I grow, I'd be forced to do that. But I mean, I don't want to do that. I like, or at least as of right now, for now, I like the way that I structure my videos, and
Indeed.
I don't get, but I mean, admittedly, I try and adhere to some rules that I've read about, and I typically don't get a lot of those claims. So hopefully,
Neither do I anymore. I usually get them. I usually get them later. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Like by the real person. The real person will literally see the video and be like, "Oh, you're not having that." And I'll appeal, especially with like Fear. That one really hurt my feelings with Mark Wahlberg and Reese Witherspoon. Like, yeah, that was one of my first like 5 movies, and I really liked that movie, and it was just like, wow, And that was before I even had this whole idea of like the type of movies that I make now. I just enjoyed that movie and was like, wow, And it was like from whatever song that was in that party that they were having at the beginning when those two actually met. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I think it was in that party or whatever at the very beginning when they went to that rooftop. You probably don't remember the movie, but I'm just saying that little scene, if you don't have that scene in the movie of when he appeared from behind that little pole or whatever and was like, "Hey," then you just don't know. I mean, like, let me in the house. You have to put that in the movie.
Yeah. Hell Knight just said, both of you have reviewed a lot of horrible movies. And to add on to that, you should review Twisted with Ashley Judd and Samuel L. Jackson. It has a 1% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it definitely deserves it. I do not remember. I remember that name and Ashley Judd. Was that during her like Double Jeopardy days and stuff like that? Like that, and
Ashley Judd is cool.
Along Came a Spider.
Yes, that was Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I guess it was around that time.
And the term horrible movies is subjective. That's in the eye of the beholder.
Oh no, I know. I know I've reviewed a lot of horrible movies. I've reviewed some good ones too, but yeah, there's been some stinkers I've had to walk through and or watch, and whew, those are actually some of the. On that note, when it comes to like reviewing movies, the easiest movies to review are the ones you love and the ones you hate. The ones in between, those are the hard ones. Getting passionate about something you're just kind of like about. That's the hard movies to review. If you hated something, if it offended you and pissed you off, you're going to talk a lot about that. If you loved it, you're going to gush about it. But if you're just kind of like, it was fine. Those are the tough ones. Right. Unfortunately, that's most movies.
You can't just always do blockbusters. I mean, what do we look like talking about Independence Day and different movies that everybody knows, everybody likes? I mean, that's just pointless.
Yeah, I don't get those screeners either. Not yet.
I mean, I like to go and insert yourself into a line of 5 million people. Go ahead. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, you can pull out the stinkers that everybody thinks is a stinker because that's the general consensus of the movie, and then you could show them differently, and now they appreciate that movie for what it is. That's when things become cult classics, when they do terrible in the box office, but everybody actually turned out to like that movie. Take The Breaks. All right, since we want to talk about Tom Hanks, that's a cult classic. It's a movie that did terribly in the theaters, but it became a cult classic 5-10 years later.
No, there's tons of them, man. There's we were talking about it earlier.
Killer
The Thing.
Clowns, Packet of Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah, John Carpenter's The Thing. Bombed. John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China. Cult classic. Hell, the ultimate cult classic was bombed in the theater. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Bombed in the theater. Nobody saw it. Now look.
Good question for you, Jacob. What was that movie that my man who ended up going on to make Star Wars, right? What's his name?
George Lucas.
George Lucas had made a movie before Star Wars was conceived. Everyone turned. Yes.
THX. It's a number. THX.
It had Donald Pleasance in it. It was a great movie, but everyone hated it. And this was the guy who was about to go on to create Star Wars. They had no idea the whale that had walked into their studio, right? Everybody hated that movie. They sent him away. He went to Warner Brothers. They turned him down. He went everywhere. They all could have had Star Wars.
Yeah.
But because they didn't like THX, they let him walk out the door instead of seeing a concept for something.
Yeah.
And you have to have an appreciation of all of these types of movies before you can even conceive of the idea of having a decent idea of your own. It's like, I mean, if you don't take in all aspects of film, you can't just sit down today and be like, I like these movies, I think I can make one. Like, you won't know what the heck you're talking about. You'll be sitting up on here, you know what I mean? Like, thinking you have a great project, and it'll be like, hey, where was your? I mean, you like it. You know, you have
Yeah,
to do things for not to say that you have to cater to other people. I mean, it's just that you have to think of the other person.
for
You
sure.
know,
Well,
in filmmaking
oh,
entirely, I would say.
somebody's talking about The Burbs. I love The Burbs.
The
That movie's
Burbs,
that
not the
movie's
breaks.
that movie
The
scared
Burbs.
me.
That's what I meant. The Burbs.
Yeah, The Breaks is a movie too, though. But yeah, The Burbs
Breaks
is
is a movie, but I meant the Burbs.
The
They're,
Burbs
they know
scared
what
me
I'm
when I
talking
was a little kid. There were parts of it that like creeped me the fuck out. But I mean, and it's supposed to be a comedy, but there's some creepy ass parts in that movie. I love that movie. That's a great movie.
I heard that's why someone suggested it to me. Needful Things is a good movie I like in terms of horror and Stephen King.
It's a good
You know,
book,
when they were
too.
going to that pawn shop, but when you got something out of there, it would come back and get you. You know, like you would end up selling your soul for whatever you got, essentially.
sure.
That card or whatever.
It's a good. The movie is pretty damn close to the book too. It's a good book. I've read a lot
Is
of
it
Stephen
easy
King
to
books.
tell that my favorite movies are actually horror? I mean, despite everything that we talk about and everything, my actual favorite movie genre is horror, to be honest with you.
Right on.
I could go to sleep to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, women getting, or people, whatever, screaming, whatever. I don't know why. I've always hated that. Like, hey, I woke up one day and there was like this woman just getting just massacred. I was like, how did I go to bed to that? Like, that made me feel like less of a, I don't know, like immoral or something, that I was able to sleep through that. Someone being chainsawed, you know.
It happens. Yeah, we get desensitized.
Right. Call of Duty. Blame Call of Duty.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's jump into these next two. We got a couple of more stories. These next two are pretty quick. And get on moving on so we can get this thing going. It's what time is this? 11:40 my time. Damn.
You know how we do, man. I do this to you in the chat too, bro.
Yeah, you do. All right.
Like, oh, let me keep Jacob up till 5 a.m. like I did with my teachers.
Oh no, don't do that.
So teach, is pi really 3.145?
I went down the wrong holes. All right. What the hell did we just talk about? We talked about Shazam, I think. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so going on from comic books, we're going to roll right into another comic book and an adaptation of this comic book. It's a new comic book, but it's one I'm not familiar with, I've heard of, but I am very interested in it, and that's for one reason. We're talking about Keanu Reeves' Berserker and how it's getting a movie and more. According to THR, Netflix has recently signed on to produce and distribute a new film, Berserker, starring Keanu Reeves. The film is based on the recently released comic book of the same name that is co-written by Reeves and is already one of the best-selling comics of 2021. The comic, and thus the film, follows the story of an immortal warrior that has spent 80,000 years fighting various battles. He's half mortal, half god, that is cursed with immortality and the compulsion to carry out violence. The story picks up in the modern day, where he is attempting to figure out the truth of his dilemma and possibly how to end it. In only 2 weeks of release, because this thing, the comic book just recently came out, but in only 2 weeks of release, Boom Studios has sold 615,000 copies of the comic book. In addition to the news that Netflix is working on a live-action film based on Berserker, the company is also working on an anime spin-off of the potential franchise as well. A release date has yet to be announced for Berserker. You know, I ain't gonna lie, the first thing when I read that, I mean, Keanu Reeves is involved, so I'm interested. I wanna. I mean, Keanu Reeves is kind of gold. We were talking about cinematic gold earlier. He's definitely cinematic gold right now, and I'm really interested in something that sounds like something he would be really cool in. This whole idea sounds cool, but it also seems really familiar. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully, it has its own take. There was a movie that came out this past year on Netflix called The Old Guard with Charlize Theron. And this just sounds a lot like it. I'm not bashing it, but it does seem very old guardish. Thankfully, though, I like the Old Guard. I thought that was a fun movie. It was about some immortal warriors that have been around since like the beginning of time, or like since Jesus or something like that, and they go around just like solving the world's problems in violent fashion. And some stuff happens. So I mean, if this is in line with that, but it also, I've heard that this is an extremely violent comic book, so if it's like that, I mean, this could be a good time. Seeing Keanu Reeves all like in this picture here, all shredded out with a, looks like a sword, maybe. I think I've seen pictures of him with swords, and he's also got guns, and he goes around and just like
John Wick.
yeah, just John Wick fucking everybody up, like just blood and guts everywhere, just crazy, senseless violence and action. It could be a good time. I could enjoy that. Reeves has been kind of on a kick here, not recently, but for a while. He's just been hit after hit after hit. I mean, he did make that Replicas movie, which I feel like was an obligation or something. That movie was terrible. Nobody's probably seen it, and that's a good thing. But beyond that movie, pretty much everything he's been in has been at least entertaining. So I'm looking forward to that. I mean, the idea behind this comic, like I said, sounds like a mix of Blade, the Old Guard, and all, these immortals going around just like killing the hell out of people. The only problem I have with immortals fighting like that in movies and in media is that if they're immortal, can you really put them in danger? There's no way to kill them. I mean, the movie has to either come up with some type of contrived way that, oh, this is how they could die, like, oh, now there's something that could possibly kill them, or it puts a more creative way, but maybe a little bit more difficult, is to put something else in danger that they have to protect. Kind of like the Superman thing. You can't really hurt Superman, but what the villains can do is hurt the things Superman cares about. Metropolis, his family, things like that. So it's not really about Superman being hurt usually. It's more about him being able to save the people he cares about. I'm wondering which direction they'll go with this. Either way, though, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be cool. I'm not a big comic book reader. By not big, I mean I don't really read any. I did when I was a kid, but not really now. I don't have time. But have you heard anything about Berserker, Antonio? What does it? Does this sound like something that you would be down for?
Personally, I do like Keanu. A lot of these actors now, not to say that they're just chasing a bag or anything like that, but I really like them for who they are, and I feel like they make the movie enjoyable for me. Like knowing that Keanu will be in it, knowing that Dwayne Johnson will be in things, and
Sure.
no, I mean he's not in this, but I'm just saying that those actors make it something that I want to see. Technically, I hate to even say this. I mean, there may be a name for it, but if an actor I like isn't in one of my movies in particular, technically I really don't like that movie, even having before seen it. It's like you have to have an incentive by one of your people. You know what I mean? Someone who's acting that you really just like their movies, that you want to see them.
Sure.
Like, a great singer. You want to hear their songs, with whatever band they may have gone to.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely helps. Like we were talking about with Black Adam, or at least I was talking about. I one of the key things, besides it sounding kind of original, that makes me want to see that is that Dwayne Johnson's in it, and I really like The Rock. I mean, I smell what The Rock is cooking, and I like it, and so I'm looking forward to that. If it wasn't him, if it was, I don't know, Jason Statham. Well, I like Jason Statham too. If it was Vin Diesel playing that role, I'd be like, I'll see it when I see it. I wouldn't be as like hyped to see Black Adam. I would just be like, it might be good, it might not. It's got Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
But since Dwayne The Rock Johnson's in it, that makes me say, yeah, I want to see that as soon as it comes out. I'm sure it's going to be, if nothing else, he's going to be fun.
And one thing I will say is that, like, it's sort of all for me, like, as a sort of casual person who hasn't really been following the whole thing. It's like all getting sort of, not, I don't want to say convoluted, but there's just too much going on right now for me. You know what I mean? To jump in and try to start from day one. You know what I mean? Like, there's Endgame. I'm still stuck on how everyone died in Endgame. I did watch that. That messed me up. Like, I just couldn't fathom the idea that everyone was dead,
Yeah.
And it was like, now stuff's still going on, and it was like, I got to catch up with that, So, if I will say that, like, by The Rock wanting to continue the universe, he's going to have to bring everybody else on board. Good thing that was that Zack Snyder's first situation?
What do you mean? His first movie?
His first Yeah, no, not first movie, but like, I mean, was he already making
Oh yeah,
like
Zack Snyder has pretty much started the DCU. He started it
understood?
with Man of Steel, and then he did BV Batman versus Superman, and he was involved with Wonder Woman like a producer and I think some writing credits. He was
Okay,
involved
so
with
he's well known,
Aquaman.
like a Rob Zombie type of guy for DCU and Marvel,
Oh
sort
yeah,
of in a way.
he was pretty much the Kevin Feige is kind of over Marvel. He was kind of like the more involved Kevin Feige of DC. He was the mastermind behind the DCEU. Well, all the DC movies that have come up to this point at least.
Got it. I mean, there's just always risk that, like, even, I mean, when someone else, I mean, it's okay to, like, have an opinion. Like, I mean, that's okay, you know what I mean, on anything. I mean, if people want Snyder's universe, but you have to risk losing the other fans, you know what I mean? I feel like who don't want that.
Well,
So, I mean, I mean, what do you think in that regard?
when it comes to the Snyderverse, I don't know. I mean, there's always going to be people that like dislike his movies and his style because it is different. But the only other thing that we have that's not part of his universe from DC at this point would be that first version of Justice League, which was had his fingerprints on it to a degree at least. But
Yes.
that wasn't his movie. All the other ones that have come out since, I don't know about Wonder Woman 84, but Aquaman, and the only other movies that have come out since he left was Aquaman or Wonder Woman, Aquaman. I think that's it. And Shazam. All the other movies, those movies have all had. He was there for the beginning of them. He was there. He wasn't going to be directing them anyway, but he was there as a producer. He had say so on it. They're following his lead in his universe. So I don't know if we really have any fan, because the only movie that we could say isn't part of his universe, it is, but isn't his, shares that tone that these other DC movies is that first version of Justice League we've got in 2017. And I don't know if you're going to find many people that say that they like that movie. Most people
Okay.
say I don't like that one. So I mean,
His was his way, for lack of a better word, present in that first movie, his universe itself as it is in the new one.
the
So like
universe.
was the new one a continuation of that movie in
No, the new
general?
one was the that whole thing was he was making that movie. He filmed it all. He filmed everything for Justice League in 2016. Daughter passed away. He had to leave in the middle of it while they were editing and
Wow,
putting it together.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she committed
Okay.
suicide. His teenage daughter. Well, I think she was like 20, 19, 20. But he went. He left production for that. They brought in Joss Whedon, who did the Avengers and Buffy the Vampire Slayer and things like that, to finish the film. But instead of just finishing it, he went and reshot like 80% of it or something like that. So, but he stuck to the basic bones of the story, but that's just it. Just bare bones. That's it. Nothing else. So he made that movie. This new one is all the stuff that Zack Snyder shot. It's the same movie, but it's extremely different. It's a really wild, weird thing because it's like you're watching this movie and you're like, I've seen this movie, but I haven't. And his vision and his version of it are leaps and bounds better than that 2017 one. And yes, it's really long, but once again, you're not sitting in the theater.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's
yeah.
the actual vision. That first movie was a mess. It was just a jumbled mess of it. Didn't Nobody liked it. Everybody talked smack about it. And then you see this one and you're like, yes, this is what we should have gotten. I mean, is it the basic same story? Yes. It's told in a completely different way though. It is essentially they took two different directors and said both of you tell the same story, and we got to see how different that could possibly be. And that's what we got. There is a little bit of his scenes in that too. Some of the stuff, like I said, they reshot like 60 to 80% of it. So there is at least 20 to 40% of the stuff shot, but edited totally differently. Even like stuff, special effects put over it differently, all that in the original
Understood.
version. But it's even color graded different. It does not look like his movie. It's not his movie at all. So that was that whole
Hmm.
thing. So I don't think they're going to make anybody mad if they went that direction. Not as far as like they're not going to make anybody who's a fan because there just aren't any fans of the other way. Now you got people that don't care for his style, that the direction
Right.
he's taken
As
DC.
Rob Zombie did with Halloween, like that in that
Yeah, yeah.
sense.
You got people
Understood.
that aren't
Wanted
going to
John
like that version.
Carpenter.
But I mean, you got a lot of people, especially now since this new version came out, that are like, yeah, I feel this. I'm digging this. We want more of this. And I don't know.
Yes.
We'll
That's what they want to do then, I would suggest. I
yeah.
mean, there's people that are like in terms of like what we were talking about with remakes, like some people just don't want to see things changed, like they just don't even care to hear what the benefits of the remake may be. They just want to keep things the same or
Yeah.
keep going in the same direction and don't even want to even acknowledge, just let in a change at all. So, I mean, you just have to be open to things, I think. I mean, me personally,
Well,
I'm gonna
those
sit
same
down one day and
people.
watch every Marvel and DC movie that exists. I'm gonna watch them all to get on your level for these streams,
It's
man.
gonna be a long day. Well, those same
Can you even do
people.
that in one day?
I don't think that. Well, Marvel alone, the MCU movies. I think there's 20 or 20 to 22 of them now. So at
Man,
least 2
all
hours
along, so
each. No, I don't think that'd be
yep.
possible in one day. That might be a real long weekend with no sleep. But as far as Keanu
You go to
Reeves,
sleep, it's gonna cut into Monday.
yeah. As far as Keanu Reeves' Berserker, though, like I said, this sounds like I'm okay with. This does sound like not a new original story so much. I mean, it's an original comic, but I'm okay with this being a hey, we've heard a similar story like this before, as long as they do it in a creative, entertaining, interesting way. So Reeves is involved. He hasn't disappointed in a while. He's disappointed before, but not in a while. He hadn't like straight up disappointed me in a while. So
Right.
I'm
Right.
interested. This was
He's
like
bankable too.
yeah, and this was a labor of love for him with this whole comic book thing, and they're putting a lot of money behind it. So I like the idea, but we'll find out. That like it says, there's no release date as of yet. But Netflix tends to move forward with their movies and their projects really quick, especially nowadays. So I think we'll probably see this thing sooner than later. I wouldn't be surprised if 1 year from now, if it ain't coming, if we don't have a release date, we'll probably be hearing a lot more about this Berserker thing coming soon. But going from that, Keanu Reeves news, we got a little bit more Keanu. That's not the only Keanu. We got a lot more Keanu. Not a lot more. We got just a little bit more. We're going to talk about what's next in the world of John Wick. And this story is a little bit, I don't know. I mean, it's got a silver lining, I suppose, but I look at it as a possible bad thing. We'll have to see. But apparently, the creator of John Wick's creator is getting left behind for John Wick 4 and 5. There's apparently a 4 and 5 already greenlit. It says John Wick screenwriter Derek Kolstad created the John Wick character and universe and has solo writing credits on the first two Keanu Reeves starring action movies, 2014's John Wick and 2017's John Wick 2, or John Wick Chapter 2. While Kolstad cracked the story for 2019's John Wick 3, John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum, he shared screenwriting credit with Shay Hatton, Chris Collins, and Mark Abrams. Now, with the upcoming John Wick 4 and John Wick 5, Kolstad is not involved whatsoever. In his words, at a certain stage, the studio will tell you your creation is graduated and you wish it well. Kolstad recently told Collider, I'm still close with the director of the first and second film. I don't know what's going to happen, but I am excited to see. When asked if it was his decision to step away from the film or from the film franchise, Kolstad answered, no, it wasn't my decision. When you think of the contractuality of these things, the third one I shared the credit with a number of people. The studio didn't have to come back to me, and so they didn't. Kolstad continued, and so you look at that and you could be hurt. And I would say if it was 20 years ago, I would have been. But seeing that where the industry is now and how things go, I just believe that you bless everything and hope it all the best. And to the players involved who are doing other things elsewhere, and yeah, it's personal, so I'm never going to talk shit about John Wick. I want this thing to survive and thrive. The financial success of the third John Wick entry resulted in the announcement of the 2 sequels, John Wick 4 and John Wick 5. Both films will be shot back-to-back, with John Wick 4 currently on release calendar for May 27, 2022, and John Wick 5 won't release until 2023 at the earliest, though it was just announced that they will no longer be being shot back-to-back. That just came out today. I added that. They are still making Part 4 and 5, but they're not going to be shot back-to-back like they originally were. I look at this. I think this guy, this is, I commend this guy. I've actually talked about him here on the show before. He's actually working on a few other projects, one of which being a Dungeons and Dragons show or movie. There's a show and a movie coming. He's working on one of them. So, I mean, the guy's got work. He's going to be all right. And probably off all the residuals he gets from the John Wick movies, he's going to be okay. But I don't know, man. That sounds like he just like got booted. They just said, "Hey, get the fuck out." Like he had no choice. This was his baby, and then they just didn't come back to him for the next one. So I mean, I don't know. That kind of stings. And like he said, he probably would have got mad 20 years ago. But now at this point, what do? He doesn't own the property. He created it, but he's got to watch it go on without him now. And that's messed up because I've really enjoyed all 3 John Wick movies, and he was involved in all of them. And I thought, hell, the first 2, I enjoyed the third one too, but I thought the first 2 were the best ones so far. And that's the ones he was solely involved with. Those were solely his baby, and they're getting rid of the guy. But that just really, you hear about this kind of stuff happens in Hollywood all the time, and that just sucks that they actually came to him and said, "Hey, you know what? Your creation has graduated, and now you just need to wish it well." I mean, that's how was that conversation?
That was kind of harsh, I would say. Like in a way, it's kind of like they like claimed this video. Like, I mean, okay, like thanks, but you're not gonna receive thanks, but we're gonna have all the money, and you can toodaloo now.
Yeah, he got a copyright claim on his franchise.
Your tenure has lapsed.
Yeah, and I mean
your services are no longer warranted. I mean, we don't need you any. Thanks for the idea, the concept, all of it, but we don't need you anymore.
Thanks for creating this multi-million-dollar franchise for us that's like huge now, but yeah, peace, love, chicken grease, you know.
Yeah, see you later. You can still go, you know that.
We've got everything we need.
Ruthless, man.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes down to those dollars and cents, you know, that I started it stuff is out the window. If you hire an accountant, you'll probably be like threatened at that point, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
because gee, now someone else knows, you know. It's like, okay.
I mean, that is just
sad they did that to him.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, like I said, the guy's going to be okay. And I mean, he's the creator of John Wick. He can go somewhere and be like, "Hey, I created John Wick. Okay, how much money do you want? And we'll help you make it." Like, I mean, look at the director, I think, of the first John Wick. I think it was the first John Wick. He's gone on to make a movie that comes out this week called Nobody that I'm watching this weekend, but I heard that movie, it looks great, but I wasn't sure about it, but everybody's saying it's awesome. It's like it's similar to John Wick in that way. So, I mean, you know, the people that are involved in these movies, they've got a reputation. He's going to be all right. But, damn, that's just got to sting. You know, you finally, as a writer and a creator, because he created that. He didn't just, I mean, yes, he was the writer, but he created John Wick, that character, the story, everything. And, you know, that's your baby. You created it, and you see it, like, flourish, and then it's just taken away from you. That just has to suck.
And they couldn't have done that to Albert Broccoli, though, or Broccoli, or however you pronounce the James Bond guy's creator's name. His daughter is the one making all the decisions now. I mean, even with, you know, what Daniel Craig, I mean, he answers to her.
Sure,
I mean, so she has total creative control over her father's entire creation. So it's kind of hard to believe that even happened to him in that regard. He must have messed up on a contract or something somehow.
And that's probably what it was. You know, a lot of these movie deals, because James Bond, because those started as books too. So the studios are licensing the James Bond name and like all that stuff from that estate because they own the rights to that character from the books. John Wick started as a movie, so he would have written this script and sold the script. And probably had a contract. He had to
go and market the movie.
Yeah.
He had to go and market,
So he lost it because, I mean, as soon as he sold it, which that's just how Hollywood is, unfortunately, to make these movies, you got to sell them. And you got to sell these projects and just hope that they keep you involved and do the best. But then you have times like this that it goes away. I don't know how this makes me feel because I enjoy the John Wick movies. I don't know if we need a John Wick 4 and 5. I said that in my John Wick 3 Parabellum review. I could see how they were going to do something. I mean, I enjoy the series, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you guys take it too far, you're going to beat it into the ground. And I'm like, I don't know if we need a 4 and 5, but I mean, they're going to make them. But with him not being involved, because he was the story writer, he had a lot of creative control over that franchise up to this point. So I'm wondering, what's it going to be like? You take a core element away from this franchise, a core creative element away from this franchise. Is it going to suffer, or is it going to be able to survive without him? I guess we'll find out. I think it was next year sometime. Yeah, May 27th, 2022, we'll find out. But I will give the guy this much. He's taking it in stride, man, because this is definitely his biggest thing he's done in his career. John Wick was his thing. You know, he is probably going to be forever known as the creator of John Wick. And it's been taken from him. He had no choice, nothing he could do about it, no recourse. And the guy's just taking it in stride. He's just like, I could talk shit about him, but I'm not. I'm just going to wish everybody the best, and I hope I see it thrive. I hope John Wick does well. Good for them. I'm like, damn, you are better than me. Because I would be at every news outlet pissed as hell.
The truth is, though, that, they could really, I mean, it's sort of 50-50, you know what I mean? Because, like, John Wick was what it was, now when it changes hands, with so many movies out now, people are really going to be looking at this next one like, okay, am I done with this? So it's kind of like, it kind of bowed him out, kind of, when you think about it. I mean, not that the movie is going to go bad anyway with Keanu or anybody like that, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, once you start getting up in those sort of that territory,
sure,
I feel like your movie is, I mean, like, think of the Saw franchise, all right? I mean,
I'd
Saw
rather
3, I'm just saying.
I know what you mean.
Okay, you know what I mean? The first one was great, or I mean, even Fast and Furious, or any of them, any movie that has multiple sequels that ends up becoming like a trilogy, then it becomes like a saga, and then, you know what I mean? It almost has to have, like, the story is what propels something to become a saga.
Yeah.
This next director, he's probably not going to have any continuity, this next guy.
Well,
he's going to jump in and try to change the whole thing.
That your traditional story arc is a 3-part story arc. I mean, even movies, beginning, middle, end. And that's why you hear about, they're always saying, oh, they're making a trilogy. They're making a trilogy. Because trilogies are like movie series are like that. They have that. They usually do just as an overarching story. They have the first movie's the beginning, the middle one's the middle, and like Lord of the Rings, for instance, that kind of thing. That's why trilogies work. If you look at the history of fourth movies and franchises, I mean, off the top of my head, I'm not going to say
like do or die. I bet.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the overwhelming majority of them are not received very well. There's probably some good ones out there. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I don't know.
Revenge.
The fourth Fast and the Furious was okay, but even it was a bit. It's usually by the time they get to that fourth movie, they don't know where to go, and they're kind of like.
That's what I mean. And then Tokyo Drift came after that, right?
Tokyo Drift was the third one, yeah. The fourth one was, right. But the fourth Fast and the Furious was kind of aimless as well. It wasn't until the fifth one that it really took off. But the fourth entry, because they are those things, those stories that these people come up with for sequels and everything, they are typically around beginning, middle, end. 3 of them. You get to the fourth one, and a lot of the times you find people not knowing what to do. I mean, not never. Sometimes they do, but I mean, more times than not, they just are kind of aimless and they don't take off. So, I mean, this might be a blessing for this guy. So maybe he's not connected with it anymore, and if it comes out and bombs, and I don't care what he says, even though he is taking it like a champ, and that's great. He's got some, great outward-facing approach to it. But I guarantee if this guy's sitting at his house on May 27th, 2022, and they come out, and the reviews start coming out, if they come out and they say, this movie's dog shit, it's terrible, he's going to be sitting at home like, yep. That's what you get, motherfuckers. You took me out of it. And that's what you get. It's just like when I used to be in management, or when I used to run when I was a chef and I was running restaurants and stuff. When I would leave a restaurant and go somewhere else, I always would say, and I did, I wanted that restaurant to prevail because I would usually go into places and help them turn around and get them better and stuff. mostly. So I would be like, okay, I want it to continue doing well. I want this person who's taking over in my leave to, be successful. I want my legacy to live on.
Exactly.
But I ain't gonna lie, there was always a part of me that when I would come back, in a few months or a year or two or whatever,
you'd be like, "Yep, I knew you were gonna mess it up,"
and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it really went downhill." There's just something kind of like, "Yep, without me, that's what happened."
Yeah.
So
because I mean, honestly, there are people don't. You have to. Like John Wick is adapted to whatever. You know what I mean? He didn't know he was going to talk about in part 3 what he was, going to talk about when he was making part 1.
Sure.
That story went from, it was like a transitional thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now this new guy, he has to look at somebody else's work and just sit there and sort of try to make it more, because he's not going to just continue, you know what I mean? He's not just going to be like, oh, okay. He's not going to continue. He's going to try and do his own thing, especially what you were saying with the 4th movie.
Sure.
So, yeah, I feel like it's make or break, really. I mean, we may never see another one. Like, look at Taken, right? It was Taken 1, 2,
Lord.
and 3.
Yeah.
Those were great movies. I like Taken, but, I mean, they really can't come out. I mean, it was all about, okay, they're going to take you, all right? They're going to take you again.
It's in the title.
You're going to be taken again. Now they can't take you
Bitch, stop
anymore.
getting taken.
Hey, right.
Keep your ass at the fucking house.
All right. It's 2021. Put a tracker in her purse. All right.
That's one particular skill Liam
the
Neeson does
Bourne
not
ultimatum, okay. Jason Bourne just kept. He wanted to know what happened. Okay, part 1, he found out what happened. Part 2, he's getting revenge. Part 3, the ultimatum came. He beat everybody up. Now what? He knows who he is. Now what?
Now what?
Oh, let's bring that one guy in and just do a whole new thing. What was that guy's
Jeremy
name?
Renner.
Yeah, I like Jeremy Renner, but that
movie,
Bourne Ultimatum was stupid. I didn't like that one.
Oh, they made another one after that with Matt Damon, and it wasn't any good either.
Yeah. I bet you they would have continued with Renner had that. Matt Damon probably didn't even want to do it anymore. He's already. I'm sure he's filthy. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well,
and,
I mean, but
that was late in his career when he got all famous again. I mean, think about that. You're 55 or something. Now you suddenly get famous for being an action star after making 30 movies. I'm like, come on now. I got to start doing this now. What were you guys doing when I was in Good Will Hunting? Why didn't you come out with this
right?
when I was 28? I mean,
I don't want to do this shit anymore. My back hurts.
Yeah, and I honestly have read things where they say that, like those bodybuild. I mean, that stuff's grueling. I mean, look at how many times is Christian Bale going to be able to
lose weight and gain it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that stuff has got to be taking a toll on him by now.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Dick Cheney's probably never. That's why he hasn't been in anything. He's probably still Dick Cheney walking around. Like he's like, hey, you know what? People don't even recognize me anymore. I ought to just stay like this. Now I can go get a burger in peace. People don't even recognize Dick Cheney anymore. That's what day and age we live in. He could just be Dick Cheney, and they'd be like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?"
Well, John Wick 4 and 5. I bet on real quick. I bet that's why they just did announce, because like I said, they were going to be shooting John Wick 4 and 5 back to back. And I bet that's why just today it came out, and that's why I texted on there at the end that they're not going to be shooting them back to back. They're still saying they're making them, but they're going to do 4 and then they'll do 5. I'm wondering if this press about it, they're kind of like, well, let's make 4 and see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm telling you that has to be because they were confident with the other guy. They're like, "Oh man, go ahead."
Yeah.
Just like Daniel Craig, he got to the point where he didn't even want to do the last Bond. He was scheduled for like 4 or 5 Bonds, and then he just thought he was done. He's the first Bond that ever even made another movie, Defiance, while he was still James Bond. Pierce Brosnan didn't do that. Roger Moore, none of them made anything else while they were James Bond.
Hell,
except Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig didn't want to do the last James Bond he already made. Now he's got another one coming if they ever release the fucking thing.
Yeah, he just was tired of it, and I feel like that's from his age and his stuff. He's just done running around, And one thing about James Bond that I like is actually he's known for kind of getting beat up and prevailing. He never just beats people up like John Wick and them. He takes some hits, you know what I mean?
For sure.
So it's like, yeah, he's never been looked at as some sort of like fake dude. Always, And then Sean Connery was never really any muscular part. And then when he died, I'm sure that rocked Daniel Craig too. That made me upset.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be missed. He had a good last few years, though, man. When I went to the Bahamas a few years back, he lived there, and we rode by his house on a tour. And they were like, "That's where he lives. He's lived there since he made one of the James Bond movies he was making." And he went to the Bahamas and shot it, and he was like, "I want to live here." So when he retired after the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which would have been 2001, 2, 3, somewhere in there, beginning of 2000s, he retired. He lived out all the almost 20 years in the Bahamas with a whole bunch of money. So you know what? I can't think of many better ways to go out.
No, definitely not. Especially being, what was it? They called him the sexiest man in like 1965 or something. He had won that title, and here it is, 2020. He's still out here like, oh, hello. You know,
oh, my brother.
That guy, he had a heck of a life, man. I tell you.
Well,
I like these other little unorthodox movies too. The Rock and
Entrapment.
What was that? That movie was The Rock, wasn't it?
Yeah, The Rock was with Nicolas Cage and all them. Michael Bay.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, speaking of going out in style, I am hoping that John Wick goes out in style, and even though
you don't really have high hope for a fifth, do you? Really, or the fourth for that matter.
You know, I wasn't worried about the other two when they came out. I was like, hell yeah, because I heard all the same people are involved. This time, you're taking away a core component of it. It might still be good. You never know, but I take pause. I will be cautiously optimistic. If I knew that it was the same people involved, I'd be like, fuck yes. Even though I don't think we need a fourth one, I have got confidence that they're going to do something interesting. This one now, though, I'm like, they might. Who knows? Maybe he already had like a story written together and they're going to play off of that. I don't know, but I mean, We'll see on May 27th, 2022. And anybody else out there who's interested in John Wick, for better or worse, there's more John Wick coming.
Have to do some CGI on Keanu. He's gonna be looking old as hell by that point.
Oh like, man, that guy doesn't age. He's got to deal with the devil or something. But yeah,
he just did. Right, deal with that. That was a Bill and Ted pun, dude.
But yeah, we got it coming May 27th, 2022. Alrighty, so before we jump into the last parts, take a little break here and look at the chat and see what you guys are saying over here. I know I haven't been talking to the chat as much tonight, but that's probably because I've been talking to Antonio.
Hey, I've been messing with the chat. We're all set. I'm still interacting with them.
Oh, good. That's why I need to hire somebody to just do chat stuff. I don't think I'm quite.
Yeah, I've been talking to
them. Let's see here. I saw a couple of. I'd glance over every now and then and see. I only watched half of it. I was asleep for the rest of half. I got to... What are we talking about? With my 7-year-old cousin at the time. We got to free popcorn. What? Oh, I bet you're talking about Justice League. If you're talking about it, I only watched part of it, and I had to come back and watch more of it. Like, you're talking about that 4-hour Justice League. I thought that was... I know people have been talking about the 4-hour runtime, and I think that if that movie had been released in theaters, no way it would have been 4 hours. But since it was getting released at home... That's why it was 4 hours long. But I mean, it didn't feel like 4 hours long to me. I really enjoyed that movie. There were a few parts I was watching. I was like, yeah, they could have trimmed some here, trimmed some there. But even the stuff that they could have trimmed, it wasn't like I was like bored or like I was like, okay, come on. I thought they did really well with it. I mean, if you're a fan of the DC universe, I mean, I would definitely recommend seeing the movies that preceded it first, or at least Batman versus Superman, because Man of Steel plays right into the end of Man of Steel, goes right into the beginning of Batman versus Superman, and the end of Batman versus Superman goes right into the Justice League. So I would say at least watch those 3 movies if you haven't seen them. But Kino movie was kind of funny. Keanu movie? Keanu? What? Oh, the one with the cat.
Kino.
It says K-E...
Oh, yeah, Keanu.
Don't worry.
The cat movie.
The one with Key and Peele, right?
I forgot about that.
That's the one with Key and Peele. Wasn't there Key and Peele in that? Where they were like, they had the gangster cat named Keanu? I don't know if I ever watched that movie all the way through.
I'm trying to think of...
yeah, it's the one with the little cat, the little kitten that they were trying to get. Key and Peele were in it. And they were like, because like some gangsters stole or mobsters or something like that stole the cat, and the cat had like a little bandana like Tupac, and like they were trying to get it back, and I think there were some hitmen in it.
He's in that. Chuck Norris, I feel like could have had sort of a comedic role too, based on his like, you know, how that whole like, oh, Chuck Norris would do this, you know, his whole like thing. He never really did anything about that.
He
You know,
kind of
like
did. Well, at first, you know, because I was all into that Chuck Norris stuff when it first came out. I had a book of it
yeah,
and everything. But like, if hell, when I was a bachelor, I had a poster of it hanging in my room. But um, the Chuck Norris at first he didn't like those. He hated those things. But then after a while, he apparently came around to them and started embracing them. If you watch, I think it's the second one, Expendables 2. The Expendables 2. He shows up in that for a few minutes, and he kind of sort of plays into it a little bit. They don't go like hard on it, but they say a couple of things, and he kind of has like that over the top mysterious persona that doesn't make any sense. I think they call him the wolf or something. I don't know, but he's in that, and he kind of plays with that persona a little bit there. But yeah, beyond that, he could have made a whole fucking movie about that.
yeah, I would say because I mean it was like he was a major meme. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like
hell yes,
it
he was
seemed
the
like
first Phoebe.
the first,
This is-
literally.
like they said something like
He basically capitalized on that. I mean, Walker, Texas Ranger. You know.
oh my god, you know they're remaking that. I never watched that show. I mean, I've seen clips of it, like how goofy it
Oh,
was.
my dad loves USA. I just know you're a fellow fan of the USA Channel, and so am
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
from
yeah.
childhood, and that was one of the staples.
Oh yeah,
of
that
USA.
silk stockings,
Silk stockings, La Femme Nikita. All right,
yeah, La Femme Nikita,
back to back.
which I like the La Femme Nikita
Had a
movie
great
too.
title card.
I like the La Femme Nikita movie too that the show was based on.
Ah, yes. I've
There's
seen
actually
that
two movies. There's La Femme Nikita, but then there's a remake. We're talking about remakes. There's a remake of La Femme Nikita called Point of No Return with Bridget Fonda.
Yes,
Same
I
exact
actually
movie,
have
but it's
that.
an American
That's on
version.
my list. I own that movie. That's actually on my list. Actually, I'll get around to it. I wanted to do it right after Single White Female, but I was dealing with a horrific claim on that video that literally just got released not too long ago. But they basically I had that all planned out, and I just came across something else. But yeah, I've wanted to watch that. They wanted to do more with that, I think. But the fact that I don't think it took off the way it was supposed to. Point of No Return. Who was the male lead in that? Was it Mickey Rourke or something?
I can't remember who it was. I just remember Bridget Fonda.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been
her
so long
dad,
since I
too,
saw that.
Peter was my guy
Oh yeah.
in Easy Rider.
I think they're talking about the Cats movie here. The cat movie scared me. Kagan said, "How could you enjoy it when these human cats look like they're about to eat me?" I think they're talking about Cats, which, fun fact, I did not watch that movie when it came out. I had no desire to. I've seen Cats live on Broadway when I was a kid. It was, I mean, for a kid watching it, the spectacle of it all was cool, but that movie I'd heard so many, I didn't hear one single good thing about it, so I never watched it. But I did finally sit down and watch that thing probably, I think it was like at the end of summer or something like that, and I was going to review it. No, I take that back. It was at the end of the year. I sat down one day, I said, I'm going to watch this Cats movie because everybody shits on it, and I watched it, and I was going to review it for like its 1 year anniversary. I never got around to it. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That movie was fucking terrible. With those CGI cats running around singing some and shit. Oh my god, that was awful. Anybody out there
CGI cats.
What was? They were like these human hybrid cat things trying to do this Broadway musical. It was awful. Anybody out there who has not seen Cats, I'm assuming you haven't seen it, Antonio. Do not ever feel compelled to watch it. It's awful. And it's got a lot of big name actors in it. Like Idris Elba's in it, and I love Idris Elba. Did not love Idris Elba in that movie. Judi Dench is in it. I mean, all kinds of big.
I like Judi Dench.
Ju-
I mean, that's what M, right, from James Bond.
Yeah, Ian McKellen, Gandalf, he's in it. Just Rebel Wilson's in it. Just all kinds of people are in this movie, and it was fucking abysmal. It was so bad. It was terrible. Do not
They
ever
must
watch
have got
it.
a huge payday for that.
Oh, yeah, you could tell. I mean, you see money. The movie probably cost a fucking fortune to make. I mean, every single scene has like all kinds of special effects, but the special effects aren't even good. They like got like these cat hybrid looking. It is kind of terrifying. It's awful.
That's hilarious, dude. I can't believe they played in something like that.
Greg said a good chair will save your butt. I'm with you, Greg. Like the chair I'm sitting in now is a decent chair, and it's not saving my butt right now. I have a computer chair right there, but it's like too big. I look like I'm sitting on a throne, so I don't ever use that one on this. This is one of my kitchen table chairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting in too. I'm like, I'll get a good chair.
Because you usually
Yeah.
can't. It doesn't like stick out from my back. Like the other one, I look like I'm sitting on a pimp throne or something.
Like something like I'm sitting on, like having a whole thing.
Yeah.
I like this chair though. It's been in my family for a long time. It's like 100 pounds. It's a hassle to take it. I'm like,
Fucking
man.
oak chair or something.
Yeah, seriously. Knocking on it.
It's been great doing this. Thanks everyone for accepting me. Oh, that's you. I read things before seeing who wrote them sometimes.
Yeah. That's me.
Two
Thank you,
words,
everybody.
lumbar support. Yeah, I ain't got that in this chair. Not at all. That chair over there is really comfortable. That I don't use it because it's so big, and also because my cats got on it and like just scratched the fuck out of it, so it looks really bad. Try and look somewhat professional here. The movie did not. Caden said the movie. I think he's talking about cats. The movie did not scare me. It was just weird. The outside of my comfort zone. When you live in a small religious town, something like that is kind of culture shock. Cats? Yeah, I could see that. That was a fucking weird movie, man. Gabriel Burns was in the. Yeah, Gabriel Burns. Yeah. That you're right, Greg. Look, Greg coming in with the knowledge. That was the male lead in, or he was like the handler. I think he was like her handler.
He was in it. Yeah, he was in it.
yeah.
I definitely remember Gabriel Byrne. He was in a few movies I liked, actually. He just has that way about him. It's something about him.
Greg said, Chuck Norris doesn't call the wrong number. You answered the wrong phone.
Nice.
I love those things, man. And like the one about like he has a beard in his, or a fist in his beard or something like that. I don't know. I used to have a book.
That was a commercial someone used, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
Or,
when he actually started accepting. He did do. Yeah, you're right. He did do some commercials where he played into it a little bit too, and it was on Family Guy.
Yeah, there was
too.
one I really like. He had on a white karate suit, I want to say.
Yeah.
He is actually really good at karate, though. That Bruce Lee movie he was in, I still think about that scene. He was. I mean, a lot of people don't know he was actually really good at. Because Walker, Texas Ranger, he wasn't really fighting really in that, was he? Just like a cowboy.
Oh yeah, I mean
Ranger.
he did them like 1970s exploitation kicks every now and then, like had like a gap between people. But he actually is like an actual legit martial artist though. Like
and his name was Colt in I'm pretty sure it was Colt in the Bruce Lee one. I can't even think of which one that was. But they like called him in from America just to beat up Bruce Lee, and he ended up just taking a beating.
Yeah.
It was a good fight though.
He was in Sidekicks. Was he in Sidekicks? Yeah, he was. Yeah, Sidekicks. Was that the one with the kid from Ladybugs that was like his little sidekick? That kid passed away. I think he committed suicide. Well, he was an adult. The guy, the kid from Ladybugs, he was in a bunch of other stuff too. He was in a show about underwater too with Roy Scheider.
Hey, those kid actors and they don't really fare too well. You know what I mean? Like that one high school. What was it? The Zac Efron and all those guys. I said that the cast did really terrible later on because they were just they put on that happy image. The Mickey Mouse Club too. I mean, look who was in that.
Yeah, they all fucked
what
up.
ended up happening to them?
Zac Efron's the only one that kind of like came out on top on that whole thing, and he's kind of out there too. He's got this show called. My wife was watching it where he goes around. I don't even know the name of it. He like goes around the world like looking just like living. I don't know if it's living healthy. He just goes and sees all this weird shit around the world. I don't know what the purpose of the thing. And one time he's like going and like trying out these different waters. He's out in the fucking jungle sometimes, and he's doing this thing where he's like on the side of the road like supposed to like feel the vibrations of the earth through his bare feet, crazy shit like that, or not crazy, but just shit like that. And yeah,
he's like not getting hired. I haven't seen his name.
He's
kind of
out there. Well, he was in that last thing I saw him in was that Ted Bundy movie. Was that last year? I think? He played Ted Bundy. He did a good job as Ted Bundy.
Oh, if he played Ted Bundy, he's trying to take his career on an entirely different path.
He did do a good job as Ted Bundy. He was because Ted Bundy, how he got away with all that is that he was so charismatic. You would have never thought this guy's a psychotic murderer. He was just like super charismatic, and he played into that in the movie. He did. I enjoyed that movie. I can't remember. The movie's got like a really long title. I think it's called Extremely Vile and Evil or something. It's got a really long, ridiculous title. It's something that the judge said to him at his sentencing. That's the name of the movie. It's on Netflix. Got John
I have to
Malkovich
look
in it.
into that, man. I need to watch more Netflix instead of just servicing loans. It seems like the only time I think about it is when they charge my account. Then I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh yeah, Netflix. Hey, how you doing? I usually watch Prime. I don't know what that's about.
Oh yeah,
Netflix.
Prime's got a lot of stuff because you can just about anybody can put something on Prime. That's why I know a couple of people have made some independent films, and they said it's to keep it on Prime is different, but to get your movie on Amazon Prime is pretty compared to other services. It's pretty easy, but it won't stay there unless it gets views. Like they'll take it off if it doesn't like perform at least to a degree. Greg said, "Yeah, that was Sidekicks. You tell the most depressing stories, Jacob." Well, the kid did that. I mean, he was in a bunch of movies in the '90s and late '80s. I always think of him as the kid from Ladybugs. The Rodney Dangerfield and Rodney Dangerfield made him dress up as a girl to play on the soccer team, and yeah. Because I think I found that out like a couple of years ago. I was like, that guy's dead? Oh, my God. He committed suicide. He was an adult at that point. I wonder how many people from that... I wonder how many people from that movie killed themselves. What, sidekicks? Jacob would know. That is very dark. I don't know how many people killed themselves in that movie. I just said one guy. There may have been more. I'm not sure. I feel like this is a dark path we're going down here.
No. Don't worry about that, Jacob. Nobody's thinking about that.
All right, so I got two more stories and then a trailer to look at. Actually, I had two trailers, but I'm going to skip one of them because it is getting late. One of them I did want to look at for sure. But these next two stories, one of them's kind of spicy. I'm interested to get your take on it. It's a little bit of a spicy one, and then we're going to end it with a feel-good story. Feel-good for me, at least.
Yeah. Saw feel good.
But so coming off of Keanu Reeves, we're going to look at somebody else who is a bit, I guess she's somewhat known for being outspoken. I wasn't aware of this, but apparently she has a history of being outspoken. And now she's gotten a little bit outspoken about something that, I can get on board with part of what she's saying, honestly. And I was kind of surprised coming from not who's saying it, but what she's involved with, the franchise that she's involved with. She tipped these people, the people involved with this franchise or this universe, don't typically do a lot of talking like this because it could be detrimental to their career. But considering recent events with those movies, I guess it's not that surprising. Talking about the absolutely beautiful Scarlett Johansson, and she has apparently spoken her mind recently, and maybe that's because she's made her last MCU movie, most likely, with the Black Widow. And spoiler alert, she does not make it to the end of Endgame. So we know that character, at least as far as her playing it, unless they bring her back to life, is no longer going to be in the MCU. So maybe that's why she feels a little bit more comfortable saying some of these things. Because as we know about Disney and recent events, the actors just got to kind of be on high alert about what they say out in the world because they could get... canceled. That's a thing nowadays, and that's something people got to worry about. So let's talk about what Scarlett had to say. She had a lengthy interview. I'm going to skip around in a little bit. According to a new interview with the Gentle Woman, not familiar with that, but okay. Scarlett Johansson is well aware of her nature, but she doesn't really want to be considered an overtly political person. That is not her job. Don't worry, everybody. I don't do politics and religion on this channel, so we're not talking about politics, but we're going to talk about people that talk about politics. I'm going to have opinions about things because that's just who I am, she explained. I mean, everyone has a hard time admitting when they're wrong about stuff, and for all of that to come out publicly, it can be embarrassing to have the experience of, wow, I was really off the mark there. Or I wasn't looking at the big picture, or I was inconsiderate. I'm also a person. Johansson added, I can be reactive. I can be impatient. That doesn't mix that great with self-awareness. Her most recent controversies came after being attached to play a trans person in a film titled Rub and Tug, based on the true story of Pittsburgh trans person who ran a criminal operation. People were upset that... Now, I'm going to alter this word here because I refuse to use it because it bothers me. I think it's ridiculous. I'm sorry if that offends, but it is what it is. The actual sentence is people were upset that a cis woman was taking on a trans role. I refuse to use the word cis. I think it's ridiculous. Can't we just call it what it is? People were upset that a straight woman was taking trans role, and eventually the actress made some not-so-smart comments about the situation, causing even more backlash. The film would eventually fall apart, but controversy continued for Johansson. Shortly after the rub and tug incident, Johansson was interviewed and asked about whether or not she'd work with Woody Allen. Man, she's just got controversy left and right. Who has been effectively blacklisted in recent years due to sexual abuse allegations. The actress took the opportunity to defend her filmmaking friend and support working with him in the future, once again causing problems. Ultimately, Johansson believes that she has learned from these mistakes, but doesn't understand why people continuously look towards her for political comments and hot takes, in her words. I don't think actors have obligations to have a public role in society, she explained. Some people want to, but the idea that you are obligated to because you're in the public eye is unfair. You didn't choose to be a politician. You're an actor. Your job is to reflect our experience to ourselves. Your job is to be a mirror for an audience, to be able to have an empathetic experience through art. That's what your job is. Johansson continued, whatever my political views are, all that stuff, I feel most successful when people can sit in a theater or at home and disappear into a story or performance and see pieces of themselves or are able to connect with themselves through this experience of watching this performance or story or interaction between actors or whatever it is. And they're affected by it, and they're thinking about it, and they feel something, They have an emotional reaction to it. Good, bad, uncomfortable, validating, whatever. That's my job. The other stuff is not my job. I couldn't agree with just about everything she says more. I feel like in this day and time, actors, just famous people, they are given this platform and they're put out there. They are no different than you, or than me, than any of you, but they are put on this platform, this soapbox where everyone will listen to them, and they feel the need to, like she said, you're not a fucking politician. They feel as if they are. Now they want to make all these political claims either way, and I'm not talking about one side or the other. I'm just talking about in general. I don't care what your political what your political stances are, what your religious stances are. I don't give a fuck what any of your stances are. You're an actor. I want to see you go act in a movie. I mean, do that. Don't come out here and try and make everyone think that they should vote this way, feel that way, do this thing, don't do this, look a certain way. That is not your job. And for her to be as big an actress as she is, and especially being involved with Disney, though, like I said, I think maybe Black Widow is the last thing she is going to be involved with them with, or at least in that universe. Probably anything after this kind of thing. But you don't hear people say this very often. This does go against the grain a bit. She's not saying, oh, I feel this way or that way about politics. She's doing the right thing. In this crazy political climate that we live in, I think people just need to shut the fuck up about their politics. But I've always thought that. I've always, long before politics was just at the forefront of everyone's fucking mind, I've always thought, they're yours. Keep it to yourself. If you get in a political discussion with someone, that's one thing. But people don't do that. They make everything a political discussion, and it does not need to be. There was a time that people could have differing political opinions, differing religious beliefs, differing opinions in general, and still get along and be friends. There are people that I know now, I don't know a lot of people, but the people I do know personally, they have very differing opinions than I do in many things. We're still friends because we connect on some other level. I don't hate someone because they have a differing opinion than I do. But that more and more people in the world, it seems they do. And people saying things like this, people are already, just railing or just like jumping her shit, saying, "Oh, she's this and she's that," labeling her when they're not reading it. They're not hearing what she's saying. She's saying, "No, I'm not saying I'm this. I'm not saying I'm that. I'm saying it doesn't matter. What matters is my job is to be an actor, to tell a story, not to tell you how I feel and what I believe about things." And more people should follow suit with that, I think. Now, you probably noticed, some of you, that when I got to this sentence and I made a point to call out the whole cis thing, I think that's ridiculous, okay? That's just me. This is not me telling you how to feel. If someone out there feels as if I like that label of cis and all this and that, whatever, man. But see, this I can comment on, because the whole cis thing, I had to look it up because I didn't know. I mean, I do now, but a while back I kept hearing people saying cis man, cis woman, cis this, cis that, and I was like, what the fuck are they talking about cis? I looked it up and I found out what it is. It's basically a straight person. What we would always say is just a straight guy, straight girl, but it's a straight person who identifies with being whatever sex they are. I don't need, that's me. You're talking about me, okay? I don't want a fucking label. I don't need a fucking label. I'm okay with straight.
I totally agree there. I mean, that's so labelist. It's like there was no reason for that word to even exist. I mean,
Exactly.
straight itself is a label, but I mean, then again, heterosexual is a label. You know what I mean? They have labels for it all, but I mean, it's just like to remain what you were born as. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
to give more label, we don't need. Everyone says, I don't want to be labeled, but then we make more labels. I'm like, you know what? I can't comment on the other labels because that's not me. Fine. I can comment on this one, and I am not ever going to refer someone as a cis anything. I'm not going to refer to myself as that. I'm a guy. Okay?
Yeah, in regard to what you said earlier about her, just giving her opinion, the sad part about it's okay to opine. You know what I mean? You can say whatever you want about anything. It's just that the fact that she's Scarlett Johansson, what she says is way more weighted than what either you or I would say.
Oh, absolutely.
And she has a spotlight on her. So it's like, I was joking the other day, like with my dad, actually. I said, my scariest thought about becoming president would be what they would find out about me through my past that I've said. I mean, think about what's happened. Just stupid stuff had happened to you along the years. You weren't thinking that one day someone might regurgitate this information and get you laughed off the air. You know what I mean? At some point, every influencer has to be, for lack of a better word, canceled at one point or another. Every big time person, once you make it to a certain level,
there's people looking for it.
Everything you say is scrutinized like that. I mean, it's only a matter of time. You better get your money. You know what I mean? Think even Dave Chappelle. Everybody has been in that situation before. Not that you can't have a resurgence, but I just feel like everyone's going to go through that at one time or another where, like, something that they say ends up getting them in some hot water when it actually matters. It only matters when it matters. Like, if she was a private citizen, no one would care.
Nobody give a shit.
She tweeted. Even if she looked the exact same and said that verbatim, no one would care had she not been in The Prestige, all right? I mean, she's a very beautiful woman that everybody knows, but, and then...
if this was Scarlett Johansson that worked at Burger King, nobody would give a shit.
Yeah, hey, I bet if her Burger King manager is like, I always knew she was going to be something. She was indeed at Burger King at some point. That's what people forget, just like you were saying, she was a regular person.
I also wanted to I'm not going to get into it big, but just because, like, some of her previous controversies, I just got to say, because it's on here, once again, this isn't political, but it verges on political stuff. But I do want to say, I remember her, I didn't know the name of the film, but it's here. This controversy she got into, people were giving her shit for playing playing in a movie, playing a trans person, or playing, I guess you can't, what they're saying now, by everyone, is that an actor, who their job, by the way, is to make believe and pretend for a living, can no longer act like something they're not. But isn't that what they do for a living? Do you think she's like a super spy from Russia? She's not a Russian-born super spy Black Widow, but that's what she's known for, is being Black Widow. That's not her in real life. but since she's not Russian, can she not be that character? Because that's a Russian character. I mean, where's the cutoff? Because people are saying, oh, she can't play a trans person because she's not trans. That's why they call it acting. I mean, if you find a trans person to do it and they're going to be right for the role, great. Look at Orange is the New Black. I don't know if you ever saw that show. They had a woman in it who was trans, who played a trans character. Great, and that's wonderful. Great, but I don't think. I mean, if you find somebody who's right for a role in acting, I don't see the problem with letting them do it.
Kudos to her for taking on that role. You know what I mean? That's furthering her acting. Like, I mean,
she had to drop out of it. She had to drop out of it. They more or less.
Wow.
It was more or less the controversy got so hot. It was within the past year. It got so hot that she finally was like, "All right, I give." This is called. I think her more or less what she said was, me being involved with this thing is going to cause the project problems, and I don't want the movie to suffer because I'm in it. If people have an issue with me being in this movie, I don't want the movie to suffer from it, so I'm going to step away from the movie so the movie doesn't get blacklisted or whatever because I'm in it. But I'm like, you're an actor. Look, Tom Hanks, Philadelphia.
Right.
I'm pretty sure Tom Hanks is not gay. But he played a gay man, and I'm pretty sure he won an Academy Award for it.
Yes, that was a great movie, actually.
But there's been
Denzel Washington was his lawyer, right?
Yeah, Denzel Washington is not a lawyer, but he played a lawyer in that movie. That's what I'm saying is, where's the cutoff? Where did they stop and say, I mean, is it just sexuality? Does your sexuality have to line up with whatever you're playing? Okay, if that's the case, here's the hot take. Here's the thing that you want to ask. Does that mean, in turn, that someone who's trans can't play someone who's straight? Does that mean that someone who's gay cannot play a straight person? Because there have been gay people who, there's tons of gay people that have played straight people, and I have no problem with it. I don't give a shit. I just want the right actor in there. But there's been tons of gay men and women who have played straight roles. No one had anything to say. I mean, really, nobody had anything to say about this up until this point. I just feel like people are looking for something.
What it is that it didn't used to be as politicized as it is now.
Sure.
No one cared, so to speak. It was just your business. That was your business if you were that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, are we gonna have this as an issue for the election? It wasn't like that back then.
Yeah, nobody cared.
You know, and it's like, oh, don't ask, don't tell is now suddenly an issue. Gay marriage is an issue now. You know, it's not even like, it just should have been like, why were those things ever even legislated to begin with? Let people have that.
Yeah, let them do what they want. I don't give a shit what people do.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Why does there have to be laws in place for that?
My sister's married to another woman. I love both of them. I don't give a damn. I mean,
finding love in itself is one thing, man. Let alone, you know what I mean? There's, man.
I just don't. I mean, and I know some people. I will say what some people will say. Excuse me. They'll say about the whole, someone playing a different character who they don't align with that character's sexuality in real life. They'll say, well, because there was another movie that had a similar thing. I think it was somebody with, I don't remember what it was, but they said, well, that person, because they're, like with her, she's a straight woman, so she doesn't understand the mindset of a trans woman.
Right.
Or trans man, whatever.
Argument, but
that's why it's called acting. They study their craft. They go and actors don't just show up to the movie set and say, okay, where's the script? Let me see it. Let me read this, and we're going to get to shooting. No, they take weeks, months, sometimes even years, depending on how long the production is, to get to know this character. They research it. They go hang out. Fucking Daniel Day-Lewis went and became a fucking shoe cobbler so he could play in that one movie. I mean, he learned the fucking craft of, like, cobblering shoes. I mean, he became...
Daniel Day-Lewis.
He has a cobbler business somewhere. I don't know. Because he's, he retires after every movie. And, like, he is a shoe cobbler. That's what actors do. Real actors research their roles. They give it their all. Just like someone who's writing a paper, someone who's doing anything, you research it, you figure it out, and you figure out how how to take on that role, and that's
Yeah,
what
they
I
said
imagine she would
Jared
do.
Leto did that with Joker from Suicide Squad. Like he started just scaring the crap out of every. He really was the Joker.
Yeah, he
Like
took
he
that shit
was
real
the
far.
Joker for real. Like, if you called him outside of work, he was the Joker, and that people started like flipping out on him.
Yeah, like
And
method
he was like
acting.
sending gifts, Joker like gifts to the other actors.
Yeah,
I
like
guess it
like
was.
dead rats and used condoms and shit. But like I just don't get it. I don't understand why. I mean, now it'd be different if they had okay. They said it was Scarlett Johansson and I don't know off the top of my head a trans actor's name, but this person, and both of them were great. I could be like, okay, I can see where you got a leg to stand on. You know, you got some. This person might be able to bring a little extra something to that role. But no, they're saying you just can't because she doesn't understand the mindset. She can't do that. And then some people will say, well, it's because there's not enough opportunity for whatever people it is that they're talking about for whatever role. I mean, I get that, but does that mean are you going to just to create opportunity here? You're going to wall off everything else, so you're going to end up with someone because. Are you going to get the right person for that role? How many? I'm not saying there aren't trans actors out there. There's probably plenty of them, but are they as readily available and known to these people making this movie as Scarlett Johansson or somebody else? I mean, I've always looked at acting and movies and stuff like that. The people they're going to put in them, just the right person. Are you the right person for the role? I don't care if you're.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The thing of it is that if you're going to bring that up about Scarlett Johansson, then you have to bring that up about everybody. It's just like you said, like, is Denzel really a lawyer? Okay. Does Tom Hanks have HIV or in Philadelphia? You know what I mean? Just different things. Like, I mean, the movie itself is it based on a true story?
It says it's based on a true. It says where's that being attached to play? Trans person in a film titled Rub and Tug, based on the true story of a Pittsburgh trans person who ran a criminal operation. I mean, okay. What's the one with Denzel Washington? American Gangster? That was a true story, based on a true story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that person, whoever that is, she's not thinking, okay, like, if I were to get someone to play me as an actor, I don't know who that would be, but I wouldn't be like, oh. I want to make sure that he's not a homosexual person because I am not that. If he's a great actor, gladly play me as a straight man. You are a great actor. I would confide in you playing me in a role. Go ahead.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I trust you as an actor.
That's what it's called, acting. You're not playing
Yeah,
yourself.
Yeah, it's like, okay, all right. In this regard, I mean, it's like some people, like, say you have, like, a black guy working at like an Asian restaurant or something like that. Some people get mad about that. I know people that get mad about that sort of thing. They don't think the food is authentic because I work there. All right. They're like, why do you work here? I want my stuff from here. And it's like, they don't think that the food is actually authentic. Not to say that I can't follow their recipe. They just want them to do it.
Yeah.
I understand, but does that make it any less? Follow the recipe to the T. Are you going to get mad that they didn't make it?
Oddly enough, at a lot of those Japanese like hibachi grills and stuff, because that's one of the main places I have heard stuff like that, where if you see someone
they have
who's
them
not
in the kitchen, I noticed. I mean, sometimes
a lot of those cooks, and this isn't just like where I live in a lot of places because I used to be in that world. A lot of those cooks that do that stuff that cook at the table, they're Filipino. They're not Japanese. But people have no problem because they look at them and they're like, oh, they're Asian.
Islander is what they used to call those people. But somehow they got mixed in with Asians. They're actually called Pacific Islanders.
Yeah.
Remember that? Seeing that?
Yeah, they are.
That got phased out somehow.
I don't know. They come up with another label. Another label.
People just aren't in. I mean, when you really think about it in history in itself, I mean, there's nobody to validate anything. 100 years, the last 100 years, who's left to explain how that really went?
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
I mean, I don't know. This whole there's just a lot with this story. Like, I mean, I like what she's saying. How she's saying, ultimately, she said in a really nice way. Famous people out there, shut the fuck up. Who are you? Because they're nobody. They're like the thing. I do think that actors and just famous people, they have a responsibility, because the fact that while they may be just like you and me, at the end of the day, they have a platform like no other. They are, by in a lot of people's eyes, put above everyone else. They are more, what their words hold more weight. And I do think that they should be responsible about that. I mean, we talk about nowadays people need to be responsible about the things that they say and responsible about how they present themselves. I think that goes both ways, like in every direction. I don't think people that are like famous and actors and all that should be out here like advocating or like just preaching their beliefs to people in the personal life. That's not what you're an actor. I want to see the roles you play. I don't give a shit what you believe. Unfortunately, a lot of people do listen to it, and I think that's abused a lot.
I agree. That's why I'm really a proponent on being able to speak intelligently about it. I'll sit quiet in a meeting or anything else unless I have something to say. You know what I mean? I'm not really, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go out there and try to be like, oh, okay, I have 500,000 subscribers now, so let me just get on here and just start talking about something controversial because I have an audience. Like, no, that doesn't mean that my opinion in that regard is validated. You know, I don't have the expertise. You know what I mean? Me personally, I mean, I agree with you, Jacob, personally. I mean, me personally, I just, you know, I watch a lot of political things and such, but I just feel like, you know, I wouldn't speak on behalf of everyone else. I would have said the same thing she said as far as the actresses and actors and famous people.
Because at the end of the day, whatever she believes, her personally, and I don't mean just politics, religion, what her personal view and beliefs on just everything, that's her. So what?
Right.
That's her. That needs to stay her. It doesn't need to be everybody else's. And this whole thing that we were talking about with the, you know, certain people playing other certain roles, I don't get that, because I don't know. It's acting. That's what blows my mind. I was like, do you not listen to the word, what it means? Acting. You were pretending. No one. I mean, the fuck. I don't know. I mean, I'm all for people. If you can find someone who lives that life, who can do the job and they can do it right and they can do what you want. Because let's be real, and I don't mean this offensively, but just because someone is, like for this particular movie, whoever the director is, I'm not sure if it's said, but if you the guy who's making this movie, just because someone is trans does not mean that they are a good actor for a trans role. I mean, that's like saying,
yes, definitely.
That's like saying that I would be perfect for any straight male role. No, I'm not an actor. So just because I'm straight doesn't mean I could play any straight role. No, you have to be an actor, and an actor doesn't just come up off the street. Like, I mean, there's people that have natural talent, but it is a craft. These people learn it. They hone that skill, and
I've been in a play before. I'll tell you right now, it is not easy. Like, I can memorize some lines. Sure. One thing I noticed is that, like, I'm surprised I'm not doing it now, actually, but I sweat a lot. You know, I'm like a nervous person or something. I don't know. When I do a lot of public speaking personally, not public speaking, but like I interview people for my job in social work, like strangers, and I have to ask them like questions. And usually I'm just surprised I'm even able to do that, because I can read people well. I'll go in here, I'll be like, oh, this person doesn't want to talk to me or even hear what I'm talking about at all.
Sure.
You know, so I'm like, that'll come off it as a certain way. And I just, you know, I mean, just being an actor, you just have to realize, or actress, you have to realize, like, wow, like, you know, you really have to be like, really, to love, you have to love yourself to even live stream.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Even get on here. You know, it takes a lot out of you. You know, there's people that are really like self-conscious of themselves, or just anything. You know, you can have a mole on your cheek, a birthmark, just anything will stop you from achieving your greatest. You know what I mean?
Oh, I have no shame.
Because of the way society works. You know.
Well.
Just dumb.
Well, barring all that, like I said, I knew that was going to be kind of like, that's kind of a hot topic, but I actually put this story in late. I had a different story in here about I think it was Lord of the Rings, by the way, is being the 3 Lord of the Rings movies are being re-released in China in 4K, new visuals, and 3D. Just FYI for anybody, because that was the story I was going to do here. But I saw this one and I was like, I got to talk about that. This Lord of the Rings thing is just going to be
Hey,
kind of like,
thanks for
hey, it's
putting this
coming.
in, man.
Lord of the Rings is
Time
coming to China. None of us can see it, but or I mean, most of the people in my stream can't see it. But, all right, but yeah, I hope her well. I like what she's selling. It sounds like she knows she's learned how to navigate the world that she inhabits, while at the same time not just selling out and just going along with the norm. She's still saying what she wants to say. She's just being a little bit more tactful about it. And but I feel like she's getting her point out there. Her point is pretty much, keep your thoughts to yourself and do your job. So I'm sure somebody will find a problem with that though. But Scarlett Johansson, you got a little bit more respect for me there, Scarlo. So I'm looking forward to seeing you in Black Widow a little more now. So for the last story of the night, this will be a quick one, and this was a little near and dear to me. Not really near and dear, but I this isn't like the biggest story in the world, but we're going to end it with at least some good news, and we're going to talk about
always happy, bro. It's just you can't. I mean, okay, counterpoints. All right, ContraPoints. Is that her name?
Point count.
You ever heard of her?
ContraPoints.
No, Now we'll get on that later. I'll tell you about it. We have to elaborate more on that last thing we spoke about. All right, I'll send you a link after this, and it's exactly what we were talking about.
I got you.
But yeah, it's always good-hearted. Remember that.
Oh yeah, it was good-hearted, but I want to end it on a little bit higher note than Scarlett Johansson possibly being canceled. But we're going to talk about, and this actually does come off of the last one we were talking about. As they put it, cis male, me, straight male. I'm a straight guy. I am very straight. I've never been attracted to men, but if I were to ever go gay, we're going to talk about my man crush real quick. The absolutely beautiful Henry Cavill. I'm a very straight man, but if I ever was to go that way, The Witcher would be my man. But in all seriousness, we're gonna talk about The Witcher season 2 is expanding its cast. According to the Hollywood Reporter on Tuesday, the Hollywood Reporter stated that 7 newcomers are joining the cast of The Witcher alongside Henry Cavill. I'm going to butcher these names. Everybody get ready. Ajoa Endo, Cassie Clare, Liz Carr, Simon Callow, Graham McTavish, Kevin Doyle, and Chris Fulton are all set to appear in Witcher Season 2, which still does not have a release date, but they are shooting it. Per the publication, Andoa, I think, will portray Niniki, a priestess of Melitile. I read these books, I can't remember. And the head of the Temple of Melitile. Claire will play Philippa Elhart, an advisor to Redania's King Vizimir II, the leader of the Lodge of Sorceresses. Carr will play Finn. This is the one that's interesting here, I thought. Well, for me, I've read the books. Carr will play Finn, a partner at a law firm and detective agency, while Callow will portray Cardinger, I think that's Cardinger, Finn's partner. McTavish will portray that word, a master spy and head of special forces for the Kingdom of Redania. Doyle has been cast as Balian, a new character, and Fulton will play Renice, a mage who was instructed to find Ciri after the slaughter of Sintra. Netflix says that they still do not have a release date, but it is coming soon. This is... I don't know a lot of people that have read the Witcher books. People are more familiar with the Witcher video games. That actually, the video games are based on the books, and this show is actually based on the books, not the video games. There are, of course, similarities. I've read the books, and the books get pretty out there. A lot of people complained about the first season of The Witcher being very disjointed. It being, I don't know if did you happen to see the Witcher, Antonio, the show on Netflix?
Not the show. I did have the game though. So I may know. I didn't even know it was. I mean, a book. To be honest with you, I just bought the game based on what I was reading.
Sure.
And it had really, really, really great reviews as just a standalone game. So
yeah,
I do have that.
Well, it's a series of books by a Polish writer. I don't have his name here. I probably butchered that too, but it's a series of books. I read them all uh, it's been some years back now. Actually, before I played any of the games, I haven't played the games nearly as extensively as some other games. They're real long
Right,
games.
sure, bye.
I
Yeah,
have,
I like RPGs mostly, so I just thought that would be a good one to own, you know?
yeah, and I have. There's three of them. I have all three of them, and I think I've played part three a bit. But either way, that's a game I would like to get into. But the show, I loved the show because the show is very, for the most part, it is a lot more faithful to the book, the first book, than and part of the second than I ever thought it would be. And people said, "Oh, it's really disjointed." The show was, and it was, but that's because the first book is really disjointed. Because the first book is actually a collection of short stories about this character that they're related because it's the same character, but it's not a single narrative throughout. The first book is just a collection of short stories, kind of like the Gunslinger was for Stephen King back in the day. And after the first book, the second book starts the actual overarching narrative about The Witcher and all these things that happen. Now, they did work in a few things from the second book and that narrative into the first season, all of which were from the second book, to give it a little bit of a narrative arc. But that's why it seems so disjointed, and people were really confused as to why. It's hard to keep track of like when it is, because it bounces around in time, because the book did too. There were times in the book you'd be like a chapter into one part of it, and you'd be like, when am I? And you'd find out, oh, I'm before all that, or I'm after that. And that's so in that respect, I can say that the show was very faithful to the book, because it did.
Kept you, and you knew where you were. It wasn't choppy.
Yeah, and so that is actually something I liked about the book. You'd be reading it and the show as well. You wouldn't know exactly when this. You knew the characters and you were on board with what was going on in this particular story, but it would be like a little ways into the story, and something would happen. You'd be like, oh, it's before that. It's before he knows about this or has met this person or that's happened or whatever. And that's how you would kind of place these stories in the timeline. You'd be like, okay, this happened. But it wasn't until the second book that they all kind of came together. Now, the second book in the series, like I said, that's when the series takes off as a single narrative. And I'm thinking from the synopsis and everything that sounds like what's going to happen with the season 2. I was really scared that with season 1, it was going to be so kind of disjointed to a degree that it wouldn't get a season 2, but it apparently is because people did still dig it. And I'm happy to see this because I think that if season 2 is as faithful to its book counterpart as the first one was, I think people are going to love this because they're going to find it's going to be much more narratively easier to digest than the first one. Because what I found with the series is the first book was really neat, but like I said, it was just a bunch of short stories. But when you get to the second, third, four or five books, I can't remember how many, there's quite a few books. When you get to those books call back to that stuff. It's like the first book is giving you a history lesson of this world and these characters, so that when the second one starts, when the real story starts, you already know these characters, so it doesn't have to explain who these people are. I mean, you get a few new ones, but the main players, all that, you have like this robust history of them, and you don't get that with a lot of books. A lot of books, you're having to learn about the world, you're having to learn about the characters, you're having to learn about the overarching story that's going on right then. This one, you have a whole book's worth of knowledge of these characters, and now you're going on a story and you already know these characters. That's why I really enjoyed those books. But the second book in the series was really badass. So it sounds like, because a lot of these characters they mention are people that show up in those books, so I'm thinking they're going to stay, pretty relatively in line with that book again, and that makes me happy. I know I'm probably a little bit more of a Witcher nerd than most people.
No, hey, that's good that you care that much about it, man. But, about anything, you know what I mean? Like, I remember, I really tried to get into Warhammer. You ever played that? Like that whole...
I haven't, but I'm aware of it. I know what it is.
Yes, I just, I had went to a store one day, a mall actually, and I saw that was in there, and I just was so like jealous of how passionate people were about that.
Oh yeah,
I just like even Magic cards or Witcher. I do like RPG games, Final Fantasy and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like it's nice to even care about that stuff, man. So don't think you're a nerd, dude.
Oh no, I'm okay with being a nerd.
Yeah,
I have no problem being a nerd about it. Yeah, the games are what I played.
She's going to bed on this.
Uh-oh. Good night, Short. We'll
Ha.
see you. We'll see you tomorrow
That
night,
was good
hopefully.
night.
Um,
Oh yeah.
but the games, or the third game, is really the only one I put any amount of time into, and not a ton. It was pretty neat. I really liked it. But I think the third game actually takes place after the books or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, the books are definitely worth. Anybody who's interested in The Witcher or watched that first season, I strongly recommend checking out the first season. It's only like 6, 7, 8 episodes. It's not a lot, but just go into it knowing that it is like each episode. It does tie them together a bit more than the book did because it has a little bit. It has the beginnings of that narrative, but go into it knowing that you know what each episode's going to be a little different. It might be a different time. And I'm just getting to know these characters, and I think people have a lot better time. I think people were going in expecting this more overarching narrative from episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and instead they got like a different story each time and different points of time, and they were kind of confused by that. But I think when season 2 comes along, if it follows the structure of the book, people are going to be really blown away because they're going to go on this really great story with characters they already know and care about. And Henry Cavill's awesome as The Witcher. I couldn't imagine anybody else in that part now. No matter, I mean, even though I got a thing for Henry Cavill, but I couldn't. He is great in it.
Yeah, he looks awesome. Like, I mean,
he's an awesome. Geralt is an awesome character, and Henry Cavill does it really. He petitioned to be that character because he's a big gamer. That's how he knows it is from the games. But yeah, anybody who's a Witcher fan out there, get ready because we are getting a season 2. We've known that, but the pandemic happened and kind of slowed things down. They are already filming, or have already filmed a good bit of it. I don't think it's finished filming, but they are currently filming The Witcher season 2. So I imagine we'll be getting it hopefully in 2021. I hope we don't have to wait too long. I know it's a effects heavy show and got a whole lot of extravagant sets and everything, so it's probably a big production, but hopefully we get it in 2021 because I'm really ready for some more Witcher Netflix action because that show was pretty awesome.
Indeed, the game is too, actually. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Game again.
So I am going to, like I said, because it is getting late. I think Short stepping out. If you're still in here, Short, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night. I'm playing.
Thanks, Caden.
I'm playing. What is that? What game am I playing? Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain is a cinematic game I've never played before. I've always wanted to play. It was a PlayStation 3 exclusive. I didn't have a PS3, but it is now on PC. So I bought it and I said I'm gonna play this because I like the company that makes those games. They make very cinematic, narrative-driven games. I've seen the memes about it, like some guy walking around yelling Jason a lot, so maybe we'll see that. I don't know anything about it beyond that. I tried to not get spoilers because I know that their games are very narrative-driven, and I'm pretty sure this game came out like 10 years ago. But it looks really nice, I mean, especially now. I don't know if the PC version's updated, but it's always, they make really pretty games too. All right, so I'm not going to do both of these trailers. One of them was just picked because I was like, I'll have 2 trailers. But since I did the Winter Soldier thing and all that, I do want to watch this one mainly because I haven't watched it yet, and I've held off on watching it until. Thanks, Antonio, for that. I really appreciate it. You're on. We should be sending you some.
Anytime, dude. I felt like, hey, man, I'm missing out. This would have been the first day that I didn't send you anything, and then, like, I've been here the whole time. It's like, come on now, dude. I got to keep up with what I'm doing. All right.
It's all good. I appreciate it.
What's $2, man? That's for showing me how to live stream. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. Oh, and everybody who's in here, by the way, appreciate the fact that he is here because last night he and I got on here for a few minutes to just kind of like check levels and just make sure all the technical side of this stuff was working. This was supposed to be like a 20-30 minute, just get on here, check some stuff out. Hey, here's what we're going to go over tomorrow night. Here's what it's going to look like, blah, blah, blah. Not a long thing. I was like, I'm going to get in bed on time tonight and have a... We were on here for hours trying to figure out...
Oh, you thought I was only going to be on for 20 or 30 minutes? Okay. I didn't even ask you when you wanted me to stop. I'm like...
No,
I was going to sit next to you for your whole podcast. How about that?
No. Not today. Last night.
Podcast.
Last night.
We were on that late, dude.
We were on till like 1:30 in the morning, and I think we got on. What time did I called you? Like 10:30, 10:45.
Yeah, 11.
My time. Well, my time it was.
Oh, your time. Yeah.
10:30, 10:45, and we were on there until about 1:30 in the fucking morning. We could not get the video. We couldn't get the whole package. Well, I'd be like, okay, I got video, but you can't hear me.
Did not have microphones or no video or just something like
and then it'd be like, okay, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Oh, okay, I can see you. You can hear me, you can see me, but I can't hear you. Oh my God, it just went out. It was so frustrating. We spent all night just
set up.
We bounced around from like all kinds of different like platforms trying to see if one would work. Oh my God, I don't know what the problem was. We eventually got it fixed. Thank God. I was really nervous when you texted me a while ago and said, or when you first got on and said, all right, I'm ready. I was like, okay, please just please work. Thankfully, when you came on and said, can you hear me? And I was like, can you hear me? You said yes. I was like, thank God. But then initially, when I first put you on here, I couldn't see your picture. I was like, "Oh, I can't see you though." But I'm happy it worked out.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm like, hopefully, we can always make something happen, in the future or whatever. You call me like, "Hey, man, having you on tomorrow," I'll be like, "All right, dude,"
Well, absolutely. But let's see.
I'll retain Skype. Thank you.
Yeah,
Skype,
we're using Skype. They're
going to sponsor Jacob's channel after this. I mean, we looked out for him. We got him back out of the woodwork. No one had thought about Skype in years. It's all Zoom now. It's a Zoom world.
Yeah, Zoom. Hey, that's one we didn't use was Zoom. We tried Teams. We didn't use Zoom. We should have tried Zoom.
We're showing our age with that. Teams and Skype. Teams and I mean.
All right, let me.
They don't even. Either of those. It's like GoToMeeting and Zoom. That's it. That's all they use now.
I am going to actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this too. Hang on, let's copy. I meant to do this earlier. Everybody, if you have not subscribed, there's Antonio's channel. Go and subscribe.
Oh, hey, thank you, Jacob.
I meant to do that in the beginning. I totally forgot. But
I'm gonna post one too at the after this. I'll post our live on my channel. And Caden, man, don't feel like that. You had us to talk to. I saw everything you said, man. Don't worry. I like cows too. They're very cute. Cows are great.
I don't know much about
he said cows. He likes cows.
Oh, right on. I don't know much about cows.
You guys have to meet Pearl. She's been bothering me to pick her up all day because she's just she's doing a little cough thing because she's excited, but she's been wanting to get picked up for 2 hours, so
had to pick me up. You've been neglecting me. I didn't even know you had a dog running around. She hadn't made a noise. That's a good dog.
Oh yeah, she was actually very good in that regard.
Well,
Caden, they're not about that per se, but they do contain that. Although,
why are all
Caden, there are age restrictions on rated R movies. Just so you know.
Then Antonio, why are all your movies about sex? Well, it's something that it's something that happens. It's something that we're all interested in as we get older, for sure. Apparently, a lot of people are interested in his videos. This guy's got 5.8K subscribers last time I checked.
Oh, come on, man. That's from half of them are from your videos, being in your lives, talking junk. People are adding me from them.
Maybe. I appreciate that.
No, dude, it's truly, man. Good and well, man. It's truly a pleasure to do this, dude. I don't even care about subscribers, to be honest, because I care about them, but it's like I really don't. I don't engage with 5,800 people. I engage with you and Caden and Greg and Short, and so hopefully I can create some type of,
for sure,
I don't know,
you go start live streaming now.
Yeah, I know. I feel more comfortable now because of this.
It's not
actually.
that bad. I
Not
mean,
to say I would. I mean, I'll figure out something, where actually I am a presence eventually. You know.
first time I did it, I was nervous as shit. I had no idea what I was doing. I was like, all right, here we go. I'm just fuck it. I'm gonna do it, and I did it. When I started doing the retro Wednesdays with, I think the first one I did was Phantasmagoria, and I just went. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have it. I mean, I had subscribers, but usually on live streams, you might get some of your subscribers, but it's usually new people that come in, and that's how like you guys. You guys all come in here because I imagine that some of you, if not all of you, came across my channel through my live streams, and that's when you guys
I
felt
didn't. I think I actually was there for Phantasmagoria. To
you
be
were.
honest,
I
I
think
was
you've
there,
been
so
there for
I
almost all
came
of them.
from the videos
You and
because I remember
Short,
that game.
I
I
think, are my
remember.
oldest ones.
Yeah, I remember you were playing that game. So I definitely didn't come from that. That was your first live, huh?
Yeah, well, Phantasmagoria 1, I did Phantasmagoria 2 later on. Phantasmagoria 1 was the one with the woman who walked around in the mom jeans,
Hmm.
and Phantasma and the crazy husband who was always talking about getting some Drano. Phantasmagoria. Oh, what did I get? What is this? I just got an email. Happy late Tuesday night. I'm working on a few funky genre titles. Oh, I just got a screener. Well, I got an
Ah,
offer for a screener. I'll look at that later. Um, but where was I saying? Oh yeah, Phantasmagoria 2 was just both of them were out there, but Phantasmagoria 2 was the one with the guy who was walking around in the shirt, worked in the office building and all that. That was a little bit. That was still an early one, but that was a little bit later on. I'd done a couple by that point, but yeah, my first one, man. I went on there. I figured it. I just turned it on. I had no idea how to do it. Like all this OBS stuff. I didn't do any intros and all that stuff. I used to make. Now I use the same music and I just changed the picture. I used to like make that 30-minute intro video. I used to make a different video for
hmm.
every live stream. I made a different one. I compiled all this music and pictures and all that. And I'd be really proud of it. And I'd be like, man, ain't nobody seeing this shit.
Oh man, come on, dude.
Because it took forever to do it too. And I
Yeah,
was just like,
it just takes time. Good things
yeah.
sometimes take time, man.
Yeah. And I
That's
was like,
all. Everything. We're on our way up. I'm not doing anything yet. There's people that have 100 million subscribers. We're on our way, man. All you have to do is just keep striving.
I don't need 100 million, but I'll take 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm happy just having any attention.
Oh,
That's what the
absolutely.
point of it was for me. I never was thinking about like, oh, trying to do this or that. I mean, I would love to do this for a living, yes, and just focus on this and be done with 9 to 5 like tonight. I never do anything right after work. I'll cancel a date if it's at 11 o'clock. After work. I don't do anything. So I was like, this is something that I wanted to do. So I appreciate it. The invite itself.
Oh, no problem, man. I appreciate you coming. Well,
Yeah.
let's look at this quick little trailer. I've been looking. This trailer came out earlier this week, but I was saving it. Let's see here. Where's my little transition at? Is the trailer up? Oh, I lost my place. And this is why I
Yeah.
cut this thing when I post it up. Okay, here we go. I guess I should do an outro for the news thing. Oh, I didn't. Oh, no. Before I do the trailer, let me do this little spiel real quick.
Yeah.
So that's all the news that I got for this week. We still got a couple of quick things to look at. First and foremost, this week we got a couple of things releasing, not a whole lot because everything's kind of moving out of the way for the king himself, Godzilla vs. Kong, which is coming out Thursday, March 31st, i.e. tomorrow, or actually it is 1:21 my time right now. It may actually be available now, but that's coming out tomorrow on the March 31st. Definitely check that out. Looks like it could be a good time. This Friday, April 2nd, we have The Unholy, which is a trailer we looked at here on the show a few weeks ago. Looked kind of generic, but who knows? Jeffrey Dean Morgan might be a good time. Shiva Baby, not familiar with that one. Assault on VA 33. I don't know if that's like a mix between Assault on Precinct 13 and maybe that VA movie that came out a couple of years ago. Every Breath You Take. Isn't it a Biggie song? I'm not sure. Is that the Johnny Depp movie where it's about Biggie and Tupac? I don't know. And The Girl Who Believes in Miracles. Don't know anything about that one either. But those are all coming out on Friday. It sounds like everything was getting out of the way of Godzilla vs. Kong. Nobody wants to be in its wake. But that's the new releases for this week. Beyond that, the only other thing I got is a trailer this week. This trailer actually came out early this week or this weekend. I can't remember exactly when. But I didn't watch it. I purposely didn't because I wanted to watch it here, and I wanted to react to it here on the show. I've been wanting to watch it. I've been tempted, but I hadn't watched it yet. So I'm going to watch it here with you guys, where you can see my first reaction to it. And that trailer is the one, the only, not just Suicide Squad, but the Suicide Squad, James Gunn's attempt at a DC movie. So let's check this out real quick and see what it's all about. If I can get it pulled up. No. Well, that's weird. Love them transitions. Guess I'll take that off. So, is YouTube not working now? Huh. Okay, hang on a second. Things are being dumb. Let's... There it is. Okay. Let's make that bigger. Shh. All right, so here we go with apparently the Red Band trailer for The Suicide Squad.
You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna risk the entire mission
Idris
for a
Elba.
defective dress as a
Is that John Cena?
coming from a guy that wears a toilet seat on his head.
We don't leave one of our own behind.
Hopefully Harley's still alive.
No funny business. I don't.
Oh, so this is like a sequel to the last one. I thought it was like a remake.
Fire up. 3, 2.
What are you guys doing?
What? We're here to save you.
You were gonna
Crazy
save
ass.
me?
It was a really good plan, too.
Well, I can go back inside and you can still do it.
That's patronizing.
I'm so sorry. Harley Quinn.
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Was it? No, that was Bloodshot.
You know the deal. Successfully complete the mission.
Oh,
you get
that
10
guy.
years off your sentence.
What the fuck is that?
You fail to follow my orders in any way, and I detonate the explosive device in the base of your skull.
That's Michael Rooker looking old as hell. Hey, he's Jai Courtney's back. This is a direct sequel. Oh shit! What's his name?
Any questions?
King Shark? Is that his name?
And
Yes, that is your hand. Very good.
we're all gonna die.
I hope so.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Here's the deal.
I kind of like it
Fail
so
the
far.
mission, you die.
If we find out any information you give us is false, you die.
If we find out your
Hey, it's Peter
personalized
Capaldi.
license plates, you die.
The 12th Doctor.
Great
You cough
Doctor
without
Who.
Great
covering your mouth.
casting.
Although that isn't an open invitation for you to cough without covering your mouth.
What's the plan? How the hell am I supposed to know? You're the leader. You're supposed to be decisive. And I've decided that
What
you
is
should
that
be a
thing
big
he's got
bag
on
of
his
dicks.
head?
If this whole beach was completely covered in dicks, and somebody
looks
said
like
I'd
one of
eat
the,
every dick until the beach was clean
Cenobites
for
from
liberty, I would say
Hellraiser.
no problemo.
Why would someone put penises all over the beach?
Who knows why madmen do what they do?
John Cena's pretty funny in some of the stuff he's in. He's got good comedic timing.
This is suicide.
Oh
Well, that's
shit!
kind of our thing.
Don't you worry, eh? I'm gonna get you out of here alive.
I'm going to get you out of here alive.
Okay,
my God! We've got a freaking kaiju up in this shit!
oh, it's that starfish. I don't know its name. The starfish monster thing.
I love the rain. It's like angels are
What's the
floating all
woman's
over
name
us.
in the river?
August 6th, HBO Max. All right.
Who is that?
Who is who?
Margot Robbie. Okay.
Margot Robbie.
That's
Yeah,
who-
she Harley Quinn. Yeah.
Harley Quinn. Okay.
She's back. That was pretty cool, man. It's a whole lot better looking than the first Suicide Squad movie, the David Ayer Suicide Squad movie. And I really like James Gunn and his approach, his movies. Like, you know, he's made the Guardians of the Galaxy's movies. He made you'd probably know this one, Antonio. He made Slither.
Definitely.
The one with the
I can remember the cover with that girl in the bathtub.
Yeah,
and all those
it's
things.
the
all little
worms.
tongues.
Yeah. That movie's awesome. He made that. He also, James Gunn, wrote the not the original, but the remake of Dawn of the Dead. That was
That
which
looks
is Zack,
good though.
which Zack
Suicide
Snyder.
Squad.
Zack Snyder directed Dawn of the Dead. But yeah, that I mean, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I couldn't complain from the trailer, honestly.
I don't know who all those characters are, admittedly, but like I've the shark one. I think it's called King Shark. I'm not like some of these characters look familiar, like I've seen them here or there, but I'm not as familiar with their comic book counterparts. Of course, I know Harley Quinn, who's Margot Robbie. John Cena, I don't know who he is. He's got some kind of thing on his head going on there, but he was pretty funny. He's been in a couple of things, and he's actually got some really good comedic timing. And Idris Elba, I don't know that character. There's so many characters that have blood something else in comic books. Like, I think he said his name was Blood Sport. There's blood shot. There's blood sport. There's blood poop. I mean, there's just there's a blood something all over the place. So, but and I think the guy, Army Hammer, I think it is on the poster here. The guy on the bottom in the yellow, right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was in the first movie, and he's actually the only one who's not a criminal, if I remember correctly. And I saw what's his name, Pete Davidson. Is that his name? He showed up for just a minute. He wasn't there for very long. He's an acquired taste. I don't know how I
He's
feel
a
about
comedian. I know that, right?
Yeah.
Pete Davidson.
His comedy is like he was in what was that movie he was in this past year? The Long Island, the King of Long Island, King of Staten Island, or something like that. I don't know. That was a pretty good movie. I was surprised by that. It was better than I thought it was going to be. But but some of his other stuff he's in, I'm kind of like, he's all right. And then the guy with the polka dots.
Meh.
Yeah, the guy with the polka dots who said, "I hope we all die" or whatever. He's familiar. I've seen that guy and stuff. He's like that fate. You don't know his name, but he's like, oh yeah, that guy. He was in that thing. He was in The Dark Knight. He was one of the side characters in The Dark Knight. He's been in some other stuff too. I think he's going to be in Dune. Anyway, either way, I can sit here and talk about the actors all day, but that looked a whole lot better than the 2016 Suicide Squad we got. That just looked, I don't know. On its best day, that movie is at best. So I think James Gunn is gonna at least make it an entertaining movie. It's gonna be. It apparently is very R-rated. I mean, you just had like the shark like ripping the guy in half and eating the guy, and there's blood and language and all that. So the Suicide Squad. It would be a very, because I mean they're all criminals. They're all like bad guys that are doing good deeds because to get time taken off their sentence. So I mean, they should be. That's when an R rating is deserved at that point. They're the bad guys. That's what they're gonna do.
Right.
So, I don't know, man.
I agree
This looked pretty cool. I'm excited about it. August 6th. Damn, that's a little bit. I thought it was coming before then, but I mean, I'll take it.
At least it's this year, right? I mean, August 6th.
Yeah.
Probably something to look forward to, right?
Yeah, and
We
this
gotta-
is
we
actually
gotta
the
do
movie.
something this year before it's over.
Yeah, this is the movie. Well, not the. This isn't the movie. I think this is one of the movies that when we were talking about getting canceled earlier, James Gunn got canceled because James Gunn wrote and directed Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. He was going to do 3. Then actually, I think you said something about something you said 10 years ago. He actually some tweets he made 10 years ago got pulled or brought up, and he got fired from Disney over some shit he said 10 years ago.
There's no statute of limitations on just anything you've ever said.
Yeah, man. He was like, I mean, I was edgy and young and trying to get a rise out of people back then. That's not me now. But he got fired, so he went on and he went to DC, and because this is a DC property, and Marvel lost him, so he went to make this, and he also made that movie. Well, he produced Brightburn, the movie about the kind of the evil Superman
the kid.
Yeah. He went and did those. I mean, I enjoyed Brightburn, and this looks like it's going to be good too. But he did get rehired by Disney. That was one situation where someone got uncanceled, surprisingly enough, pretty quick. Enough people were like championing for him because I think everybody saw Guardians of the Galaxy and said, that's that. Like a lot of the other Marvel movies, you look at and you're like, the characters make the movie, the actors, the story, all that. It's not so much the director. When you ask, hey, who directed this Marvel movie, who directed that one, I could tell you a lot of times, but a lot of people I don't think could say, oh, so-and-so directed this one, so-and-so directed that one. Guardians of the Galaxy is a James Gunn movie. That movie is the way that it is because that's him. That's his style. Some directors have a style that when you see their movies, you're like, yeah, that's that director. You got your Scorsese's, Spielberg, all them, you can see their fingerprints all over the movie. James Gunn's one of them. His movies, you can tell it's a James Gunn movie. They're always fun.
It's his, right? Like Wes Anderson. Yep.
Yeah, well, definitely
stuff, right?
him. But James Gunn is what made Guardians of the Galaxy work, and I think he got canceled, and they were like, oh, no, you took it too far. You're messing up Guardians of the Galaxy. You need to bring his ass back. And they did. Surprisingly enough, they brought him back. He had to do some apologizing and stuff, I guess, for something he did 10 fucking years ago. But but either way, in his downtime while he was fired from Disney, he went and made this. So I think that was time well served. I think he did a pretty good job. Well, I mean, it looks like he is. We'll find out August 6th if he is. I am excited to see this. What I don't want is a slew of more trailers for this movie to come out as it gets closer. I don't want to know anything else about it. I think they showed just enough.
Like longer trailer 2 and all that.
Yeah, which we're inevitably going to get. But I don't want to see more about the movie. I think this told me what I needed to know. It gave me an idea of the tone. It said this is what this movie's going to be like. It gave me some imagery, like that starfish monster thing. I don't know what that is, but I've seen it. It's one of those ridiculous characters you've seen. Like, because if you look back at like comic books from yesteryear, like the Golden Age, they got some ridiculous villains. This giant starfish is one of them, and I've seen it in like a YouTube video or something where they say crazy villains from back in the day you'll never see. That's the kind of villain, that's the kind of character that James Gunn is going to bring into his movie, that one that you don't think you'll ever see, a giant starfish. So I mean, that's coming. You got these characters, you see a little bit of them. I don't need anything else. I don't want to see another thing until August 6th.
Leave some suspense for the movie.
Yeah, but they are inevitably going to release another trailer, I'm sure, and it's going to give away a lot more, and I'd like to say I won't watch it, but I know I will. But
spoiler alert.
I may watch it here on this show, but I like it. I'm looking forward to it. Come August 6th, I'm going to be looking forward to, as of now, seeing this movie. The one good well, Jack Courtney was there too, but the one good thing that came from the original Suicide Squad, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, is back, and I'm cool with that, because if nothing else about that movie, I think she was really good. She's a really good Harley Quinn, and I don't think she's had that opportunity yet in a movie to really. She does good as Harley Quinn, but she hasn't been in a good movie. She's been in Suicide Squad and Birds of Prey. Neither of those was great. So hopefully this will be the one that really you have this great character in a great movie. We'll find out on August 6th. Yeah. Alrighty. Besides outros and stuff, we've actually just been kind of talking and stuff as we went. I had a few things I was gonna questions and Nothing really. We probably covered them all. I just threw some stuff up because I was like, just in case. And we talked about most of this stuff right here. You answered everything. I was going to ask you about erotic thrillers. What's next for the channel and things like that. You've really been over all this stuff. There's one. Where did it go? I have one question I know we haven't talked about. I would be interested. No one was. Yeah, you kind of did touch on this, but you didn't like flat out say it. So I'm curious to know, and I want to, because we've gone over we've said other things. I am curious. The one question I want to know, because I know that your channel is really all about, well, not all about. That's making light of it. Your channel has a lot of different variety, but you do definitely have a niche now. Erotic thrillers is definitely your thing. That's taken off for you, and it's doing very well for you. And I know that you like those movies from talking to you, but you have other passions, other movies you like as well, such as horror you mentioned. I'm curious, erotic thriller or no, whichever it is. What's a video? What's one video or topic, even if it's not a movie, just a video or topic that you really want to do, but you never will? And why?
But I never will.
But you never will. What's one that you're just like, I really want, like for me, give you context, for me, it'd be Lord of the Rings. I really love Lord of the Rings, and I would love to do a video, but I never will because I feel like, can I do that, Justin? Can I get across how much I care about this property? How much I named one of my children after a character from Lord of the Rings. I really like Lord of the Rings.
I like Lord of the Rings too myself. Personally, for me too, there's a lot of, like, in particular, a movie that I know I would like to do is the movie My Girl, actually, with Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
That movie is something that I actually wanted to do a long time ago, but when I realized that, like, they were, I guess, minors, for lack of a better word, that I didn't think it would be in good taste for me to review the movie because it would probably in turn get me acclaim. But I really like that movie. So, of course, that would be something that I would like to review eventually. But as far as, I would really like to do series, like TV series, like that I like. Like, we were mentioning Saved by the Bell earlier, but not necessarily that, but like literally break down, like, I guess something like that would be a very, very long project to undertake, especially if something had a lot of seasons. But like a show that I liked from back in the day, like Wonder Years, or
oh yeah, that's a good
yeah,
one.
like, I mean, I feel like that was like very formative for me and who I became as a person, like watching Wonder Years as a kid.
Yeah, who was your Winnie?
Winnie was the best. Shoot, I probably wouldn't even have had a girlfriend or anything so early in life if not for that theme being within that show. Every episode was like, oh, Winnie, oh, this girl, oh, that person, oh, the dance. That was living that life essentially.
Oh, for sure. I remember the one where he had the zit.
Oh, yeah. I have every episode on DVD. That's why I said I would gladly like to review those if I ever got the chance, for sure.
Awesome. I mean, I know earlier you mentioned Basic Instinct, but you kind of sounded like, hey, I want to do it, but I'm not sure if I'll ever will.
Yeah, that's like my magnum opus, or what, you know what I mean? Like the cherry on the top. Like, I want to do a really good job with that movie. So
you think you'll ever do it?
I probably won't. Yeah, I think I'll do it eventually. I don't think I probably won't live up to my own expectations of it. I doubt of the review itself, but I feel like, it'll be something that, like, because that's like pretty much, I mean, there's other movies that are older than that I could, like, I mean, you got Dangerous Liaisons, just different movies, like from, Dress to Kill, all kinds of different movies, like the genre of movie that I do that I could really think of. But like, I'm just saying, in terms of my generation, that's where I became a fan of the genre, was through like Michael Douglas, Sharon Stone, Fatal Attraction, things like that.
The classics.
Yeah. That's why Michael Douglas is one of my favorite actors. It's probably because of Wall Street. And I kind of saw all those three movies like right at the same time. Wall Street, Basic Instinct, and Fatal Attraction.
Yeah.
And Wall Street isn't even that type of movie, but that's one of my favorite movies.
Another
I
one
ended
he's
up going-
in I really like is The Game. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I really like that as well. The Game.
It's
that
not
was
one
a
of
good
those kind of movies either, but I really like The Game. I was surprised by how much I like that movie.
That was a good movie. I really enjoyed that one myself. Yeah, it was like manipulative, like Shutter Island or something. Like he didn't know what he was really in. Like a game.
Well, if you do Basic Instinct on your video, are you gonna include the gratuitous beaver shot?
Hey, if you sponsor me, Jacob, I might put that shot in there. All right. This video is sponsored by Jacob Andrews Reviews.
Should do it and put one like somebody put my face. There you go. Do it, and when she opens her legs, just have my face with like a little splat. That's what you do that and you'll make my day.
Yeah, honestly, I could see something like that, like a little emoji head right there.
I reside in Sharon Stone's crotch.
You're so...
Well, yeah.
Man, you get me in trouble, man.
That's what I'm here for. So what do you have any like plan, like beyond, doing what you've been doing, of course, do you have any other plans or any other directions or anything, that's with your channel that you're going to be doing that's, changing things up, or what if you don't mind telling us?
Yeah, now that I'm actually on camera now, I would like to pursue this a bit further and elaborate on, this. Possibly add myself to an outro or an intro, or, you know what I mean? Like, just come in every now and again while I'm explaining, different scenes from the movies and stuff like that. Just pop in and give them, a piece of personalization, so to speak.
Sure.
Like this, instead of just being a voiceover with no identity. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that'll be my next move, definitely. I feel like.
Cool.
And I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, you did great. I know you were having some anxiety about like putting your face out there for the first time and like being on camera, and I get it. Believe me, I get it. But I mean, it's been great tonight, man. No problems.
Hey, thanks. It has for me as well, actually. I mean, it's not even so much that. I mean, I know times will be different, and all it takes is 2 or 3 bad apples. You know what I mean? To ruin the whole thing. But I don't really, I don't have any anxiety about getting on camera, really. It's just like, I mean, I just really kind of felt like it would just be like, when you get on camera, it sort of like adds you to your videos instead of you actually talking about the movie itself. Like right now, my reviews don't really have anything to do with me personally. People aren't getting me. I'm talking about the movie.
Sure.
If you like the movie, you'll come and see that. There's no reason not to watch my review because I'm not really in it. You know what I mean? It's just me giving a synopsis of the movie. When I add myself, then there's going to be a point where like, oh, do I really like Antonio? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
Me just liking Unfaithful or Sliver, it's like, do I like this guy now? Because he's on camera. You know what I mean? Like, instead of me just...
Because yours are a bit more, I mean, you're reviewing it for sure, but I kind of view your videos, and I like these kind of videos. I like them a lot. I don't do them, but I like them. Yours are more almost like essays. They're like more long form essays, and I like it. I watch and listen to a lot of those kind of videos on YouTube. I like to have a big, long, interesting video about a movie or something that really dives deep into it that I can sit down like at work or when I'm editing or and I watch them too, but just I can like listen and soak that information up.
Something you can listen to. Oh man, thank you, Jacob. I really appreciate that, bro. Honestly, you really don't understand. That means a lot, man. For real.
Oh, absolutely. I've watched a ton of your videos. I don't. I'm the worst commenter ever.
Yeah, I don't comment. I don't comment either. I'm like that. I tell people that all the time. Like, I mean, I don't really comment, but I'll bring up something that, like, I was in your Phantasmagoria. I mean, that was live, but I've seen your videos too. So don't think I'm not there, man, because you're in my subs. So it's like if I could be in bed on YouTube and just randomly hear your voice, like, oh, they showed me one of Jacob's videos. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's Jacob, So I watch your stuff too, dude.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Don't even think that I'm not around.
Oh, absolutely. I see. you and Short and Sweet are definitely, and we've got some other ones coming in now. We got like Caden and Hell Knight and Greg and all them, but you guys are the OGs. You guys have probably been, but I think you came in a little bit earlier, but then Short was right after you, man, and you guys have been
now
there since
here
the
I
beginning.
am, right here in the video, in the audience, from the audience to the video. What do you know?
I don't know. It might be a graduation. It might not be. I don't know.
I've graduated. I've graduated. Now I'm always gonna be in the comments, man. No, excuse me.
Awesome.
Don't worry.
Awesome. Well, I mean,
Sure.
what else? What other? I mean, other stuff you got? You know, if you want to tell the viewers about like your anything about your channel, other things you're doing, what kind of plugs, things like that you got, what you got coming up soon, anything at all. This is your opportunity to let the world or my little slice of the world know.
You know, please like and support my channel. You know, I'm really interested in making YouTube something that, you know, can become like a serious thing in the future, whether it be, you know, next week, today, tomorrow, whenever. You know, I'm just ready for, you know, just more of that, I guess. And I do work 40 hours a week, so I work nights, and it's, you know, just really hard to get up early. Like, I mean, here I am, I'm up at 3 o'clock in the morning now. I'm not going to wake up until noon, you know, and then I'll go to work. So that really doesn't leave much time for me to do all these side gigs that I have. And that's why, you know, I've gotten sort of like inconsistent. When I first started my channel, I was at home in quarantine. And, you know, in fact, I didn't even work this shift. And I started working from, I started getting out. I used to get out at 7:30 at night, and I would immediately start editing a video. But now I get out at 10. And it's just like, you know, it's just made things different. Now I'm just like up at all hours of the night and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to getting more consistent, just taking it more serious. And, you know, I'm lucky to have the luck that I've had. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I've done anything per se, you know, if that makes sense. You know, I don't know why, you know, I appreciate all of my fans, but I really don't know. I wasn't expecting that or anything like that. And, you know, it's like, I just want to extrapolate on that, like keep it going, you know.
Sure.
So
you've done a lot,
yeah.
By the way, in less than a year, you've got by the time you hit a year, you'll probably be over 6,000 subscribers, man. I've been doing this for 2.5 years. I'm almost at 2. So,
oh man, hey,
you hit that straight. But we were talking about it the other day. You mentioned it, and you just at some point you hit that thing, you hit that algorithm. And I mean, I'm not that really that trivializes it. I mean, that took work, that took something, and you've told me the stuff you do behind the scenes to really get that stuff, and you hit it right, and it went, and your videos took off, and that's awesome.
Oh man, thank you. I couldn't be more appreciative. And you know, honestly, it's been a lot of trial and error, really, just, you know, having different issues with like or just times and different things like that. Like a lot of people probably don't even know like a video has to be 8 minutes to even get an ad placed. You know, I was making 6-minute videos, 5-minute videos. You know, I didn't know what I was doing, so it just took work and research, really. And mostly people like you like inspired me to keep going at it. You know, I was like, hey. And then there's someone else too that I watch sort of like you, that's like, she's just been grinding for so long, and she just, you know, doesn't really, I feel like you want to talk about video essays, like, you ever watched her? Her name's Deep Focus Lens. That's the name of her channel. She's a movie reviewer, and she just
No, I'll have to look
goes
it up.
above and beyond. She doesn't, I mean, she shows her face and stuff. She doesn't even show clips, but she has really good analyses of movies, and I just think that that's like saying a lot, you know, that I don't know. She just has been doing it for 10 years and has like literally 10 years. Like I see videos from 10 years ago of her. Damn. You know what I mean? So it's like funny to me that someone's been doing it for that long, and, you know, she only has like 20,000 subs. And I just feel like, you know, it's stuff like that that'll have you like, you know what I mean? You feel like less of yourself or something. Like you did so much work just to only be in. Then a guy like me will come around. You know what I mean? Like people I've been watching for years that, like, I just want them to grow so big, and some guy will come and do a stupid dance, and now he has more subscribers than they do. You know, just stuff like that. Like,
Sure.
Well, and that stuff just really gets me down, man. You know, I'm just really looking forward for us all to make it, you know, and I'm looking forward to that. So
It'll happen. I mean,
I have
I
faith
don't.
in that.
I don't worry. Me myself personally, I don't worry about that much. I mean, I keep on
Yeah, I don't
grinding,
worry
and
about it.
it's
I'm
eventually
worried
going to
about
happen.
Yeah, I can't worry about anything but maintaining this property and getting up and going to work. That's all I worry about right now.
I hear
But I'm
you
just saying that like that it would be nice at some point if I could do something I actually loved doing.
for sure. Oh,
Which is
absolutely. That's my dream is to do this for a living. But
right.
who knows? Could be tomorrow. Like you said. I mean, sometimes it happens overnight. Could be tomorrow. Could be next week. Could be a year from now. We'll see. But well, yeah, you guys absolutely check out Antonio's channel over at Antonio Sanders Movie Reviews on YouTube. If they just
It's
search
just
that,
under my name, Antonio Sanders.
oh, okay, yeah,
You know,
just look up Antonio
look
Sanders.
me
You'll
up
see
and
it.
You'll see my channel itself, and you'll see the guy in the suit that looks like he's in finance or something. It's actually a movie review channel, believe it or not.
But yeah, look up Antonio's channel and check him out. He's got some really great essay/reviews over there. Some really good stuff on some movies that, especially not old stuff, but some older stuff that could probably broaden some horizons for some people. Definitely. I mean, I've seen a lot of those movies myself, but I know a lot of people we were talking about the other day never even seen those movies. So check out some really good movies. Get some good recommendations over at Antonio's channel. And I appreciate you coming here today, man. It was good seeing you.
Thanks,
it's
man.
good.
You too, man.
I know we went a little long here, but I appreciate you hanging out. I know you stay up late. You're a night owl like me. I get it, but still, I hate to keep somebody here this long. But yeah, that was the news for this
I'd have
week.
been in the show anyway, so I mean, what difference is it if I'm on camera or sitting in the chair off camera? I would have
True.
been here. So
I hear you. Well, all right, man. I appreciate that. I'm gonna take us out here, and then I guess next week I'll see you in the chat, and hopefully we'll be able to see you here again on the show.
for sure, you know it, dude. I'll be in tomorrow. I'll be in the chat tomorrow, man. So just do your thing. I'll be here. And Caden, thanks for coming, man. And thanks for being a sub, and everybody else that came today. Greg, Frank, Short, everybody that came. Hell Night, So I really appreciate everyone for tuning in to see me in person live. So,
and me too.
When you post
that.
this video, hopefully I'll link it, so hopefully my people will come and watch it and check you out too, Jacob. And, we can just, get some sort of, thing going on.
Cross-pollination.
Like, seriously.
Well, I'll have it, it'll probably be a couple of days, but I'll have this video up and probably, I'd like to say Wednesday, but it's probably going to be Thursday before I get this video up. Once I cut it up a little bit, but I'll definitely have it out there.
Get it up, I'll be ready, man.
All right, let me do this little outro real quick, just a second. All right, guys, so that will do it for the JARcast episode 11. I want to say thanks to Antonio for coming by and hanging out with me for a little while here. Kept him a bit longer than I expected. As far as my channel goes, coming up soon, I have, as I've been saying the past couple of weeks, I am going to be putting a cap on my video game movie review series by having some ranking videos and things like that. I'm working on that stuff. That is coming soon. I also have a few other movies that have been sent to me. One called Embryo, Dawn of the Beast, The Voices, and I also have Nobody review and Godzilla vs. Kong. That will all be coming this week and the beginning of next week. I will also be starting my next series, weekly series here soon. I've compiled the list, and it is a hell of a list. I'm doing a comic book movie review series since I've now finished. I've rated all of the video game movies ever made. Now I'm going to do not all, but a lot of the comic book movies ever made. There's a lot of them. I'm doing all the majorly produced ones and any sequels to those or any branch-offs and things like that, and a couple other little ones. There's a lot more than you think, and they're not all superhero movies, but those are coming. I think at this point my list is somewhere in the neighborhood of 280 movies. So I'm going to be doing this series for quite a while, so check that out. All that's coming to the channel soon. Tomorrow night, I will be doing my game live stream of Heavy Rain, first time play. Older game, but first time I've ever played it. Been looking forward to playing that for quite some time, actually. And beyond that, yeah, check out the podcast. If you're listening, keep on listening and keep on downloading. If you are watching the audio version or if you're watching the video version and you prefer the audio version, you can get it on all major platforms, all podcast platforms such as Spotify, iTunes, Google, just really all of them. If it doesn't show up for you on one of them, just look up Jacob Anders Reviews or JARcast. It should show up. If for some reason it does not, shoot me a message and I'll see about what's going on there. Or if it's not on one that you like that I don't have it on, I can get it on there. But absolutely do that. I check out this live stream. I tape this live on a live stream every Tuesday night at 9 o'clock Central Time, which is 7 o'clock Pacific and 10 o'clock Eastern. So come hang out, talk in the chat for a little while, and see how we do this thing live. And I have some other guests lined up, a couple of them I'm talking to. Possibly next week we'll have one. If not, ideally the week after that we will. And hopefully Antonio will come back and visit again and hang out.
Anytime.
All right. Well, I'm holding him to it. But that's about all I got this week, guys. Really appreciate it. Check out Antonio's channel. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to his, subscribe to mine, like the video, like all the other videos. Check out my videos. Check out his videos. Check out all the videos and all the podcasts. I really appreciate you guys. And I will see you all next week.
Thanks, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
Peace.